Yes, good morning and welcome to the Parquet playing field. We have action here in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands on the 15 tournament. A game being played between St. Vincent and St. Lucia. St. Vincent looking to rebound after yesterday. And the St. Lucia game was prematurely ended due to the weather yesterday afternoon. Beautiful conditions here at the Parquet playing field for cricket. We're hoping for a full day's play. And we're hoping for an exciting match as well, as we welcome my co-commentator, Mr. Kenroy Martin. Kenroy, good morning and welcome to these parts.
Good morning, Asnet, and good morning to the viewers of this lovely broadcast coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. And we're here in Park Hill, the northern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where St. Vincent will be taking on St. Lucia, the defending champions. Should be a very interesting game between these two. St. Vincent going down to Dominica yesterday, and St. Lucia had a rain-affected game, but played very well. So we are in for some exciting cricket here today, and yes, we are waiting for such.
Indeed, as we giving you update in terms of the toss, St. Lucia would have won the toss this morning. They elected to bat first. So St. Lucia taking first strike here this morning. What do you think about that decision, Kenroy?
Well, they won the toss yesterday in Cumberland, and they decided to bat as well. I think that they have the confidence in themselves. They did well. They had a very good opening partnership. One of their opening bats got actually 59, and he's probably looking to carry on today and get a big score. So they batted well. They scored 186 from their 40 overs yesterday, and I think they're looking to actually double that today.
Yes, from a St. Vincent perspective, I think it might work out to be a good decision for them to be bowling first. At least they will basically release that pressure of having to put a score on the board. Remember yesterday they were skittled out for 45. So it's an opportunity to bowl first and see how the wicket is playing and perhaps gain a bit of confidence on the field. And later on, hopefully that will be reflected in their batting effort. In terms of the team, St. Vincent, they're playing an unchanged team. They have Captain Jordan Charles, Alston Bob, Zach Thomas, Cody Slater, Delroy Tittle, Jason Hoyt, Jarvis Batiste, Tyrese Hackshaw, Mataniah Stapleton, Ahmad Boye Williams, and Shane Roberts.
And for the St. Lucia team, you had Aiden Scholar, Kareem Francis, Caleb Charles, Caden Francis, Sheldon Wally, Jean-Claude Emmanuel, Daniel Laborde, I think he's out, Canel Nelson, Zaniki Louis, Nathaniel Joseph, Jeremiah Thomas, Neil Poyet, Kyle Stevens, and Janelle Williams. Those are the persons playing for St. Lucia Day. And to remind you that Poyet got an
bowling for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Tyrese Hackshaw, who had a fiery spell yesterday, was perhaps one of the shining lights down the leg side. A similar start to yesterday in terms of ball, just not lining up those deliveries properly, not finding his right line and length, but has a bit of pace whenever he gets his action right, Tyrese Hackshaw.
Well, first delivery had some pace on it, but ill-directed down the leg side. Really needs to get things right, get the trajectory right as well. And he could be a handful for the St. Lucian batters once he gets it right.
This one again is down the leg side, and more runs for the St. Lucians. So basically an identical start to yesterday in terms of starting off with two wides, Hackshaw. So something perhaps he needs to work on going forward in terms of just getting his radar right from ball one. You don't want to be giving away these easy runs, as they would say, to the opposition so early in the piece.
Yes, it's critical that you get your trajectory right in this game. Yes, you have pace, but then the wide deliveries would cause you a run and even more. And St. Lucia off the mark, and actually with 2 and 3 extra deliveries. You haven't bowled the deliveries yet.
So opening batsman being Canel Nelson. Another delivery down the leg side, so really not finding his radar all here, Hackshaw. Yes, the opening batters for St. Lucia, Canel Nelson and Neil Poyet. As you mentioned, Poyet would have had a good start to the tournament yesterday with a half century. He'll be looking to build on that.
Yeah, that's something that is very noticeable as well. He's bowling from around the wicket. That is naturally not your best angle as a fast bowler, right-arm fast bowler. And I've seen it on a regular basis, but I think that he should even try. He should try bowling over the wicket where he has better control, a better sight of the batsman, and the angle would be much better.
I think the issue also is his action. His actions naturally carries the ball back into the left-hander. So it's critical in terms of where he starts these deliveries. As this one again starting perhaps on middle stump, and that swing, that slinging action of his is taking these deliveries past the left-handed leg stump. So it's something that he has to be mindful of. And the wind is not really that pronounced as yet. It's pretty still at the moment. So just need to get it right all here, Haksha.
Well, when I talk about the angle, he's coming from outside of his body with the right arm. If he comes over the wicket, then he has a better look where the right hand is inside of the body. There's more control there.
It seems as if the captain is hearing you, Kenroy. He's now switching to over the wicket. That one again is just starting on and about the leg stump. So Haksha just not getting it right here. All in the piece. And we mentioned he's getting that movement as well. And perhaps he needs to try a cross-seam delivery. Kenroy, you're a former seamer. I don't want to call you right-arm fast medium, but a medium fast seamer. What would be your advice to him?
Well, get it right. Try and get your body in line. I think that his bowling arm has something to do with that as well.
It's a much better delivery. A bit of carry as well. We saw that from him yesterday. Getting the ball to zip through for the wicket keeper. So you mentioned that the foundation in terms of pace is there. It's just a matter of the direction and his consistency in lines and lengths.
Yeah, you could see that bowling arm going a little bit higher in the pre.
About the so as is the funders big funder the breakthrough with a delivery from the Dominican team.
It looks good. Gets it on the wicket and really should try to get that ball just on the outside. It comes back into the batter just like that.
So much better than the last 3 years in the where he's looking to drop those deliveries.
The bright day here was glory in contrast yesterday, and we have
so this is day 2 action coming to you here from the park playing field. The other match being played at the beautiful Cumberland playing field. This one is beaten most. Want to tune into that match, you can just look for a live feed on YouTube, ITFX, as well as the Windward Islands page on Facebook as well. So you can follow both games. Those of you at home, you can also make your way down to the Park Hill playing field to take in some of the action here.
Well, this should be an action-packed day. St. Vincent looking to bounce back and St. Lucia looking to score their first victory as defending champions.
This one again. He's struggling once again. So it's definitely been a struggle here for Tyrese Haksha this morning. He started poorly yesterday in terms of giving away a couple of wides, but was able to find his radar. And unfortunately, he has not done so consistently so far this morning.
Well, whatever he's doing is not really working. I think that he has a little issue with that bowling arm and his head really not being in the right position. But those are things that should have been worked on prior. They're affecting him now, but he's young. As I say, they are growing, so he can work on those as well.
So it's a better line, a better length. Well played there off the middle of the bat. Khalil Nelson, a tall player. His partner the other end, Neil Poyot. I believe. I'm wondering if I got the pronunciation correct. In the St. Lucia, there's a bit of French influence on that island. Last delivery of this over, hopefully, as he's pulling this one, not getting full contact. Out to the man that square leg, a bit of a misfield there. The batter there coming through for a single. So it's the end of the first over, a prolonged over. And St. Lucia, after winning the toss this morning, they are 8 without loss.
Yes, not a bad start for St. Lucia. Mixed bag over there by Haksha. Really hit a few good lines, went across the bat into the keeper's glove. He bowled with some pace as well, troubled the batter, but really needs to get his trajectory right when it comes to bowling that new white ball. So St. Vincent not after a flying start, not after the start that they wanted, after a disappointing start. But St. Lucia won't mind that, 9 without loss.
Yes, the new bowler for St. Vincent coming from that northern end would be Matinaya Stapleton, who bowled a couple of overs yesterday, struggled as well with his line and direction. He'll be hoping for a better effort this morning. I think one of the issues the captain had yesterday was finding a suitable partner for Haksha. He bowled very well from the southern end, but then he had to really chop and change from that other end in northern end. So hopefully that will not be an issue this morning as we see Matinaya Stapleton making his way in. He'll be bowling to Nelson. Mr. Folder is punching that one over long off.
Well, he's an aggressive player as well. He started very aggressive. Played lovely shots in the first few overs, and then he just got into his innings and played the ball nicely on the carpet. But that was a wonderful shot, pitched in his half, and he really climbed into it, and it flew over the mid-off boundary for 6. A wonderful shot it was.
It's a very shot from showing all his talent early on there at Park Hill. It's a good batting wicket. The ball seemed to be coming through nicely. Can actually play through the line. And Matinaya there. Not a bad delivery, first up. But just a bit too full, offered a bit of whiff there for the left-hander. And he obliged and deposited over long off for a lovely 6. As this one again is full and he's punching it out to extra cover region for another single. So good start from Nelson. Finding the middle of the bat so far. And 16 without loss. So positive start from St. Lucia this morning.
Yes, they have the confidence as well. Batted yesterday nicely. Got a lovely start from these two as well. And really, Nelson is in some good form. He's an aggressive player, but he chooses his balls and he plays his shots percentage.
So it's full again outside the off stump. Wicket keeper Jason Hoyt not gathering cleanly. So there's a man at slip, man at square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point, a man at third man and fine leg. So 5-4 field. This one is a good length from Stapleton. He seemed to have found his radar early. Haven't seen any extras from him so far, contrary to what we have seen from the other end.
Yes, good line and length being bowled by Stapleton. Just missing his length on the first delivery. Expected new ball, warm-up delivery as well. And really Nelson crashed into that. Other than that, he has hit a nice line and length just on the off stump and really causing the batsman to play.
It's a short delivery outside the off stump. Wicketkeeper Hoyt again fails to gather. So it's something you need to work on, Hoyt, in terms of his technique coming across to gather those deliveries. I think one of the issues we had yesterday as well was how far back he was in terms of finding the right length, the right distance. This one is beating everyone down to the third man boundary, and despite a valiant effort there from Boyer Williams, it's for buys. Is it buys or wides? I think it's buys signal.
Buys or wides? Buys or wides?
It's actually wides, yes. So 5 runs there to the St. Lucia team. The Vincent team really a bit naughty there in terms of allowing these extras. Just speaking about the wicketkeeper a while ago, Kenroy, and that delivery basically went between the wicketkeeper and the man at first slip.
Well, the wicketkeeper has a job to take that ball from from the fast bowlers. He left it. I think he left it for the slipper. Unfortunately, went through both of them and went in the fence for 4 extra runs. Well, the umpire signal wide as well. Probably thought gotten to it, but 5 extra runs to St. Lucia.
This one is outside the off stump once again. And it's the end of another over. So at the end of the second over, St. Lucia, they off to a flyer here, 22 without loss.
Yes, 2 overs have been bowled, 22 runs, 9 coming from the first one, and the remaining from the second over. They have to be very careful as they track through this first power play. And if they're not careful, they might be chasing a very big total. Knowing that these batters has batted yesterday, they had a very good game. They were bowled out for 186, and they are looking to put even more on the board. St. Vincent has to pull themselves together here. Haksha, having bowled a pretty good over up front, needs to come back and do a much better job.
So he's actually coming back around the wicket. So the fact that he's chopping and changing in terms of the angle tells you that he's not totally confident with his action at this point in time. But hopefully things improve for him as he's bowling this one on the line of the leg stump. Batters cross for a single. Bit of bat involved there, so no signal from umpire.
Well, he's bowling around the wicket and swinging the ball into the batter, and there's not a fine leg. There's a third man. So I think that they need to get that right as well.
As you speak, Kenroy, I think the man at third man is actually moving to a fine leg position. As this one is a good delivery. That's the line we are speaking about. Just on and about the off stump, getting it to come back into the left-hander. A bit of uncertainty in terms of the running there from both St. Lucians. In the end, they settle for a single. One more added to the total, but a very good delivery there from Haksha.
Yes, those are the deliveries you should be asking for from him. Just on the off stump coming back, cause a little trouble for the batter. Poyet, who pushed forward, hit the inner portion of the batter. It ricocheted out to square leg and they picked up a single. A good delivery there, bowled by Haksha.
This time he's missing his run-up. Yes, just hasn't been able to get more deliveries in that particular region. That last delivery was perhaps the template that he should use in terms of the line and the length that he needs to be to both of these left-handed openers.
I do agree with you there. Just on the off stump, just on the foot stump coming back, that should be his line and length.
So he's short of a length and Nelson stands tall. I mentioned he's a tall player. Seems to be a well-organized player, plays with a straight bat. And so far, most of these deliveries have actually been hitting the middle of his bat. So a very good start from him. He's also had most of the strike in this partnership so far.
Well, it tells you it's a good what's coming on to the bat and he's staying on his back foot and punching it to the covers. A very good batting surface here at Parkhill.
So short of a length, he's standing tall. This one taking the outer portion of the bat out to the man there at a squarish third man. So another single for Nelson. He keeps the scoreboard ticking. Score now moves on to 25 without loss. St. Lucia.
Well, good going here by St. Lucia over number 3. St. Vincent need to pull things back here, probably get a wicket or two to get themselves back into this game. But St. Lucia doing exceptionally well so far, aided by some irresponsible or some wide deliveries being bowled by a set bowler, a wide signal by the umpire again. They have to be careful with these extra deliveries that they don't play a major part in the total that is being set for them.
I think that has been the issue so far for the Vincentian team in terms of the number of extras they've given away. We've seen some wide, some buys, and all of these, as you mentioned, add up in terms of the start that we've seen from the St. Lucian team so far. They hasn't really been forced to do anything out of the ordinary. They won't hit a ball in anger apart from that shot we saw from Nelson for 6.
Well, did they? St. Vincent and Grenadines, as you see, chasing the 8 ball in the second game, looking for a victory. They're playing at home as well. Home crowd support. They need to do much better than they're doing now. Hopefully they'll get things right and get things right as soon as possible.
It's a good delivery there in terms of the home crowd you mentioned. Still building up the crowd here at the Parkhill playing field. I think it was a much bigger crowd yesterday. Maybe after that disappointing performance, some persons might be reluctant. But if you're at home, as we mentioned before, just come on and give the youngsters some support. They need your support. Still learning the game. That's a good delivery there. Coming back into the left-handed Poyet. And umpire Byam judging that one to be not out. It's a good end to the over there for Hackshaw. And at the end of the third over, it's 26 without loss, St. Lucia.
Yes, he's going to have some difficulty getting an LBW decision from around the wicket. Bowling right arm, and the ball is coming into the batter, pitching on the leg stump, basically on the middle stump, going down leg. The umpire would always give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. So he has to start his delivery just on the off stump, fourth stump or the decision, and it has to be in line of the stump as well.
Agreed. Definitely something there to work with from Hackshaw. Still raw, as we mentioned. The last over was a bit better than his first, but still those extras really creeping into his game, as we see Stapleton taking up proceedings from the northern end. It's a good delivery there from Stapleton, getting the ball to go through at a reasonable pace as well. So what we've seen from this wicket so far, Kenroy, is that the ball is going through at a reasonable pace. Good for the bowlers as well as the batters.
It's a good surface for cricket I've seen thus far. The ball carries to the wicket keeper. It comes on to the bat. You could play your shots when the ball is in your area. You can play your shots. It's give assistance to the fast bowlers as well, and it's really coming off nicely. So, yeah, it's an even Steven wicket here. Sets for good cricket.
This one is a good delivery again, short of a length. Good thinking there from Jason Hoyt. Throwing at the stumps, but Nelson was aware of his intentions. It's a good start in the second over from Stapleton. Maybe now getting into the thick of things, but a little bit more zip as well.
Yes, good comeback here by Stapleton. Good delivery outside the off stump. Pitching just on the off stump, he went for a cut, and the ball had some pace and bounce on it and carried to the wicket keeper. Fortunately for Poyet, it didn't hit the edge and go to the wicket keeper.
Delivery outside the off stump, well taken there by Hoyt this time. Just coming across and gathering cleanly. So we're looking at the field. There's a man there at long off. That's an interesting position. We saw in the first over Nelson hitting the bowler over that long off region. So there's a man back at long off for that particular shot. There's a man at mid on. Extra cover, backward point. Short third man, square leg mid wicket. And a man there at fine leg has another delivery outside the off stump. This time a bit too wide from Stapleton. And wicketkeeper Hoyt gathers cleanly once again. So we've seen an improvement in his keeping in this over, which is good to see.
Well, it all goes well for the cricket. All goes well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The wicketkeeper is coming to the fore. A very important man on your field. So you need him to be firing in all cylinders as well.
This one is a full delivery once again. And Nelson going for that favoured off jive, missing it completely. So it's a good contest here between bat and ball. Stapleton going through a very good spell here. The second over seem to have found his radar. And Nelson, after a very good start, he's confident. He's looking to play shots as well. So it makes for interesting cricket going forward. This one again is on the line of the off stump. Well bowled by Stapleton. Good encouragement from the fielders as well. Something that will be needed in terms of encouraging the bowlers.
Yes, a good consistent line there by Stapleton, causing the batter to play on his front foot. That is what you need to be doing. I know he's learning his art and his craft, but he has to be a little bit more consistent with those deliveries if he has to be successful as a fast bowler. But it's learning stages for him as well.
So there's a good delivery once again. I think he's getting a bit of movement there, Kenroy, from the left-hander. Just pushing it across him. And a couple of occasions in that over, he went past the outsider. So a very good over there from Stapleton. A good comeback from him. And at the end of the fourth over, it's 27 without loss.
Yeah, 27 without loss. St. Lucia would take that from 4 overs. Good positive start from them. A good over being bowled there by Stapleton. 2, Poyet beating outside the off stump on a couple of occasions. The ball hitting in the right area, just on the fourth stump. And really, he's just settling into his work. And a good over he has bowled thus far.
I think there's a bit of movement on offer here for the bowlers if they're getting it in the right areas. We've seen on a number of occasions the ball pitching and beating the outside edge of the two St. Lucian batters. So it's just a matter of getting a bit more consistent, these opening bowlers, and I'm sure they'll be able to cause more problems for the St. Lucian opening pair. As Hackshaw into his third over. This one is on the line of the off stump, well bowled as well. So it's important that the bowling partnerships here. We just saw a very good over there from Stapleton. Hackshaw needs to back it up in this over.
Yes, and a good start to the over by Hackshaw, just on that fourth stump that we spoke about a while ago, and that ball nipped back between bat and pad, beating the batsman into the keeper's glove. That is the length that he should be bowling consistently.
This one again is on the line of the off stump, playing and miss again. So it's something that we have seen in the last over and a half or so, a bit of perhaps looseness from the St. Lucian openers. When the Vincentian bowlers have got it right, they've really posed a bit of issue outside the off stump for both of these left-handers.
I'm not too sure if it's something to do with nerves, the fast bowlers, but they have settled into their work nicely. Hackshaw bowled two really nice deliveries and a third one, bringing the batsman forward, and he's doing a pretty good job here in his third over.
Agreed. Maybe that early morning jitters, as they would say, crept into them. But maybe they are a brand new ball as well. It's difficult to control at times. But they have really walked into their spell. Into the fifth over here. St. Lucia 27 without loss. Remember they won the toss earlier. Chose to bat. This one is on the line of the middle stump, and there goes Poyet. Just walking into that stroke. Plays it out to the man there, Tittle, number 3 on his back. I'm sure we'll see him at some point into the bowling attack.
A little talented cricketer is Tittle. Love his energy. Very talented, but really Hackshaw getting into his work, doing very well. I think it's coming off of a game that you lost yesterday and actually starting this morning. It's a difficult task. Another good delivery by him. Really causing some problems for the batter. So I was saying, I think because they have lost yesterday to Dominica, they came in trying to do their best this morning. A little bit of nerves. Now the game has been just about 5 overs. They have settled down nicely and they start bowling the proper line and length.
Agreed. Still getting that ball to come back into the left-hander, Hackshaw. Sharply. Once again, a bit of frustration there from Poyet. Looking to hit that one over mid-off. Was nowhere close to the pitch of that delivery, and it's a very good over there from Hackshaw. It's actually a maiden over, so at the end of the 5th over, St. Lucia 27 without loss.
Yeah, some good bowling here by these two fast bowlers. After starting badly, they have come back very nicely from the 3rd over, and this is a very good over bowl there by Hackshaw, bowling a first maiden in this game, putting some pressure on Poya, and Poya looking to go after the last ball of that over, and as we normally said, pressure bust pipe, so the pressure was on Poya to play, and really he went for that big shot but did not connect.
So the last 2 overs have been very good from the Vincentian team. It will be interesting to see the approach of Nelson in this over. Seems to be the type of player who likes to feel the ball and bat, as we see Stapleton once again running in from the northern end, and he's flaying at this one outside the off stump. Very good line, a very good length as well there from Stapleton. I'm looking at the field, Kenry. I'm thinking perhaps a slip. Given what we've seen in the last couple of overs, a slip would be a good position for the captain to employ at this point in time.
Well, the fast bowlers have hit their line and length, and they're causing some problems on the off stump, and I think that the skipper should really look at that, get somebody into the slip area and use a third man and really cause them to look for a wicket, get some early wickets. That's the way you could do it.
Because as we mentioned, the first couple of overs were quite erratic, perhaps a bit of nerves, but what we've seen in the last couple of overs, as they got more comfortable into their spell, they've been more consistent in terms of the lines and lengths that they're bowling. So I think the captain should really use that as a template to give them a bit more encouragement in terms of some fielders in catching positions.
Well, that is what we are thinking here, but fortunately the skipper is not thinking that way at this moment. He's remaining with the basics.
This one is punching it off the back foot there. Nelson. It's not finding his timing. Into over number 6. Vincentian team seem to be in very good spirits. Rightly so. Captain Charles there making an adjustment to the field. The man at fine leg is actually coming into the circle. But we're still into the power play. And he's actually pushed the man back at long on. So there's a long on in place and a long off. Interesting change. This one is short of a length again, and he's very loose there outside the off stump. Nelson was reciting a shoulder arms that perhaps he should have played originally. But this is very good from Matanai at Stapleton.
Yes, good bowling here by Stapleton, causing the batter to play a loose shot outside the off stump, hitting that off stump length just on the fourth stump, and he's getting some bounce as well with some pace, and really a good line and length being bowled by him and causing problems here for the batter from St. Lucia, Nelson, who had a good knock yesterday, but finding it difficult to get the ball away this morning.
This one again is punching straight to the man there at cover. A well-deserved wicket there from Stapleton. There was Nelson trying to punch that one through the cover region, and Captain Charles took an easy catch there. So the Vincentian team, they get their first breakthrough. St. Lucia, they're 27 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and that is caused by pressure, really. They bowled 2 or 3 very good overs to the batters. The batters couldn't get the ball off the square, and as the ball came in his range, he went for the shot, finding the skipper short extra cover, and St. Lucia have lost their first wicket, that of Nelson, and really a good wicket for the Vincentians here.
Yes, apart from that first shot which he played, which was a beautiful shot really over long off for 6, he has really struggled to find his timing, Nelson. He has been flaying at deliveries outside the off stump that perhaps he could have left alone. And Stapleton has really troubled him on that line on about the off stump, moving away. So it was a well-deserved breakthrough there from Stapleton and the Vincentian team. They've really pulled things back in the last couple of overs. They've actually bowled less extras as well. And they've managed to really exert a bit of pressure back on the St. Lucian team, and they got the just rewards for that in the wicket of Nelson. So the new player,
number 6.
as we await confirmation from the scorers in terms of the new batters.
Lewis.
Yes, Lewis.
Yes.
I'm told it's Lewis.
Zinaki Louis. That's how they pronounce it. You say Louis.
Zinanakwi Louis.
Yeah.
So once again, French. I could recall getting a grade 2 for French in secondary school, but that's been a while now. Kenroy, as we see Stapleton, it is tail up and a very good length, a very good line. Well played there from Louis. So it's Zinaki Louis. Not a left-hander, so 3 left-handers at the top of the order. Very good over there from Stapleton, a successful one as well. And St. Lucia's 27 for 1.
Yes, a good comeback here by the Vincentians, taking that wicket off Nelson. A good catch by the skipper, short extra cover. Made it look rather easy as well. Took a fine catch, but good bowling by Stapleton. And Haksha pulling things back here for St. Vincent. After an erratic start with the new ball, they came back and bowled 3 very good overs. And that caused the pressure to be on St. Lucia. And that put the pressure on Nelson. We went for that shot and got out a short extra cover. So, good game here on hand. A good start for St. Vincent, good start for St. Lucia. But the breakthrough is very vital as well.
It's a full toss this time from Haksha as he starts his 4th over. From the southern end. I'm sure the Vincentian team, they'll be buoyed by that wicket in the last over. As we normally say, Haksha needs to get jealous here.
Yeah, need to get something under his belt as well.
This one is outside the off stump. A loud appeal. Umpire Byam is unmoved. So it's interesting, Kenroy, at the start of the innings, the extras really propel the scoring rate very quickly. But in the last 3 or so overs, we've hardly seen any runs being scored, and that has really caused a bit of injudicious shots from some of the St. Lucian top order. And it has actually encouraged the Vincentian bowlers.
Once you apply the pressure, this is what happens in cricket. And they are doing a very well. Good delivery from him again outside the off stump. That 4th length stump a stump ball on the fourth stump, causing some problems for these batters. And these two are bowling very well in tandem here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, they spoke about batting in partnerships. Bowling in partnership is equally important. So we have seen Matanai at Stapleton with a brilliant spell really from the northern end, and Haksha, after a difficult start, he's really coming into his own, going past the outside edge on numerous occasions now, as this one is full again outside the off stump, and Poyet there watchful. He's been there from the start, so he would have been getting used to conditions by now. The St. Lucian teams would really be depending on him to really bat as long as possible, negotiate this difficult period, and hopefully things will get easier for him later on.
Yeah, there's a bounce, there's an extra step in the Vincentians feelers. You hear the encouragement coming from them as well. Things are pretty nice. This one is straight down the leg side, something we haven't seen in the past 3 overs, unfortunately. Another extra delivery being bowled by the Vincentian fast bowler takes the scores up now to 28.
So the current run rate 4.05. Not a bad start, really, in terms of the scoring rate. Losing 1 wicket as well. I think the Vincentian team, they'll be looking to claw their way back by way of taking consistent wickets. I think wickets will slow down any sort of opposition as it relates to limited overs cricket, or any form of cricket as a matter of fact. Being able to take wickets consistently will really dent the opposition's progress.
Exactly. Once you take wicket, the oppositions would have to think about their game plan. They would have to change different strategies and so on. So that is where the pressure comes in with cricket. And they have taken a very important wicket, that of Nelson, the chief scorer, yesterday. So the St. Lucians will be thinking a little differently as the game proceeds.
This one is slicing out past the man there at backward point. I think it's Bob. Chases it down, gets it back to his wicket keeper. So another bit of luck there from Poyet. It was a good delivery on the line of the awesome, looking to drive it through the extra cover region, peeled off the outside edge, but thankfully for him, evaded the man there at backward point. So 2 more added to the total. It's now 30 for the loss of 1 over number 7 completed.
Yes, airy-fairy shot there by Poyet, really. Pitched on the off stump, and it went through backward point in the air and really went in no man's land. But a good delivery there by the fast bowler from St. Vincent, who has done a pretty good job. So as you say, as the pressure continues, the batters are finding it difficult to score from these fast bowlers. Good spell here by these two thus far.
As we see Stapleton into his 4th over. This one again is on the line of the off stump. Well bowled from Stapleton. He seemed to be getting the ball to move away from the left-handers, while Haksha from the other end, he's getting the ball to come back into the left-hander. So it poses 2 different challenges for the left-handed top order players so far from St. Lucia.
I do agree with that, and that's a good combination as well. One coming in, one coming out, one going away. Poses some problems for the batters. You have to think about the bowlers in different ways.
This one is short of a length, a loud appeal, optimistic appeal there from the Vincentians. Almost hitting the batter there in that unnamed region, unwanted region, Kenra.
Well, nobody wants to be hit in that area. Nobody wants to be hit in that area. But a good delivery there by the young fast bowler from St. Vincent. Really Stapleton hitting a good line and length. The batsman went to pull, but because of the pace of the delivery, rushed onto him and struck him in that uncertain area.
This time again outside the off stump. I've seen a bit of proactiveness from Captain Charles. We're now seeing 2 slips. So I can recall 2 overs ago we were calling for a man in that slip region, given the nature of the comeback by both of these opening bowlers, and Captain Charles has adhered to our call.
Well, there's 2 slips now. A backward point, cover, short extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg. So that tells you that the Vincentians have found something to want in, something they want some wickets. They are putting some pressure on the batters, and they really have changed their strategies from the start of this game.
This one is outside the off stump once again. There was Louis just allowing that one to be taken by wicketkeeper Hoyt. Into over number 8 here at the Park Hill playing field. Park Hill located in the northeasterly side of the country. One of the most recent playing field being erected here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lovely place to play cricket, watch cricket. This one is on the line of the off stump once again. Good line, good length. Must be said, well played as well from Louis. Being watchful so far in his innings.
Well, some good bowling here by the fast bowlers. They ought to be watchful. They're hitting a very good line and length just on the off stump. They have found their radar, really, and they are bowling exceptionally well from that erratic start. And really kudos to them for coming back so well and getting that wicket, important wicket of Nelson. And now the St. Lucians are finding it very difficult to score off these fast bowlers. And you could actually see the enjoyment that they're having in this spell. These two fast bowlers, they are running through, they are following through, and really they completing the overs rather quickly as well. And really they have completed 8 overs so far. And St. Lucia are 30 for 1. 30 for 1 here at Park Hill. The sun is out, not in all its glory, but it's good conditions for cricket here at Park Hill, and we really have a very good match on here today between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the St. Lucia, the defending champions.
Yes, another main over there from Stapleton, his second of this innings. So it's good to see that type of effort from him. As we see Haksha going into his 5th over. Stapleton figures of 1 for 14. This one again is a good delivery, and there goes Poyet onto his front foot. Plays it up back the pitch. He's on free from 20 deliveries so far, so just hasn't been able to get into his innings in terms of walking the ball into the gaps, and the loose deliveries from the Vincentian bowlers have been few and far in between.
Yes, and really it's good to see the St. Lucians exercising some patience as well with their batting. They have been leaving the ball outside the off stump. They haven't seen any rush shot in the last 2 or 3 overs, but some consistent bowling here by these two.
This one is punched up to Cody Slater there at mid-off. There's no run. So finding the middle of the bat there, Poyet, but just not finding the gap, which is equally as important in terms of getting the scoreboard ticking.
Yes, just to remind the viewers, you're looking at Windward Islands under 15 cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Winlott Super 6 tournament. Now that leave you outside the off stump goes to the wicket keeper. Good consistent line continues here. So, Windward Islands Super 6 tournament played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's exceptional view here from Park Hill, looking all over the eastern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Probably could see St. Lucia from here. Are you seeing it?
It might be difficult from this angle, but as you venture further north, I think St. Lucia is right there. You can see the Pitons Mountains. This one is a bit fuller, wide outside the off stump, but Poyet is still watchful. You mentioned the Super 6. Kenroy, I'm sure you would have purchased your ticket already. What a John Friday.
Well, I'm still thinking about it. Thinking about it.
There's
but you have to be in it to win it, really. So I think I may have to purchase one of those tickets. I would like to be in the winning row. Winner's row.
There's nothing to think about, Kenroy. It's $1.6 million.
Oh, man.
I think it's a no-brainer, really.
It's not. It's not. It's not. Just purchase your ticket.
This one is shot off a length, and there was Poyet again fishing outside the off stump, as they would say. A bit of pace, a little bit more effort there from Haksha, bending his back a bit. Good to see. Into his 5th over, but still getting it through at a reasonable pace.
Yes, these two has bowled very well after their first 3 overs. They have bowled the other overs in tandem very well, put the pressure on the batters, picked up that wicket, and really they have found it difficult to score since those two are bowling. As they sneak a single here. First one in a pretty long time. Oh, some sloppy feeling here and backing up by the Vincentians. Really. And really, Kato, that shouldn't be in.
It's perhaps the first loose piece of cricket that we have seen, apart from those first 2 overs where the wides were conceded. It was a delivery peeling off the outer portion of the bat out to the man there at a backward point. I think it's Bob. He had a shy at the stump, a very poor return, and the backing up, as you mentioned, there was not in place. So some extra runs being gifted really to the St. Lucian team. They'll take it with both hands, and the score moves on to 36. Is it 36 or Yes, 36 for the loss of 1 over number 9 completed.
Some welcome runs there for the St. Lucians. They have been finding it difficult to score, but they have been gifted 4-5 extra runs here, really, and push the score up to 36. St. Vincent have to be careful with these sort of little mistakes. They come back to haunt you in these shots games. This is a one-day game as fast bowler from the northern end continues to bowl here, Kato.
Yes, Stapleton into his 5th over. Seem to still be in good spirits, still rushing into the wicket. Shows that both of these fast bowlers, they have a good degree of fitness going, which is good to see. They're still relatively young men, so
they're under 15. We expect that from them. They should be running up and down all day, full of energy. But the thing is that you have to be fit for cricket as well.
This one is short of a length, and an attempted pull shot there from Louis. The first loose shot we have seen from him in this innings. What we have seen from him so far is that he's very watchful outside the off stump. Plays within himself, but on that occasion, a delivery short of a length, looking to pull it somewhere in the vicinity of mid-wicket. Not making any sort of connection.
I don't think it's a pretty bad shot, though. It was pitched just about halfway of the pitch. But what beat him was that the height. It didn't really bounce that much. He played the shot and it went through to the wicket keeper. But not a bad offer. But good length still here from this Stapleton from St. Vincent.
As this one is played uppishly past the man there at backward point. Rushes into the fence for 4. So his first boundary Louis, and the total now moves on to 40 for the loss of 1.
Well, look how things have just changed in this over. Not backing up properly, went for 4. This one outside the off stump between backward point, control as well by Louis into the fence for 4. 4 set of runs you have seen in just about 4 or 5 overs.
Yes, St. Lucia looking to get back a bit of the initiative here. Trying to get some momentum back into their innings after a very good spell from both of these fast bowlers. That occasion played uppishly off the outer portion of the bat. And we see Tittle coming a bit squarer there. If he was actually in this particular position, he would have been able to effect a catch. And
the skipper being reactive rather than proactive.
Yes.
Somebody thinking. So he's now there, and the ball is just on the off stump. He left it alone into the keeper's glove. And that is something that you have seen from these batters. They are not rushing things. They are being patient. They are bowling well, and they've been giving the bowlers the respect.
As Stapleton again hustles in. This one's a foolish length outside the off stump. And there was Louis trying to drive that one through the covers, missed it completely. I think it's safe to say Kenroy as well. So far from Stapleton, he's been consistent on that off stump line. So maybe another fielder on the offside would have really been recommended.
Well, I think the skipper is just getting into his game as well. He has packed the offside field and he's bowling just on the off stump. So there's one.
This one again is punching past the man there at backward point. Comes through for a single. Captain Charles comes around, cleans up. So another single to Louis. 41 for 1. The end of the 10th over. So the end of the first power play here in this innings. St. Lucia won it toss earlier, elected to bat first. They're now 40 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, it's not a bad power play here for St. Lucia. Really good power play for them. St. Vincent picking up the first wicket, and really it's a good time here for changing the commentators' booth as well, as we welcome Alanson Cruikshank into the commentators' booth. As cricket continues here, the power play is ended, and St. Lucia are now 41 for 1 in 10 overs. A good comeback here by St. Vincent and the Grenadines after a rather wayward start.
Yes, good morning to you, Kenroy. Good morning to all our viewers. And yes, good recovery. They were 22 or so after the first 2 overs. So they have restricted them in the next 8 to a run rate of just beyond 2 per over, which is impressive. So they have, bounced back, and they will be looking to take a few more wickets, but the St. Lucians will be looking to mount a partnership here.
Yeah. Another good delivery and a sneak in a single there. Good calling, good alertness by Poyer. It's called his batsman through the fielders were sleeping there. He picked up a nice easy single and 1 more to the total. It goes up now to 42. 42 for 1 St. Lucia, and this is the 11th over. And some good sensible cricket there by these two batters.
Yes, that was a good single. And they are not just looking for boundaries. They have shown good defense. And they have looked to take the bad ball to the fence when it's presented, but singles in between.
Again, he's just forward, punching it to the man at cover. Sloppy feeling again by the Vincentian fielders, giving away another single. They have to be very careful as to how they make these mistakes. Yes, they are learning, but these are some simple mistakes they are making, causing the batters to get another run.
Yeah, and in that case, the fielder was Roberts. Just seemed to look up just a little bit too early. Took his eye off the ball and misfield slightly there.
Haksha down the leg side. Struggled with that in the first couple of overs. Probably just tiring a little bit here as his spell goes into the 5th over or so.
It's actually 6th over of his spell.
6th over.
So I think that he'll come off after this one.
Yes, probably just tiring a little bit. He's on the 15 cricket. So wide. Score goes up to 44. Haksha bouncing away, chip in the middle. This one is down the leg side again, and Poyer tries to hike it over mid-wicket. A wide signal by the umpire again. And I really have to check the scorers to see how many extra they have bowls thus far, these two bowlers.
Yeah, Louis there looking for the pull shot through mid-wicket. He has been presented with 2 of those deliveries in the last two offers, but unable to make contact with each of them going down the leg side. He has to be careful. He doesn't want to be strangled down the leg side. But definitely opportunities to score that he has missed out on.
Yes, indeed. As Haksha continues. This one is a good delivery outside the off stump with some pace on that as well, Alan said.
Yes, for those who saw his bowl yesterday, he was bowling even quicker. Yesterday they were trying to restrict the Dominicans to a very small total. In defense of only 46 was the target. So he was very fired up and he was bowling a bit quicker yesterday. So some encouraging signs there from the young man in terms of his pace. Good
to see as he pulls out of that one. Wasn't very comfortable with the run. Dead ball signal by the umpire. It is a very cool day here at Park Hill. The sun is not all out in all its glory as yet, but it's a very cool day. The wind is blowing across the playing field, and really the Super 6 signs, lottery Super 6 signs are just fluttering there on the side of the park. You see the lovely colours of the houses in around the Park Hill playing field, the voices as Haksha comes in. This one is down the left side, not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. Hoyt picks up another single. I think there will be a wide signal by the umpire as well. So 2 runs that is. Take the scores up now to 47. So 47 for 1. Ill discipline creeping back into the bowling of Haksha.
Yeah, I think it's more of a fact that he's getting tired. He saw it at the beginning. I think he wasn't warmed. I didn't see him get warmed up in the bowling any deliveries, and yeah, I think that may have attributed to his inconsistency at the beginning, and I think now it is just that he's getting tired.
Yes, it looks that way as well because his form in his bowling looks a little bit shaky, and when you're tired, you normally lose that form, and he's kind of losing that form, falling away, and really he should be tiring. He's in his 6th over, and fortunately he's making a few errors, yes, but he has done a pretty good job so far for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one is hit in the air, dropping short to the man cover. This is problems. This could be trouble. Oh my God, a good throw and it would have been out, but the throw wasn't accurate. Good backing up by Thomas there. Unfortunately for St. Vincent, fortunately for St. Lucia.
Yeah, the 2 of them were at the same end. I mean, I think the fielder had a bit more time than he thought, but of course his eyes would have been on the stumps, and the keeper didn't make it up to the stumps in time. So he could have held the throw maybe 3 or 4 more seconds or so, and he would have gotten the dismissal.
Well, fortune favor the brave. Haksha again, short, and he's on top of that one, playing into the man at mid-wicket, that's Tittle, who does the feeling. And that brings the action over to an end, and a really good over bowl by him as well as St. Lucia. After 11 overs, are 47 for 1. 47 for 1.
Yes, 47 for 1, just going just beyond 4 runs and over at the moment. They will be pleased with the fact that they have only lost 1 wicket, while St. Vincent, I think, will be satisfied based on what had happened in the first couple of overs with that brisk start, that they have clawed back a little bit, but they will be looking for more wickets. I think that they're feeling they will be a bit disappointed with their ground feeling so far. They have caught well, but the ground feeling, they have, just a few little slip-ups here and there, and, that can come back to bite them in the end.
Yes, these little mistakes normally come back to haunt you. Have to be careful as Stapleton bounces away from school end. Full delivery. Really should have done better with that, Poyet. And just squeezing it out to the man at, the bowler comes in and does his own feeling. Really, I think he should have done better with that loose delivery from Stapleton.
Yeah, that one was quite full. He was looking to drive, probably trying to overhit it with the weight a little bit on his back foot, and didn't make good contact. Stapleton also into his 6th over of his spell.
Pulls out of that one. Wasn't too comfortable, had a few chips before the umpire. Did the right thing. If you're not comfortable, pull out of it and start again. As you said, he's in his 6th over. These two has been bowling from the start of play. St. Lucia 47 for 1. Over number 12 been bowled by Stapleton. Full delivery driven up to the skipper. Oh, some bad feeling again here. Through the legs of the skipper, not leading by the example, and another bad miss here by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Another run to St. Lucia, 48 for 1.
Yeah, I think his mind might still be on the run out in the last over, because he was the one who was feeling and might be thinking to himself, he really should have seen the back of at least one of these batsmen, both of them stranded at the same end. It would have been up to the umpire to determine who was out.
Yes, indeed. He was stranded in no man's land. This one is another full delivery outside the arse stump. Really missed it completely is Louis, and it goes to the keeper. Another dot delivery. As you said, they're probably tiring here, seeing some loose deliveries from these fast bowlers. Expected under 15 cricket.
Yeah, it might be that this might be his last over and they will make a switch afterwards. I suspect that both of them will get a maximum of a 6 over spell. We'll see what the captain does after this over.
Stapleton outside the house. Hitting the outer portion of the bat down to Tittle, who's in the gully. Small fella, stocky he is. Should be see him being introduced sometime in the day. Bowls a good medium pace as well. St. Vincent and the Grenadines going down to Dominica yesterday. A poetry 45, 46. Dominica getting that in just about 13 or 14 overs.
Yeah.
St. Lucia today are 48 for 1. This is over number 12. They got 186. It's a full one now in the air. Would it be out? It's through the hands of Zach. Thomas really should have made that a catch, really, Alanson, and he made a mess of that into his hands, into the fence for 4. And 4 fortuitous runs here for batsman Louis.
Yeah, I think at the drinks break, which is coming up soon, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team, they need to shake themselves up a bit here, because the wheels can eventually fall off. I mean, that was a catch that should have been taken. It seems as if at one point he thought it was mistimed and he could come in, and then it flew over his head, bursting through his hands.
Good delivery, good combat delivery by Stapleton. No, he's probably disappointed Thomas not taking that catch. That's the end of his spell here. That's the end of the 12th over. And St. Lucia now 52 for 1. 52 for 1. A bad miss there by Thomas and some really indigenous feeling by the Vincentians here, causing the St. Lucian team to be 52 for 1 after 12 overs.
Yes, looking at Poyet, he's been here from the beginning. Just that last opportunity which he offered with that full delivery that he was looking to drive over mid-off. Didn't get sufficient contact and presented a chance to Zach Thomas, who didn't who complete the catch. But he has looked fairly solid since he has been there batting, and he was joined shortly, well, just a little while ago, by Louis, who is another left-hander. There are 3 left-handers at the top of the order here for St. Lucia, and they are looking quite settled at the wicket. So troubling signs here for St. Vincent and Grenadines under 15 as we go into now the 13th over.
Well, there's a change in bowling. Automatically has to be changed. He has bowled his quota of overs. So this brings Roberts into the bowling attack here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's running off of about 15 paces. Stocky fella, passes the umpire. This one's first delivery down the leg side. Ill directed, starts with a wide.
Yeah, he's a big lad for under 15 age. Definitely bigger than most of, if not all of his teammates. Looks like a strong young man as well. Getting that first delivery just a bit too full. And down the leg side, the wind actually is blowing from the off stump to the leg stump of the left-hander. So they have to be careful of that and aim more for a line that is just on a wrong off stump or just outside on the 4th or 5th stump line.
Yes, well, he's around the wicket. Something I've seen with these players, all the fast bowlers, is a down the leg side again, started another bad delivery. Wide signal by the umpire. This is how they started. They have to be careful with all these extra deliveries. It's now 54 for 1. St. Lucia winning the toss, electing to bat here at Park Hill as we hear the encouragement coming from the supporters for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Get it right. Has not bowled a delivery. He has changed his approach now to over the wicket. He's doing better delivery just on the off stump, and he is right behind of that. Very good delivery by him.
Yeah, with a change of angle, he seems a little bit more comfortable on that delivery. All of them seem to be starting around the wicket to left-handers. This is something you would not have seen years ago. I mean, around the wicket, it's not the easiest place to bowl, especially with the warnings that you would get for running on the pitch as a right bowler. So let's see how he goes now with this new angle.
So wrapping on his pads, a stifled appeal really. Not us as the umpire.
Yeah, we are not behind the bowler's arm in terms of our position here. If you're viewing now, we are probably around the mid-wicket region for the left-hander, so we're not able to see if it pitched outside the leg stump or not. But stifled appeal in the end there.
Well, good comeback by him. 2 good deliveries, following up those 2 extra deliveries that he bowled up front. Roberts. This one is down the leg side. I think it's the commentator's course. He's got back to that old way of bowling the ball down the leg side. So another extra delivery bowl here. Yeah, they need to get things right. These 2 fast bowlers up front, Stapleton and Hackshaw, bowl pretty well. So they need some support here in the middle.
Yeah, I think one of the issues, this is from my own personal observation, is that they take a while to get warmed up, which is something we saw from the opening bowlers as well. They first 2 over 2 were, a little bit wayward, and then eventually they warmed up and got to the task. So it's something to bear in mind, maybe for the coaching staff, that they should, get them bowling a few warm-up deliveries in the warm-up session.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's nerves as well. Having the confidence to come in and bowl right, hitting the spot right on target as is expected. They're young, they're growing, they're learning their art and craft. But he has come back well. Good delivery, just bringing Poyer on the front foot. There's a short third man, a backward point, short extra cover. Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. As the crowd gets a little bit irritated, it goes now to 56 for 1. St. Lucia winning the toss and electing to bat.
Yeah, skipper and vice captain having a word with him now. Probably getting him to settle just to get his plans clear. I think really, if he's going to bowl around over the wicket, that he needs to try to be pushing the ball across the left-hander towards the keeper. So he needs to pitch it probably on the stump and with the angle, have it to go around, go further outside the off stump. The issue is that there's a wind that is aiding inward movement, so he has to maybe aim just a bit further outside the off stump than he would normally have to aim in the absence of this wind.
Yes, do agree with you there. As he continues. Oh, he's bowled him. You just spoke about it. Pitched on the off stump. It came back and it ricocheted into his off stump. And he have lost that off stump, and St. Lucia have lost wicket number 2. A very good delivery there, bowled by Roberts.
Yes, that's where he needs to be. Just aiming just on a wrong off stump or just outside. And the angle would take it across him, but he has the wind that is aiding him to get that little bit of inward movement and maybe off the seam as well. Another thing here is that the pace that these under 15 bowlers are bowling, Kenroy, of course it's not a rapid pace, and you would know that when you're bowling medium pace, the ball tends to move a bit more, especially on your white ball. And so I think that it might be something, as they grow older, they would get some more control on those deliveries.
Well, that brings a number 12, it is, for St. Lucia into the wicket, and that's Thomas. Jermaine Thomas. He now joins, is it Poet? St. Lucia now have lost 2 wickets, 56 for 2 in over number 12. Roberts picking up that wicket. So Louis still at the crease. So Poet has been dismissed. Louis has been dismissed. Right, didn't see that number. So Poet is still at the crease, and that brings Thomas to join him for St. Lucia.
Yeah, the first right-handed batsman, we have said so far we have seen there have been a diet of left-handed batsmen from the St. Lucians. Poet and Louis quite similar in stature and in style. So pardon the mistakes here just a little bit until we could see the numbers on the back. But I must say that the uniforms are looking quite resplendent in the sunshine here.
Yes, they are. Lovely uniforms, complements the National Lottery. They have really decked these youngsters out in the colors of the national flags. As Roberts runs away from us here, down the leg side. No trouble to Thomas, Whiting by the umpire. 57 for 2. Over number 13 being bowled here by Roberts was just successful.
Well, I think that after he has made that adjustment to the left hand, and now he has a right hander, so he has to, recalibrate his bearings here just a little bit, and it should help him to get the ball to move away, the wind that is blowing. So he should be aiming just around the middle and off stump of the new right-handed batsman.
Well, hope he takes that advice from you, Alanson, as he runs away again. This one is further outside the off stump, struggling with his line and length here. Whiting by the umpire again. And another extra delivery being bowled.
Yes, as you said, he's struggling a little bit with his line. It seems like when he gets it on the stump, then he's dangerous. But maybe he should try to bowl with a cross seam grip just to eliminate the movement and see if he could get the ball to at least go on a straight line as to where he's aiming it.
Well, he has gone around the wicket now, changing the angle to Thomas. This one is a fuller delivery. Just push to the man at cover, skipper, who does the fielding there for St. Vincent. Yes. No run. St. Lucia winning the toss, electing to bat 58 for 2. Not a bad position to be in, Alanson. Yesterday they won the toss and batted against Grenadines and scored 186 from 40 overs.
Yeah, that's
would
not
like
a bad
to
total
replicate that.
in 40 overs at all. Not a bad total at all.
Good delivery by Thomas. Sorry, by Roberts. Thomas is right behind of that. And I think that brings the end of the over. 58 for 2. St. Lucia batting for us here at Park Hill. Lovely conditions for cricket here. Alanson, your thoughts?
Yes, it was a very eventful over, quite a prolonged one due to the extras, but he did get a wicket in his first over. Conceded quite a few extras due to the wides, but some promise here if he's able to maintain what he did after the last delivery also in that over. Coming in next over, once the captain decides to keep him on, then I think he could actually blossom into a better spell Thomas just coming at the wicket, right-handed batsman, first of the right-handers for the St. Lucians. I'm sure he'll be looking then to partner Poet, who has been there from the beginning and is looking quite solid at the crease.
Right, and there's a change in bowling as well. The number 1 for St. Vincent, Baptiste, seems like he's bowling off spin. There's a slip. Some adjustment been made to the field now. A slip. There's a sweeper. Skipper is just bringing the man and sweeper around in front square. Really, there's a short extra cover. A mid off, long off. Sorry, a mid on, mid wicket. A man at square leg and somebody just behind. Full delivery swept to the man. Oh, bad feeling again. I think that would run away into the fence. Would it get there? It does that now. Some bad feeling there through the legs of the fielder, that is Roberts, and it goes for 4. Full delivery, swept on the onside. Could have been no run, but it's gone through the legs of Roberts into the fence for 4, and he gets off. And Poet has scored his first boundary for this innings. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to St. Lucia. Poor feeling again by the Vincentians. So there's adjustment again to the field. There's a deep mid-wicket, a square leg. That man at short, there's a short delivery outside the off stump. He's back and just punches it back to the bowler who does the fielding, Baptiste. Started with a loose delivery, 62 for 2. Good delivery, bringing him on the front foot. Good start. Poet just coming forward, pushing it back to the bowler. Baptiste seems to be bowling off spin as the sun greets us in all its glory here. This one is hit high in the direction of the mid-off bounce 1, 2, 3 times. Picks up another single, falls safe, no man's land. There's another single there to Poet, 63.
Yes, and you're looking at the bowling of Baptiste. If Roberts had done the feeling of that first delivery, he would have done wonders for him, because first delivery loose, batsman not quite putting it in the gap, and he would have been a dot delivery. But so far, the other deliveries, he has pitched on a good line and a length, and let's see if he's now able to adjust to the right-handed Thomas, who will face him for the first time.
Thomas marks his guard, the 12 in his back. Beautiful uniforms, as we spoke about earlier. Baptiste to Thomas. Outside the off stump. White signal by the umpire. One more run to St. Lucia, an extra delivery to be bowled. Thomas not ready. I think the keeper's probably saying something there. Wasn't settled. 63 for 2. 13 overs bowled. So it's short and he punches it to the mid-off. Picks up a single. That brings Poet back on strike. Baptiste over the wicket. Off spinners. Short outside the leg stump area. Just turns it. I think there's some bat on top of that. Or would we have a signal from the umpire? No signal from the umpire. That's a single. That brings you over to an end. And after the end of 14 overs, I think there's a water break here on hand. So after 14 overs, it's 65. St. Lucia winning the toss and electing to bat. 65 for 2. We're having a refreshment here for the players, and we would have a break here at Park Hill, and we'll be right back to bring you commentary here from this, the second game in this the Windward Island Super 6 tournament. Welcome back to Park Hill as the refreshments have been taken by the players, and we are about to restart this game here at Park Hill, where St. Lucia have won the toss and elected to bat. They are 65 for 2. 14 overs have been bowled. St. Vincent and the Grenadines have been not so disciplined with their bowling, have bowled just about 28 extras thus far. A total of 65 Allenson, something that they have to look after during this game. But there's a change in the bowling here. So Zach Thomas has replaced, it was Roberts from this end. He picked up a wicket. I think there might be a shift from a different end. So Thomas will be bowling this the 15th over, and he'll be bowling to Poet. First delivery, right on target, Thomas. He has been a find for St. Vincent and Grenadines since he was just about 10 years old. Zach Thomas.
He comes from a cricketing family, so runs in the blood, as we would say.
This one is another good delivery. I think there's a lot of bat on that one. Not how says the umpire. I knew him as a medium pacer. I think that he has changed his craft. He's now gone to off spinners. He's bowling around the wicket. Right arm around the wicket, Thomas. It's a full delivery being pushed to the man at mid-wicket. Tittle just ricochets off his boot, fielded by the skipper. Another single, 65. I know he bowled some medium pace up to last year, so he probably saying a lot of work for me. I'm also a batsman. It's not easy to be bowling pace and batting as well. The skipper made some changes to the field. There's a deep mid-wicket as well. There's a square leg. Mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, short extra cover, a slip. Thomas over the wicket. Good delivery, that beat him all ends up, beating the bat, beating the keeper. They have gone for one. That's all they would get as a bye signal by the umpire, but that was a really good delivery ball by Thomas there.
Yes, beating everyone all ends up. A bit of bounce as well on that delivery. Putting a little bit more into his action than we saw from Batiste, so it's not really putting a lot of energy into his action, so you would expect a lot of turn from what he's offering.
Another full delivery, just hitting him on the pad there. Thomas seems to causing some problems here for these batters. And the reasons for that is bowling flat and fast, really, to the stumps. Thomas doing well in his first over. Poet just tapping away at the crease, still looking to find his feet. Good delivery again by Thomas. Quick, fast. He's right behind of that, fielded by Tittle at mid-wicket. That brings the 15th over to an end. A very good over there by Thomas.
Yes, good over by Thomas. Doing, I think, what his skipper would have expected of him. Keeping the ball straight and threatening the stumps on most occasions. And I think that at this level, this young under-15 level, you would be reaping rewards if you do that more often or not. Because you tend to find that the batsmen do not necessarily play straight as yet. And so, you know, there's always a chance of maybe getting an LBW or hitting the stump. So if he maintains that, then he should reap some rewards in this innings.
Yes, good start by Thomas. Well, he's now bowling with his partner Baptiste. So, although Roberts have picked up that wicket, he has been taken out of the attack. Bowled a few extra deliveries. Skipper saying he wants his fist spinners to be bowling in tandem here, as there's some readjustments to the field. Baptiste over the wicket, right arm off spin. He'll be bowling to the first right-hander as he plays that forward. Back to him, Thomas. Plays that stoutly. Fielded by the bowler. Good encouragement there from the fielders in and around the bat. Seeing again, flighty delivery. This is one in the air, over cover. He's gone for one. Would that get close to the boundary? Doesn't, just bounce twice. 2 runs. So, deliberately hitting that ball over the cover is Thomas. Picks up 2 good-looking runs there, Thomas.
Yeah, that one was a bit fuller from Batiste, and he was able to access the offside, got to free his arms over the top there.
Batiste again, flighty deliveries, hitting one over mid-wicket. Will he be out? Yes, he is. Straight to the man at deep mid-wicket, and he has taken the catch, and St. Vincent have picked up wicket number 3, that of Thomas, caught on the boundary by the skipper, Charles, and they are in a huddle in the middle. St. Vincent have picked up wicket number 3, 69 for 3.
Yeah, the shot was on from Thomas. He just didn't get the connection that he would have wanted. Not getting the power to clear the man on the mid-wicket boundary, and a nice clean catch taken there by the skipper, Charles. It was a foolish delivery. He went down for the slog sweep and didn't get the connection that he would have wanted, or the power into the shot. And he was dismissed. So first wicket there for Batiste. And I think his mother is in the stands watching him. So he has gotten a wicket in front of his mom.
Well, kudos to him. He's picked up his first scalp for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Caught by Charles on the boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary. As I said, the shot was on, but unfortunately for Thomas, he didn't get it over the ropes. It fell into the hands of the skipper, who took a very comfortable catch. And wicket number 3 has been taken by St. Vincent, and it's 69 for 3, and we're in the 16th over. That brings the number 1 from St. Lucia. That is Francis. He's be facing up to Baptiste, who just picked up his first wicket. So Francis. Thomas have been dismissed. He's in. Plays forward in the approved manner, as some applause comes from the spectators in and around. St. Vincent pulling back this game nicely. 3 wickets down, 69 for 3. St. Lucia, defending champions, flighty delivery, beating him outside the off stump. There's an appeal. Umpires not interested in that. Not too sure what is happening there, Alanson, but they were excited.
Well, the keeper didn't appeal at all, so and you know, when the keeper doesn't appeal, you really know that the ball is not out, because keepers tend to appeal for most things.
So Batiste again, slow approach to the wicket, and he's forward. Just plays it back to the bowler. He does the feeling. That brings the over to an end. So a very interesting over, a successful over there by Baptiste. St. Lucia here at Park Hill, they are 69 for 3.
Yes, a very good over from Batiste after, conceding about 6 runs, I think, in his first over, 7 runs in his first over, and on this occasion picking up the wicket of Thomas, who was looking to attack him. He went over cover earlier in the over, and then got a fuller delivery on the leg stump, which he slug swept, but only finding the man at the mid-wicket boundary. So very important wicket taken here by the SVG under 15, as Thomas was dismissed in that over by Batiste, and another Thomas will be continuing from the bowling mark.
So Zach Thomas has been a part of this team for about 3 years now. He's in flighty delivery, driven to the man at mid-off. Easy single. Score moves up now to 70. What is very interesting about the St. Lucia team, I've not seen any panic really. Haven't seen any indigenous shots, any rush of blood. And they have been very calm through this innings thus far. Yeah,
they have, especially based on compared to what we saw yesterday from the Vincent team when they're batting. There has been no swipe across the line or anything out of the ordinary. They're just playing and realizing, I think, that they have 50 overs to bat and playing in their approved manner.
Thomas. Francis is a forward in the approved manner. Really look the part there, Francis. Bat and pat together. Plays forward. Balance right.
He looks like a stylish player, Kennery.
Indeed. That's good to see. Technically, he looks correct. Again, driving nicely to Thomas. Really looking stylish there is Francis. He looks like a movie star playing that shot. Forward, times it very well. Balance stance, he taps and waits. Thomas continues to bowl. He's driving it sweetly back over the head of Thomas. Good feeling there by the man at mid-off. So some encouraging signs here for the Vincentian fielders. Some excellent backing up. But really, Francis looking very spectacular behind that ball.
Yes, looking quite nice. Shaping nicely is Francis, and good feeling there by Boyer, who has proven to be one of the better fielders on the team.
Thomas, full delivery, driven out to the man at cover. Oh, some bad miss there again by the man at cover. Really should have been easy feeling there, but it went through the hands of that man, Baptiste again. Sorry, not Baptiste, Thomas. And Robert, and giving away an easy single. And that brings the stylish Francis to the crease again as he plays that one stylishly to the man at backward point. That brings the over for Thomas to an end. And after the end of over number 16, 17, it is 72-3. St. Lucia batting here first at Park Hill.
Yes, the young man, Thomas, he walks with a little bit of a strut. Seems to be a confident young man. Francis, the new batsman. But that feeling effort there we saw from Roberts, he hasn't covered himself in glory in the field so far. I don't know if his bowling is on his mind. Seeing that he conceded quite a few extras in his solitary over, and even though he took a wicket that he was removed by the captain, but he needs to get in the game and show that he does what is required of him in the field. Fielding is something that is uncontrollable when you're playing cricket, so something that they would have to work on as they get older.
This one is a pitch on the outside. This could be trouble. Oh, he misses the stump. That should have been shown to the keeper. He went for direct, missed it, and a body taken there. The batsman was also looking to play on the onside. Went across, missed by the keeper, and a chance
because it's gone across the front.
Again, times Francis in the air. Would it be out contest? Yes. Taken by Bob. A good catch running across from mid-on, and Francis stylishly walks out the wicket. It's 73-4 here, St. Lucia, and a very good catch by Bob. Baptiste have picked up his second wicket.
Yes, but he's getting into his work. He's bowling well. That one was quite full. I mean, probably there for the shot, but I mean, these are under 15 players. You don't expect them necessarily to be the most powerful of batsmen. And in the end, he wasn't able to clear the man who was deep set there at mid-on. So another good wicket, a key wicket there for Baptiste. Francis dismissed, and he's now being replaced at the wicket by the new batsman, who is Scholar, Aiden Scholar. Interesting last name, Scholar. Are you a scholar, Kenroy? Or were you a scholar in school?
I wasn't. I'm not that. I didn't get a scholarship to go anywhere, so that doesn't apply to me. I excelled in different areas.
All right. Well, you're a sports scholar then?
Yeah.
Sports scholarship.
Yeah. I'm looking for that. Put on my gong and so on, and have my bachelor's here, master's here. Sports. Educationally, I did what I was supposed to do. And really, it's good to see guys establish themselves educationally. That's very important. Livelihood as St. Vincent continues here to really pile on the pressure on St. Lucia. 73-4. I think it's even Stevens. It could go either way from here. 17 overs bowled as Baptiste continues. A good delivery again. Coming in is Bob. Good feeling. Seem to have some pep in the steps here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 73-4.
Yes, and
comes back and just punches to the man at cover there, and Baptiste continues to do good work here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, he has to be careful with that shot though. Looking to play that one off the back foot. If he struck on the pad, it would be a loud appeal for sure.
Chips forward and just plays that to the man at short extra cover, using his feet nicely there. It's Scholar.
Yeah, I think that last delivery he did change his mind, as we mentioned. It was a bit dangerous to be playing those off the back foot, so he decided instead to come down. Probably the first batsman I've seen do that in the 2 games that we have watched so far. First man to leave his crease and come down to the spinner. Interesting
to see he have that confidence to do that. But that brings the Baptiste over to an end. And 18 overs been bowled, 18 there, 73 for 4. St. Vincent have played some pretty good cricket after the break here at Park Hill.
Yes, a resurgence from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team. We've seen the initial exchange is really going in favour of St. Lucia, and even up until the drinks break, they were still in a fairly good position, but they have come back with 2 quick wickets since then to the bowling of Baptiste, who is doing a good job here for his team.
Well, Zach Thomas will continue from here, the road end, as the crowd builds up here at Park Hill. St. Vincent looking for their first victory. St. Lucia looking for their first victory as well. The defending champion, St. Lucia. Thomas around the wicket. Flight delivery outside the off stump. And Poyet just pushes forward. Finds the man at short extra cover. So some good tight bowling here by these two. Thomas and Baptiste for St. Vincent. And really pulling things back again here for St. Vincent as Thomas continues. Quicker delivery. Turns off his pad here to square leg as Tittle runs around and fields. And not a single to the total, 74.
Yes, and Poyet, he has been quite solid. He has been there from the beginning, opening batsman for St. Lucia. Hasn't looked in any trouble at all and hasn't really played a shot in anger. But he is doing what you would really expect of your opening batsman, which is really to see off the new ball and once you get past that, to go as deep as possible into the innings.
Well, Thomas over the wicket now. Quicker delivery, he's back and just punching it back to Thomas. As you said before, he has to be very careful with that shot. He has played it on a couple of occasions. Have to be careful that ball slipped through his defense and ricochet onto those stumps as Thomas continues. He's forward this time and just playing it with a close face to the man at mid-wicket. So some tight, consistent bowling here by these two spinners for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, that's a better way to play it there from the new batsman, Scholar.
Scholar is playing intelligently here, just turning it to the man at mid on, calling for early single. Good response by his partner and a good single taken by these two.
Yeah, and we have seen from Scholar, he has a tendency to go on the back foot, but he's a very tall, well, I don't want to say very tall, of course, relatively for that age group. And he should be able to use his height to smother the bowling of these two spinners on the front foot.
Oh, he's bowled him. Thomas have gone to the defense of Poyet. Pitched on the off stump, he came back. We spoke about that shot for Scholar. But Thomas went through the defense of Poyet, hitting all 3 stumps, and St. Vincent picked up wicket number 5.
Yes, and if you look at the bowling of Thomas, he's not really looking to slow the ball now. He's looking to bowl quickly and at the stump as an off spinner. So going onto the back foot is very dangerous. It's good to be on the front foot against him. He's bowling that in-between length, so it's good to be playing him off the front foot. Haven't seen him get prodigious turn, but he's getting the ball to zip off the pitch. And he has taken, I think, a valuable wicket here in Poyet, who has been there from the start.
Exactly. So Poyet goes back to the pavilion. Bowl Thomas through baton pad. Really, we spoke about that shot for Scholar, but it affected Poyet. So that brings out the number. I haven't seen the number on his back there as yet, but he's a tall fella from St. Lucia. The over comes in as Baptiste continues. Scholar drives up to mid to covers. Stevens, the new batter. So Steven comes to the crease. He joins Scholar. Baptiste continues. Scholar is back on the back foot looking to cut to backward point into the keeper's glove, and he could hear the cheers coming from around the ground. The Vincentians are bubbling here. They're on top of this game, 75 for 5. Into over number 19. St. Lucia, the defending champions. Full delivery. This one is hit high and hard. It finds a gap, knows it? Some excellent full delivery there by Baptiste, and it was smashed over mid-wicket, finding the fence. 4 runs to Scholar, 4 runs to St. Lucia, and really a bad delivery there by Baptiste.
Yes, it was. It was a bad delivery. Lots of air, lots of flight, but didn't bounce on the pitch. So full toss in the end, and well dealt with there by Scholar. finding a gap for 4 runs.
Baptiste again. He's looking to pull. That ball just trickling just across his stumps there. Alonso looking to go through the mid-wicket area. Unfortunately for him, it went past his stumps. Could have been worse.
He has to be very careful when playing off the back foot in particular. On this wicket to these 2 spinners. They're diminutive.
This time he just back and plays it softly to the man at extra cover. No run. 80 for 5. 80 for 5. St. Vincent having St. Lucia in a pretty good position here. But that's runs on the board. Alanson. Flighty delivery. Scholar chips down the wicket. Not afraid to use his feet, Scholar. Plays it out to the man at cover. That brings you over to an end. At over number 20, it's 80 for 5.
Yes, and what you're seeing from him is that he's leaving his crease and he's actually defending when he's, he gets there, he changes his mind and defends. So he's showing that he has the option to be restrained even though he chips down the wicket. There are some people, once they chip, they have to go. But good to see the young man using his feet to get closer to the delivery. He's quite tall as well, so when he uses his feet and stretch forward, he covers a bit of ground.
Well, with the break in play here, we'd have a change in commentary. Mr. Cato would replace me. Alanson, as you take you to the other section of this game in the middle period. Welcome back, Mr. Cato.
Yes, Thomas now is in. Whew, that one turned back in, but still too far outside the off stump to go to actually be threatening in terms of being a dismissal. So Stephen there has to be careful, has to watch Thomas quite quickly as we welcome back Osnet to the commentary box. Good morning again, Osnet.
Let's go on to you, Alanson. A lot has changed since my last stint.
Yes, definitely. It seems as if when I came in here, I brought some wickets for SVG, but I think the St. Lucia team would be glad to see you back in the commentary box now.
Well, I prefer not to comment. But a very good comeback here from the Vincentian team. It shows that they are improving, and they've been able to exert a bit of pressure on the St. Lucian team. They've induced a bit of looseness, a little slackness in terms of their stroke play, and thankfully they were able to take advantage of those opportunities presented to them.
So that's another very good delivery from Thomas. He beats Stephen all ends up as he was looking to push forward on the offside. Thomas in the midst of a very good spell here. We'll give you his figures shortly. As he in again. Stephen looking to drive. This one is beaten outside the off stump. Should be a bye at least. As Bob is quickly after it. Fires in the return. Keeps them down to 1. But bye signal there by umpire. But Thomas is really causing some problems here.
Yes, he's in the middle of a very good spell. He's not a tall man, but gets the ball to skid on to the batters so far, and has been able to taste a bit of success, which will give him a bit of confidence as well.
Okay, so Thomas will continue, this time bowling to Scholar. And Scholar is forward, pushing that one out to the man at point. There's no run. Scholar, he looks quite unperturbed at the wicket. Seems to be not an unflappable type of character. As he overcomes Son, and it's 81 for 5 here after 21 overs.
It's a very good over again from Thomas. Figures of 1 for 6 from his 4 overs. So he hasn't given a lot away, and he's been able to get a key wicket as well in his previous over. So Vincentian team here will be looking to limit the St. Lucian team as much as possible in terms of preventing any sort of a middle order recovery. I think Thomas and Baptiste, they've really bowled well in tandem and have pulled things back here for the Vincentian team.
Yeah, Thomas 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. We'll give you the figures of Baptiste after this over. As Stephen reaches forward, tall young man, covers that one outside the off stump, pushes it back to the bowler. Oh, and this one is beating him outside the off stump. A very good delivery there from Baptiste. Looking at the field, there is a man at a shortish backward point. There's a cover point. There's an extra cover, a deepish mid off, a man at long on, a mid wicket, and mid wicket on the boundary as well, on a backward square leg. This one is hit powerfully for 6 runs. That one is on the bank, and we have seen Stephen here. He's displaying his power. That one was a bit too full there from Batiste, and Stephen is saying, man, get that away from me.
And I was just about to mention, Alonso, that he's well built. He's a big man. And I think in that the way Joris is bowling in terms of flight in his deliveries, I'm sure he'll be tempted at some point. Well, he was tempted at that point, and he deposited that one over deep mid wicket for a massive 6.
It's a big 6 for an under 15 player. He's sitting it quite firmly. This one he hit straight to the man there, Tittle at mid wicket, but he's looking to go at Batiste. Batiste probably shouldn't mind this. It gives him an opportunity to get the wicket, but it should be interesting viewing as he comes in again. This one is a bit shorter. He defends this one off the back foot. Probably just a little bit of blood that went up into his brain there after that 6. Looking to hit the other one, but defends this one. There's no run. So Stephen faces up. And this one is a bit shorter. He plays it off the back foot. So Batiste really learning from that one that he flighted a bit too much in the earlier part of the over and pulled his length back to keep the batsman in check. And at the end of the over, it's 87 for 5.
Yes, a good end to the over there for Batiste after being hit for that mammoth 6 on the 3rd delivery. Finished well by just basically pushing those deliveries through. I'm pretty much afraid to flight again, given the power that we have seen displayed there from Stephen. So 87 for the loss of 5 wickets. Somewhat of a partnership being built here by the St. Lucian team. Vincent should be looking to put an end to that as quickly as possible.
So Thomas continues bowling to Scholar, who pushes this one out to extra cover. But he's bowling from the other end. He has figures of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. Before that delivery, Thomas, you said he has 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. And this one just pushed back to him. He's bowling quite tightly. Straight line. Not offering too much to the batsman. Ooh, and this one is a quicker, flatter one. And as I was saying with my co-commentator, Ken Roy, who was on before you, was that is the delivery that he has to watch for. It's very dangerous to be playing that one off the back foot.
Yes, that one seemed to be skidding through. He's not a tall man, so he wasn't getting a lot of bounce on Thomas. So Scholar there has to be mindful of what he's serving up.
And this one now, he's on the back foot. Covers it up. I think this pair for St. Lucia will be looking to see how deep they could take it in this innings. The bowling now is quite good. Thomas, again, a nice flat delivery. Really bowling well is Thomas. And that's the end of the over. And it's a maiden over. So he has completed now 5 overs, 2 maidens. And he has figures of 1 for 6. Thomas.
Another very good over there from Thomas. Getting through his overs very quickly as well. A short man. Doesn't give the ball a lot of air. But what he does, he's very accurate with his approach. And in that over, Scholar, they are being very watchful as well. So both of these players will be mindful that they just need to get through this middle phase. These 2 bowlers are bowling reasonably well. So just about negotiating this phase, and hopefully they can pick up later on in the innings.
And this one, as Batiste continues, just a little bit short and push on the offside there by Stephen. Don't think Batiste will be looking to go too full to him based on what happened the last over. This time he tempts him with another full one. He scores to the man at long on, and he's caught. He's caught. I was just about to say that he will test him at some point, but he will just be looking to back off length most of the time. But he will definitely see if he will have a go again. And he did, and this time he has gotten the wicket. And Batiste, in the midst of a very good spell, has taken now 3 wickets and has a chance to take a 5-er.
Yes, what we have seen from Stephen is that when the deliveries are short of a length, he's prepared to just go back and play it up the pitch. But whenever there's a bit of flight, his brain, he spoke about that adrenaline flowing through his brain that seemed to be activated. And on that occasion, just perhaps hitting it a bit too straight, the 6 that he hit actually went a bit squarer and hit it straight down the throat there of the man Bob. And the good thing about these outfield catches, Alonso, is that they're going to players, more experienced players we know that have good catching ability. So that is good from a Vincent perspective.
Well, I think that the captain has been deliberate in placing some of his better fielders in those high traffic areas. So that's commendable to the captain and the think tank of the team.
Agreed.
So a new batsman comes in. Just waiting to see his number. Looks like it's the skipper, Wiley. Willie. But we'll confirm that very shortly when we see his number on his back. He's a left-handed batsman.
It's been a very good spell from Joris Alansi, must be said. He doesn't bowl with a high degree of pace or anything, but what he does, he's very accurate as well. Both spinners, I think the accuracy has been key for the success that they have enjoyed so far. On that occasion, Joris, after basically bowling flat for the past 4 deliveries versus Stevens, managed to give that one a bit of air, and there went Stevens trying to clear that man there long on, but succumbing in the end to a very good catch from
Willie. So the new batsman is Willie, full delivery, and this one goes back to the bowler, Batiste, who has conceded a few runs, but is being quite effective in terms of his wicket taking. Here he comes in again. Played softly back down the pitch by Willie, who is a St. Lucian captain, left-handed batsman.
But I tell you what, it's been a lot of action so far, but it's only 23 overs completed. So still quite a long way to go. 27 overs remaining in this innings, and I'm sure the St. Lucian lower order here will be looking to bat as much of these overs as possible.
This one is a bit shorter. Doesn't find the gap. Just punches it out to his opposite number, captain for the SVG team there, Charles. No run is taken. Could hear the this one plays back on the pitch again. You could hear the SVG team just giving some support to their bowler, Batiste. Finishes another over. Another successful over for him. So 3 wickets now to Batiste. And at the end of the over, the score is now 87 for 6.
Another successful over there from Batiste and the St.
Vincent wicket maiden as well
on the 15 team. A big wicket there because we saw the power of Stephen in the previous over, so it was a very good wicket for them to take at that particular point. 6 overs, 3 for 20, so a very good return there from Joris Batiste, more than 6 overs on the trot. So what we've seen from the captain so far, they're utilizing 4 bowlers and giving them relatively long spells.
Scholar turns this one down to the man at long on. He has looked quite composed since he has been at the crease. And I'm sure that they, from the St. Lucian perspective, will want to put on a bit of a partnership here to arrest this slide. They have lost quite a few wickets since the drinks break. And I've really seen the SVG team have a bit of a comeback here in this particular game. And most of it is due to the bowling of Thomas and Batiste, off-spinners bowling in tandem here. Slip now in place to the new batsman, who is Willie. Long off comes into mid-off, but there's a long on in place. There's a deep mid-wicket, and there's also a man at deep square leg.
Well, you mentioned the bowling of Thomas and Joris Batiste Allenson. Between both of them, 12 overs, 4 for 27. So a very good spell in tandem, both spinners.
So another good delivery there. Captain Willie probably telling himself, just speaking to himself at square leg, determined to bat now. And comes forward, pushes out to extra cover. And another good delivery there from Thomas. Just on an off stump. Not short, not over pitched either. So he has been very consistent in his line and his length, both to right and left-handers. Ooh, this one is looking to swing this one through the offside. Not really a drive, because it wasn't a drivable length, nor was it a cut, but more of a flat-batted attempt, as he was essaying to push that one through the offside. Came off the inside edge, but didn't strike the stump. So all is well that ends well for Willie. St. Lucia on the 1988 for 6 in the 25th over as Thomas comes in. And it's pushed again out to the man at straightish extra cover. And that's the end of the over. 88 for 6. 25 overs have been bowled.
Another good over there from Thomas. 1 run coming from that over. So 6 overs, 1 for 7. Really giving nothing away here to the St. Lucian team. Very accurate. And of course, he got that solitary wicket as well. It will be interesting to see how the captain utilizes these 2 bowlers currently. We see Batty's moving into his 7th over. So the change of bowling at some point will need to come in and really add to the foundation laid by these 2 spinners.
So Batiste now continues to scholar, pushes it back down the wicket to him. No run scored.
Yes, so there's a man at backward point, cover extra cover, mid-off. There's a long on, man at deep mid-wicket, and a man at short fine leg. So in-out sort of feel for Joris Batiste. A bit of uncertainty as well in the run in between the wickets. That was a long single there. A delivery played out to the man there at short mid-wicket. Tito. In the end, both batters refusing that single.
Yes, this one now is pushed down back to the bowler. So in the midst of a very good spell here, these 2 off spinners, they have really turned the tide here at the Park Hill playing field. Just another consultation between the skipper and his scholarly charge.
The scholar is going to be critical here for the St. Lucian team. He will need to bat with the lower order here. We've seen that he has the temperament so far. He's on 6 from 23 deliveries. So he will want to bat as much of the 24.3 overs remaining so far, remaining in the innings. And if he does, I'm sure St. Lucia will be able to put up a competitive total here this morning.
Yes, 88 for 6. They will be disappointed where they are now, but as you mentioned, there is time to recover. About his run on that occasion does Batiste. Interesting, I mentioned that his mom is here watching him. I actually taught his mom in first form, so I'm feeling extremely old now, as that.
Old indeed, the life of a teacher.
That one is hit in the gap. Does it go to the boundary? We'll wait on the umpire's signal, but that one was hit in the mid-wicket region. Full toss on that occasion by Batiste.
But it's been a relatively good delivery for Joris Batiste. We saw him picking up a wicket from a full toss, and so far we have seen that a couple of half chances really going out to the man there at deep mid-wicket. It's a delivery, I'm not sure if it's intentional, but whenever he presents it to the batter, there seems to be in some sort of difficulty in terms of putting it away.
Well, as you mentioned, it's on the 15 age group level, and some of the batsmen just don't have the power. We saw some power from Steven, but he has been dismissed. Intelligently played into the gap there by the skipper. Should be 2 runs. Well weighted shot, very well placed, and that's good batting there by Willie.
Yes, a good piece of cricket there from the captain Willie. Delivery short on the line of the leg stump, just working it out to the square leg region. The man there was deep, and that's a big part of the ground, and wasn't able to negate that second run for the St. Lucian team. So they move up to 91 for the loss of 6 over number 26 completed.
Yes, as you mentioned, that's actually the biggest pocket in the ground here. That's the biggest boundary. I think going out there would be a proper international size boundary to that square leg region that as Willie was facing up. And it will be Thomas to continue. I think that these 2 will probably bowl and change until they have finished their 10 over spells respectively. Thomas now to Scholar. Driving nicely. Well fielded there by The skipper Jordan Charles keeps them down to 1, but a nice looking shot there from Scholar.
Yes, Scholar has a comeback from the point that he arrived at the wicket. He's been able to manipulate the ball into the gaps, but he's also been very assured. Seemed to have a very good head on his shoulders, and the St. Lucia team will be hoping that he's able to bat and bat as long as possible here this morning.
I think that's the slowest delivery he has bowled. That one was really slow flighted, probably trying to tempt skipper Willie into an injudicious shot.
And skipper Willie as well, he has played smartly since he arrived at the wicket. He seemed to be prepared to build somewhat of a partnership with Scholar, who has been there for a while. In terms of other bowling options, we saw yesterday the skipper himself bowling a bit of leg spin, so I'm sure he'll be thinking about utilizing himself at some point in time. We also saw Bob, another spinner, so those are two slow bowling options that he has at his disposal.
Yes, quite a few bowlers it seems in the team, and some of them who are able to do both, as Thomas he opened the batting, and he's bowling quite well here today as well.
And of course, we haven't seen titulars yet. The short man there, number 3 on his back, broad hat. They had short mid-wicket.
Yes, that broad maroon hat, that Richie Richardson or Carl Hooper hat. This one is straighter, quicker. Thought he may have gotten through there, but just coming down late with the bat there was the skipper Willie, keeping it out. But a very good spell here by Thomas.
You mentioned that is his weapon really in terms of getting that ball straight and sliding onto the batter. He's also been able to vary his pace as well on certain occasions as he once again rushes through that over. It's the end of his 7th over for Thomas. He has figures of 1 for 8. And at the end of the 27th, St. Lucia on the 15, they are 92 for the loss of 6.
It's 92 for 6 here. Had a fairly solid second wicket partnership that, took the score forward. But since then, the fall of Louis, I think, that was a batsman dismissed. They have lost wickets at regular intervals, and that has curtailed the scoring rate. But I think a lot of credit has to also go to both Batiste and Thomas. Batiste now being removed from the bowling. He's being replaced by the vice captain Alston Bob Jr., who will be bowling off spin. Some feelers being sent to different positions. We now have a deepish mid-off, not fully on the boundary as a long-off. But there is a deep mid-wicket, a man at a short third man. There's a point. There's a shortish mid-wicket. There's a man at long-on. There's an extra cover. And now there's a deep backward square leg being put in position as well.
Yes, Alston Bob, one of those players from these parts. As we mentioned yesterday, Alanson, most of the players in the team are from this side of the island, the northeast of the side. His father is here as well, Alston Bob, senior, so I'm all here. So it's good to see a lot of the parents or well-wishers here to support the young men. They need that type of support if they are to deliver the performances needed on the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we also must acknowledge that there are some of the St. Lucian fans here as well, maybe parents of some of the players. We've seen about 9 or 10 individuals here supporting St. Lucia.
That's very boisterous as well, making themselves heard, which is good to see. All in good spirits here at the Parkway playing field.
It's a good delivery again from Bob. Looking for the run there was Scholar, but no run on offer. Goes to the man at backward point. So in the midst of a very good period here, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team. This one is a quicker one. Ooh. But it's wide, it's down the leg side. It was very quick. Maybe a clean take there from the keeper may have been a chance of a stumping.
Indeed so. Wicket keeper Hoyt has had a mixed day in the field. Must be said he has shown tremendous improvement as the innings got underway. Wicket keeping is never an easy task. Never something I really wanted to do at any point in time. It's good to see the young man fighting it out for his team here.
It's Bob again into Scholar. This one is full. He's sitting it out to the mid-wicket region. That's 4 runs. That's a bad delivery there from Bob and well played there by Scholar. And a lot will depend on him for the remainder of this innings for the St. Lucians. Good boundary to him.
Yes, a very poor delivery there from Bob. Maybe trying to push that one through once again, not really getting the direction right. Presenting a juicy full toss there for Scholar. And he was able to play it over deep mid-wicket for a well-needed boundary there for the St. Lucian team.
Yes, he got it directly over the man at short mid-wicket, which means that there was always a gap behind there. So good placement. And Bob again into Scholar. This one he comes forward, covers it up nicely into the man at extra cover. And that's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, it is 97 for 6 after 28 overs.
Yes, a relatively productive over there for the St. Lucian team, considering what we've seen in the previous overs. And they were able to get a boundary as well as a single. So 5 runs coming from that Bob over. Remember, he was replacing Joris Batiste, who really completed a very good spell. Figures of 3 for 20. So, captain persisting with Thomas here from the southern end. I mentioned it's critical in terms of the new bowlers that are going to be utilized, how well they take advantage of the platform laid by the bowlers so far. All 4 bowlers before the introduction of Bob given a relatively long spell.
This one is driven to the man at cover. There's no run. Fielded there by Boy. Thomas continues. Not Boy actually doing the fielding, but Batiste himself there. Morris Batiste. Good delivery. Appeal, but seems to be a bit of bat somewhere there in that vicinity.
Yes, if there wasn't any bat there, I think that would have been an easy decision for umpire Byam. But once again, Thomas causing problems for the left-hander.
Ooh, that's a quicker delivery and playing it off the back foot there by Willie. He has to be careful. Thomas is getting that ball to skid through quite quickly. And he'll be well advised just to come forward there to that length. This time he goes down the leg side. First wide we have seen from him. Maybe just tiring a little bit. It has been a long spell from Thomas. This time he's forward, pushes it back to the bowler. It's Willie.
Yes, that's the type of stride you were calling for in terms of coming forward to those deliveries. We saw the strength of Thomas being that delivery skidding on to the left-hander from around the wicket.
And you saw that Poet was dismissed bold from one of those deliveries on the back foot. Really should have been forward as well. Changing his guard here or remarking it is Willie. He's punching this one. Another good delivery there from Thomas. Encouragement coming from his teammates. This one is driven. Ooh! Just eludes the man there, Roberts. Don't know if it was how close it was to him because we are actually at what would be a mid-wicket position. So, but definitely hit uppishly by Willie. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, the score is now 99 for 6.
Yes, I think it was a rather lazy attempt there from Roberts. He has not had the best day in the field. A few misfield, a few balls going through his legs. So on that occasion, maybe not giving it his all really. A delivery played uppishly, as you mentioned. Very close to him there at short extra cover. He's a relatively tall man as well, has good reach, was not able to effect a catch. And another good over there coming to an end from Thomas. 2 runs coming from it. His 8th over completed. 29 completed for the Vincentian team. St. Lucia, they are 99 for the loss of 6, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat.
So Bob will be continuing. He'll be bowling to Willie. There's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a long on in place on the boundary. Everyone else is within the 30-yard circle. Comes forward, pushes it back to the bowler. So there's a flatter delivery. Bob, he's not bowling the way that Batiste bowled. Batiste was bowling quite slowly and with much flight. Bob is bowling in probably in a similar vein to what we saw from Thomas. But again, this one is a full toss, quick single. Good return, but he's in. So he's in. And I was about to say that he is bowling a bit faster than we saw from Batiste. So he's bowling similarly in terms of the pace that Thomas is bowling, but not with the same control.
Yes, the issue with Thomas is that he's very accurate in his bowling. So far, we've seen a couple of full tosses from Bob. So maybe trying a bit too hard. Just need to get settled, work his way into a spell.
This one is very full again, pushed there by the batsman, Scholar. Played off the front foot out to extra cover on a run. This one is driving, doesn't really get the timing. It's a very full delivery. So almost yorks himself there.
It's a lovely day for cricket here at Parkway playing field. The sun is out now in all its glory. Nice wind blowing across the ground as well. That will help the players.
So aborts his delivery on that occasion, Bob. Ooh, and that one's a quick flat one. Not taken cleanly by the keeper, who also looks a little bit of a distance away from the stump. I don't think if he had gathered that he'll be able to reach the stump to effect a stumping. And at the end of the over, end of 30 overs, the score is now 100 for 6. And replacing me in the commentary box to join us at K2 will be Kenroy Martin.
Yes, another good over there from the Vincent team. Aston Bob just conceding a single in that over. So continues to keep things tight. The spinners being in operation. And that's going to be key as they try to just chip away at the St.Lucia team in terms of getting wickets at regular intervals. The St. Lucia team, they are hoping that they can continue in terms of this partnership with the captain Willie and Scholar, who has been there for a while. Both players seem to be, have a calming influence on each other as we see Thomas into his 9th over on the trot. Captain really utilizing him to the full extent here, rightfully so. Be hoping that he can add something else to that final column, that 4th column. This one again is punched up the ground by Willie on the back foot. Just has to be mindful, as we were speaking about earlier, of that delivery just skidding on or coming back with the arm from Thomas. As I welcome back my co-commentator, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, overs really going through very quickly here, so you're back with us again. Welcome back.
Well, some good bowling here by St. Vincent, keeping in St. Lucia in check and really bowling some tight overs between Thomas and Batiste. Now they have the introduction of Bob, and they have done exceptionally well. Not scoring, but keeping things tight.
Yes, and I think that is important. If you're not getting wickets, at least you're keeping the batters in check. And I think that is what the St. Vincent team has done well so far in this innings.
I just think that the St. Lucian team is looking to bat through their quota of overs, really. They have lost 6 wickets in their efforts, so they're just trying to keep their wickets in hand and try to get as much as possible from the allotted amount of overs. As they take a nice single to mid-wicket, as they say, they take the opportunities, they are taking those, they're not risking their hands, and really, that's the end of this Zach Thomas over. The score is now at 101 for 6.
Yes, Thomas getting through another over again very quickly. He does get through these overs. His figures of 9 overs, 1 for 11. So he has given nothing away, Thomas. He has been very impressive. And as you mentioned, that's a very good point in terms of the St. Lucians looking to bat as much of these overs as possible 31 overs completed. And I think that's something that we did not see from the Vincentian team yesterday. They lost all the wickets and they were not able to forge any sort of partnership or put in the effort really to try and bat as long as possible. What we have seen from these two players, and Willie, the captain, and Scholar, was being there 12 from 37, is that they're prepared to fight it out and bat as much of the overs.
Well, if you bat the amount of the allotted overs, then you give yourself a better chance of getting a good total to be put on the board. But then in the meantime, you still have to score. And that is something that they are not really doing. If you score 1, 2, 3 runs per over, then you could get up to a very good total. But they have been bowling tight. They have not been scoring just about, I think the scoring rate just about what, 2? I'm seeing it? 3.26. And not a bad scoring rate. Not a bad scoring rate. That would take you up to like 150 yard plus. And that should be a good score.
Yes, I was just about to ask about in terms of what do you assess as being a very good total, given what we have seen so far.
This one is driven up to the man at cover. I think with St. Lucia coming into this game 186 yesterday, St. Vincent have been bowled out for 46. 150 plus should be a very interesting game between these two. As Bob continues, shorter delivery, punch back past him for a single. As you see the St. Lucian batters, you're not risking their hands, you're taking the singles when the opportunity presents itself. And they're playing some smart cricket here. Agreed.
So 102 now for the loss of 6. If you're now joining us, this is action in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament, played here at the Parking Playing Field between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia. Earlier, St. Lucia, they won the toss and elected to bat first. And after a novel starter, this one is a full toss. Looking at the signal from umpire Byam a square leg, he's indicating that it's below the waist height. So a single there for Scholar, 103 for the loss of 6.
Well, just to remind you, there's another game that has been played at Cumberland between the Dominica and the Grenada. From my last update, Dominica was 102 for 6 as well. So similar situations existing here between the two games. So as we see, St. Lucia looking for their first victory. St. Vincent looking for theirs as well. This one is cut to the man at cover. Skipper who does very well. Another single is taken. No risk. Just good cricket being played by the St. Lucians so far.
Yes, just walking the ball into the gaps. And both of these players. And partnership continues to prosper. 104 for the loss of 6. It's a right and left hand combination as well. So it's important that they walk the strike so they could present a different opportunity for the bowler.
So Bob continues. It's a flighted delivery down the leg stump. Keeper missed that one. They pick up one. I think there would be a signal of a wide delivery down the leg side. Yes, signal comes now. And 2 more runs to St. Lucia, really. I think the keeper should have done much better with that one.
Yes, a misdirected delivery down the leg side there. The keeper, as we mentioned, has had a mixed day in the field. He has done some very good things, but there's still a lot of grey areas there where he needs to work on. But he's still a relatively young man. He's still learning the game. And hopefully we'll see some improvement as he go along. But one of the things I can notice in terms of where he's standing to the spinners, he's quite a way back still. He's not directly up to the stump. So even though a stumping opportunity might present itself, he's not in a position to really take advantage of such.
I do agree with you there. I've just noticed that as well. And really that comes with the confidence of the individual as well behind the stumps. And those are things that should have been dealt with all year. But they are here in the tournament, so they have to be looked at and talked about as well. Because it's all about development and getting the players to that next level, really. And as a wicket keeper, you ought to be up to the stumps, taking those deliveries from the spinners. And as they over come to an end here, St. Lucia, 106 for 6. Willie and Scholar doing battle here for St. Lucia. As we continue with Thomas, who has bowled a marathon spell. He's in his last over number 10, and he's picked up 1 wicket so far. Thomas again, flighted delivery. He's just forward, played in the approved manner. Bat and pat together. St. Vincent looking for wicket number 7. St. Lucia just looking to bat through their overs, get as much as possible. Flighted delivery, and he's going for that one down to mid-on. Only gets it to the man at mid-on, but he was looking for a little bit more from that one.
Yes, the first shot played in anger really that we have seen from Scholar. He has been very circumspect so far on that occasion, looking to hit that one over long on. Thankfully for him, not timing it as well as he would like. Gets a single. But it's an interesting choice of shot from him, given this is the last over from Thomas.
He's again flighted, slow delivery. That's one is just like Thomas, just tossing it up in the air, saying do what you want to do with it. Looking for him to come down the track, but well played. Well played by skipper Willie.
But that was the definition of what a flighted delivery is. It went a long way up there from Thomas.
Again, a flatter delivery, faster one this time. I remember the likes of Walford Ambrose bowling those deliveries. He hits it out the park if you wish to. Thomas around the wicket, another delivery, calls him again, and Willie's equal to the task. Just say, no, I will have a little push at this one. But a good spell being completed here by Thomas, and really he should be given a round of applause. An excellent spell by him. He has bowled 10 overs thus far, and you would give us the figures.
Yes, 10 overs, 1 for 12. You mentioned it's a marathon spell. He bowled his 10 overs on the trot. A very good spell there from the young man, his father looking on. I'm sure he'll be very proud of his effort so far. And that would definitely give him some confidence going into this batting effort at some point today.
Well, at 107 for 6, 32 overs bowled. Another 17 overs to go. They are going rather quickly. The introduction of the skipper Charles. He's known for his leg spin. He now comes into the attack. He has replaced Bob. Probably switching Bob to the other end or looking for somebody else. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, we were speaking earlier, Alonso, in terms of the other bowling options that the Vincentian team has. So we know the captain for sure. He's a leg spinner. We saw a bit of him yesterday. There's also Tito. The medium pacer. And as you mentioned, Bob. So those are our three options that we saw being utilized earlier yesterday.
This is the first delivery, a slower delivery. I just want to mention that the bowlers before were bowling a little bit quicker. Now the skipper has come into the attack. This first delivery was a flighted one, and they just barely hit the bat and run off to the man at square leg, picking up a single. I just think that they should slow it down just a little bit more.
Agreed.
More effective.
Agreed. I think Batiste did that quite a bit, and that really led to his success. He had figures of 3 for 20. So I think Captain Charles here will be looking to just back up the good work that has been gone on before him. It's very critical that happens, because if they're not able to do so, then the St.Lucian team can actually get away from them and pose a more challenging total.
Well, 109, 108 for 6. Skipper now comes into the attack, and Willie is taking strike. Short delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Should have really done better with that one. Unfortunately, he missed out on it. Goes into the keeper's glove.
Just to go back to the issue of the keeper, if you look at his positioning now, he's quite a distance there from the stumps itself. So even though the batter might be out of his crease, it's very difficult for him to collect and take off the bails at the same time. So that's something that the management and the coaches on the sideline, those are things that they should be picking up at this point in time.
Jordan Charles, flighted delivery, just pushed up to the man at cover, driven. Nicely fielded by the number 1. I think that's Baptiste. Haksha? Baptiste?
Haksha. Opening bowler, yes.
This one is short and it cuts it to the man at backward point. Who fields. So, a little slower is Charles, giving it some time in the air. 108 for 6, St. Lucia, winning the toss, electing to bat. Charles, again, good delivery, just bringing him forward on the front foot. That brings you over to an end. So the Charles over has come to an end. It's now 108 for 6, 34 overs completed.
A good force over there from Charles, the captain as well, bringing himself into the attack. Trying to effect and break through here for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. 108 for the loss of 6, so 34 overs completed. Another 16 overs to be had as we see Batiste coming in back from the southern end. I think he bowled a spell of 7 overs earlier from the northern end. It's a change of ends for him.
Well, different strategy, different ploy coming from the skipper. I'm thinking that he should have been coming back from the same end, but he's coming from the other end, bowling at one end or two ends. Doesn't make a difference, really. Does it? Left to be seen. Batties will be taking up the attack from the southern end, the road end. Passes the umpire. Short delivery that is pushed up to the man at all. On the offside there, short extra cover, that's the skipper. Batties bowled 7 overs thus far, another 3 for him to go. Over the wicket. This one is on the back foot again, just punching it up to Charles again, who does the feeling. So some good steady bowling here by the Vincentians have kept the St. Lucians in check a period of time now. They haven't been able to score the boundaries and pick up the singles as it will, as that one beats him outside the off stump. And as you mentioned before, how far back the keeper is taking those deliveries. If there's a stumping, then it would be difficult for him to do so. But when in the middle of the game, those things cannot be changed unless they are practice. This one is short down the leg side. I think he missed out on that one, but a wide signal by the umpire. 1 more to the score, 109 for 6.
Yes, a partnership of 2024 now between both of these players. It's been slow going, but it was a partnership that was needed at that point in time when they came together. Projected total of 157. I'm sure they'll be looking for something a little bit more than that. I know we spoke about as this one is driven nicely out to the man there at long off. Runs in there, Bob, a clean pickup and a good throw from him. So good energy in the field from the Vincentians. We have seen that all day, encouraging the bowlers as well. Yes, we were saying that they will be aiming for something a bit more than a 157. Despite the poor batting effort from the Vincentian team yesterday, I would like to think that there will be some sort of improvement in their batting effort later on today. At least that's what the Vincentian supporters here will be hoping.
Well, let's hope they come to the fore today and bring something much better than they did yesterday. They have bowled well this morning. They have restricted the St. Lucian to 110 thus far. 6 wickets have gone. They have bowled. They are in the 35th over. They have 1 or 2 bad fielding errors. Bowled a few extras expected. But really, they have played some good cricket this morning as they take another sneaky single. They are the St. Lucians. So you have seen some good intelligent cricket being played by the St. Lucians. They have never really panicked during this innings. And that is what I'm so impressed with them for. They have just played the cricket as it ought to be played, no rash shots, and they are here at 111 for 6.
Yes, and that's what Captain Willie has done well. Just coming back and walking the ball off his legs whenever that opportunity presents itself. While we have seen a bit more enterprise from Scholar at times, but he too has been very composed in his approach as we see another over completed at the end of the 35th. St. Lucia under 15 after winning the toss early and batting first. They are 111 for the loss of 6. Scholar, he's there on 16 from 46. And Willie, the captain, he's there on 8 from 43. As we see the players taking a short drink break, and we'll do the same as well up here in the commentary box.
Ball. Well, welcome back to Park Hill Playing Field, where we're here in a nail biter between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, two saints in the Windward Islands. They are here battling for cricket supremacy on the under-15 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, being played at Park Hill and Cumberland. We are here after 35 overs. The St. Lucians win the toss and elected to bat. They are now 111 for 6. And with me is my partner, Mr. Cato, Asnet Cato, from this era, basically further up Georgetown. But he is very familiar with this era as keeper Charles continues to bowl slow and nice. One single taken to the man at mid-off. Asnet, your impression so far of this game and its directions?
Well, we spoke about the erratic start made by the Vincentian team, but since that first 2 or 3 overs, they've really been managed to pull things back. We have seen a very good spell from both of the opening bowlers. More so Matanaya Stapleton, he bowled a brilliant spell from that northern end. And then the change of bowling in terms of the spinners, they came in and also were able to apply pressure to the St. Lucian as well as pick up regular wickets. Darius Batiste and of course Thomas. He was very economical in his 10 overs. So it's about finishing the job now, 15 overs to go. It's about who finished this period of the game better, will put themselves in a better position going into the afternoon session.
Yes, I do agree with you there. Do apply themselves in the last 15 overs. If St. Lucia could bat through their 50 overs, then they would get a very reasonable total. And if St. Vincent could get the remaining of the wickets, they could get give themselves an opportunity as they sneak another single there. See some smart cricket being played by the St. Lucians here, Willie and Scholar, who has been batting very well for St. Lucia.
I think that's an area they perhaps need to improve on, the St. Lucian batters. They have been able to negotiate the threat of the bowling so far, but one area they perhaps need to do better in terms of working the ball into the gaps. Show a bit more intent in terms of getting the singles. As we see, Willie, he's on 9 from 45 deliveries. Yes, it's a 50 over encounter, but still you want to see a better strike rate than that. And I think that's something that the management would have spoken about during the drinks break in terms of just getting a bit more intent. Not necessarily being reckless or anything, but a bit more intent in terms of getting singles.
I do agree with you there. They have some full deliveries that they could have done much better with, hitting them mid-on, mid-off, looking for twos, looking for ones, not hitting the ball in the air, but hitting the gaps, picking up the singles, turning over the strike. That is what you need to do. And once you have youngsters doing that, then they would understand their roles and their functions as they go on, as they get older, and it becomes habitual. And then the cricket becomes easier for them because they've been applying it at this age.
Agreed. As you mentioned, it's something that you have to get used to, you have to practice. Even at the highest level, we're seeing difficulties in terms of some of the players. This is a beautiful shot, over extra cover for 6. Perhaps the shot of the day so far there from Scholar.
Well, the Scholar has come to the party. That was flighted on the off stop and he stroked it over cover. A difficult shot that is to play against an off spinner, but he did it with ease. 6 runs to him.
But it goes back to what I was saying. I think maybe they will need to put a bit more intent into their game now. That was a very good shot there from Scholar. He's a tall player. He has the reach. A flighted delivery there from Joris, and he was able to deposit it over extra cover for a lovely 6. This time he's punching it down to long off. So that's very good cricket there. Hitting the 6 and then punching this one down to long off for another single.
Yeah, very smart cricket being played here by these two. They have been batting together in tandem and they have done well for St. Lucia. St. Lucia now marches on to 120 for 6. Really good comeback here by them. This partnership has done them exceptionally well as Batiste continues a short one. Punch to mid-off. Another single being taken here, and I think that they're hearing us. They have applied what we have said just a while ago and they are taking the singles, hitting the bad deliveries and scoring consistently.
Yes, and the Vincentian team needs to be prepared. They need to react to this counter punch from the St. Lucian team after this drinks break. As this one is punched, but Captain Charles is there. It's interesting that after drinks break, things always seem to happen.
Yeah.
For the batting team or the bowling team.
Yeah, something seems to just switch from the normal way it was going, and as you said, St. Lucia came back in the first over after the batting power play. Second delivery, 6 runs. Now the other 3 deliveries went for singles, and just a little switch in the game. as Baptiste continues as he chips down the wicket. Somebody who has not been afraid to do that. Really, he's the only one who have tried that. That brings you over to an end. Another Baptiste over comes to an end. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus St. Lucia. St. Lucia at 121 for 6 year at Park Hill. And really, it's a lovely day for cricket. The sun is out in all its glory. And really, an interesting position to be in here between these two teams.
Yes, 8 runs coming from that Baptiste over. So, a bit of intent, as we mentioned, from the St. Lucian batters. And this pair seem to be critical, really, in terms of where they would end up, given the partnership we've seen from them so far. As we see Captain Charles will be looking to break this partnership. Continues from the northern end.
Well, he would love to do that, but these two are batting intelligently here, Willie and Scholar for St. Lucia. Just playing within their range. This one is short outside the off stump. Went for the cut shot. Could have gone easily to the wicketkeeper with a nice tickle, but he lives to fight again. 121 for 6. 37 overs completed, getting close to that final 10. But they have done a pretty good job. St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowling their overs here this morning. Flighty deliveries bowled. Missed it completely, Willie. Through the defense. And Skipper Charles have made the breakthrough that they needed. And they have lost wicket number 7.
Yes, well bowled there from Captain Charles. You spoke about his ability to bowl a bit slower through the air. That was something that we have been calling for. And on that occasion, there was Willie basically playing down the wrong line. And the leg spinner there being successful. So he gets his first wicket, Captain Charles. And the St. Lucia, they lose their 7th wicket. It's now 121 for the loss of 7. Yes, a very good breakthrough there from St. Vincent.
It's a good flighted, a well-flighted delivery as well from Charles. Pitching just on the off stump, going through the bottom part of Willie. And it struck the middle and off stump. And St. Lucia have lost wicket number 7. To Mr. Charles being bowled through baton pad, 121 for 7, and that brings a number, not too sure, is that number 9 or 10 from St. Lucia? Let's check in on the number to see who it is. Still haven't seen the number.
It's number 5. Number 5, Williams.
Yeah. Chanel Williams. He now joins. Scholar. First delivery is forward. Ball hitting in the portion of the bat, bouncing over the stump. Keeper takes. So Charles getting success here for St. Vincent. 121 for 7. 38 overs we are in here. Bright sunshine at Park Hill. Flighted again, he's turning it to mid-wicket, just closing the face of the bat to the leg spinner. He's off the mark, Williams. 1 run to him. Has to be careful with that as well. Playing against the turn of the leg spinner, Charles. So that brings Scholar into strike. He's down the track, as per usual. Chips and dry, turns it to mid-on, picks up another easy single, Scholar. Another one to the scoreboard, 1 more to him. So good batting here by Scholar. Just turning over the strike, and the over comes, and then the score now moves up to 122 it is, 123. 123 for 7, and they have completed just about 38 overs.
Yes, another economical over there from Captain Charles. He seemed to be very accurate with his leg spinner. We know leg spinning could be a very difficult art. But what we've seen from him yesterday and to some extent today is that he's very accurate with his leg spinners, gets the ball to turn a bit, and bowls it at a reasonable pace as well. So he'll be hoping that he can continue in that vein. And as you mentioned, 38 overs completed, 12 overs to go. Just how much runs can the St. Lucian team muster between now and then? And the Vincentian team will be looking to wrap up this innings in terms of getting these last 3 wickets for as minimum damage as possible.
Well, there have been another change in the bowling attack. Bob comes back from the southern end here. He has taken over from Baptiste, who has bowled just about 8 overs. So Bob comes back. This one is flighted and he drives back to Bob, who feeds with one hand, confidently. No run. It's a full delivery, hit through mid-on, finds the fielder in the way, picks up another single. So one more run to the total. 124. So that brings Williams into strike. We're in the 39th over.
It'll be interesting to see how Scholar continues his innings, how much confidence he has in the remaining batters that we have. This is Williams coming in at number 9. So far after the jinx break, he seemed to be more positive. You've seen a more positive approach from him. So I'm sure he'll continue in that vein. But at the same time, we'll need a bit of support from the other end.
Well, driven back formally to Bob, feels very easily. Confident feeler he is. He has been at this level for now a couple of years, since he was 10 years old. Alston Bob. Oh, that's a flatter delivery. Not out, says the umpire. We are at the square leg area. Seems to be going down leg somewhat. And the umpire has the final say not out. And another good delivery, a quicker one here from Bob.
Yes, and we've seen it from him. His changes of pace on that occasion. The batter there being on the back foot. But thankfully for him, that delivery seemed to be heading down the leg side. And umpire Bayam agreed.
This one is driven to Charles at short extra cover. So a good over in bowled here by Bob again. Very good over. That brings the 39th over to an end. And after that over, St. Lucia, 124, 124 for 7.
Yes, both bowlers continue to apply the squeeze, as they would say. Previous over went for 2 runs, and this over from Bob went for 1. So the Vincent team continue to bowl these economical overs, and they've managed to chip away at the St. Lucian wickets. As we're going to see a change in bowling from that end. Matanaya Stapleton, who bowled a very good spell earlier, coming back into play. I think he bowled 6 overs on the chart.
Well, I do understand the reintroduction of the pace bowlers. But in the context of the game, I would have kept my spinners on, because the pace bowlers, they bring points to you as well. I would have kept my spinners on, keep things tight as they. But Skip has made a decision to bring back the pacers. Who knows what would happen? Yes, lower end of the batting.
Yes, looking to wrap up the innings here. Stapleton. And skipper Charles, he was actually bowling before, decided to remove himself from the attack. This one is hit straight to him, and he's actually falling just short there of Cody Slater. For a while, I almost thought he was going straight into his lap. But as we hear the boisterous support that we spoke about earlier, what this does as well, Kenroy, is that the extra pace, it offers more scoring opportunities for Scholar, who have seen timing the ball very well throughout this innings.
Yeah, so let's see what happens here. There's a short extra cover point, third man, mid-off, mid-wicket. Batiste is in. He's punched that one through covers. I'm not too impressed with the field setting here by Charles, really. For the space bowler, he has placed himself at square leg. There's a fine leg. There's a man at mid-wicket. There's a man at mid-on. Should have been given in some more support on that offside, really, and ask him to bowl just on that off stump. But he's in charge. Now he's making the necessary adjustments. Here goes Tittle, who comes across, and the adjustment has been made. That's a better feel. So Stapleton runs away. This one is outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. Struggled with that pretty early in the innings. Another run to the board. He has to be very careful how he goes about his duties here. Could really put St. Lucia in a commanding position based on how he executes, how they execute these final 10 overs or so. Here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Batiste So outside the half stump, went for the drive, beats him into the keeper's glove. Good delivery by him, goes into the keeper's glove at that one.
I think it's something they need to be mindful of in terms of trying to keep Williams on strike. He just came to the wicket. They don't want to keep Scholar as far away from strike as possible. And that way they give themselves more of an opportunity to bowl at the number 9 batter in the form of Williams.
Well, 126 for 7. Stapleton. Short deliveries, pulling it through the man at mid-on, picks up a single. Easy single, fielded by Thomas.
Yes, that delivery a bit too short there from Stapleton. Afforded the opportunity for Williams to go back and just work it out to a short mid-wicket position. Gets himself a single. He moves on to 2. And the St. Lucia total moves on to 127 for the loss of 7.
Stapleton again, right on target. Skips across and fields.
So relatively slow progress all day. Current runway 3.20. Projected total of 160. So that has been the region where we have seen the projection hover around all day.
And we have not seen any team who has taken control of the game thus far. It has been evenly balanced. Every time St. Lucia looks to go ahead, St. Vincent gets a wicket, pull themselves back into the game. Then St. Lucia picks up, have a nice partnership. Then St. Vincent comes back, take a wicket, pull themselves back into the game. So it has been even Stevens here at Park Hill between these two teams as the over comes to an end. And St. Lucia 127 for 7. 40 overs have been bowled. And as we welcome back Alanson into the commentators' booth as Kato makes his way probably for some liquid refreshments. Coming close to that luncheon interval. St. Lucia versus St. Vincent. 40 overs been completed, 127 for 7, Alanson. Your thoughts?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Kennery. Good afternoon to our viewers. I think that the partnership before this one that Skipper had with Scholar has brought St. Lucia out of a precarious position. They are now not in the ascendancy per se, but they will feel out better with where they are now at 127 for 7. Considering that they had lost their 6th wicket around about 80 or so. So they were under threat of being bowled out maybe for about 100 or 110. But Scholar, I think, has played very well and has given his team a good chance in this game so far.
Oh, that one has hit the edge going between the wicket keeper and the man at slip. It's a loud appeal. A wicket for single from the umpire. There's not any. So leg by. I thought that one hit the bat, but it's hit on the pads. That's why it was the appeal viciously from AK, Alston Bob. So another run to St. Lucia. Leg by. Bob continues. He comes forward and just strokes it back to Bob, who does the feeling. So Scholar, he has batted smartly, intelligently for St. Lucia, keeping their innings together. This one is flighted and he went for the big shot. We have seen it. And Bob has picked up that vital wicket of Scholar. Out LBW, went for the shot over mid-wicket. And wicket number 8 has been taken here by Bob. And the first time you have seen Scholar really go for an attacking shot and lost his wicket.
Well, that's a bad shot there. I mean, he really was swinging well across the line. Earlier, he hit a few to the man at long on, firmly. And I think that he probably was a bit disappointed that he didn't get more on those 2 occasions. And so he was aiming a bit square on this occasion, but missed it completely. A judge LBW by umpire Bayam. And that's the end of Scholar's innings. Played a good innings. Hit a very handsome shot over extra cover inside out for 6. And showed that he has the ability to build an innings. And that's a key wicket there for the Vincentian team. As we see the new batsman coming in to replace him is Nathaniel Joseph.
Well, Joseph joins Williams. St. Lucia 128 for 8. We're in the 41st over. Excellent bowling there by Bob. But what was evident there is that Bob, he took the pace off the ball, bowled it slower. He went for the shot, missed it completely. It was lying between middle and off. Umpire by him had no problems with putting up his index finger. So he have seen a change within his bowling as well. He was bowling flat and fast just a while ago, and he came back onto this end and he has changed his trajectory and so on and bowl a little slower, and he got some success.
Yeah, I think he would do well to keep mixing up his pace, especially at this stage of the innings. Not to be too predictable, but to try to be as straight as possible. Keep that line where he's threatening the stumps, either to be bowled or LBW for the batsman. Keeping all dismissals possible, so he can bowl as straight as possible now.
Yeah, he is again back to his normal thing. Quicker delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Williams. 126 for 8. Bob, short delivery, really not making any height at all. Keeper not taking it cleanly, but that brings you over to an end. At 128, 128 for 8. St. Lucia winning the toss this morning, electing to bat the 128. This game is evenly poised.
Yeah, very interesting approach there taken by Joseph, the new batsman. He was looking to hit those deliveries down the ground, but not really, getting onto the front foot, not onto the back foot, just standing quite tall, and he's a tall lad. So being beaten outside the off stump there on a few consecutive deliveries. As we have Stapleton, who will be continuing his spell. He'll be bowling to Williams, who has for company Joseph at the other end. This one is a full delivery, driven firmly, but straight to the man at extra cover. Tittle feels it cleanly. Score remains at 128 for 8 in the 42nd over in beautiful Park Hill in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, on the eastern side of the country. Nestled in this little valley as Stapleton. So what a delivery. So no ball, it's going for, it's a valiant effort there by the fielder. Looks like the captain couldn't stop that one at all. And that's 5 no balls. And we're waiting. I think that this one will be a free hit. Really seemed to elude his grasp there in the end, Stapleton, and went all the way down to the boundary. And so it's a free hit now to Williams, who will be very pleased to be in the position to receive that offering.
Well, an ill-directed delivery causing 5 runs, really. But a free hit and an offer for Williams.
This one is short, he's pulling it, attempting to pull, beats him outside the leg stump. And I think it will be another free hit, because that one, I think, yes, see the hands go up now of umpire Bilingi, and that is now another free hit. So wide again, 2 runs now, 2 extras to the total. Stapleton needs to settle himself here just to get this one on the line of the stump. He's bowling to Joseph, and it's a good delivery. Joseph was looking to hit this one well over the long on area, but got beaten. And so the free hit, the threat of the free hit has been averted somewhat. It's conceded the wides, but then he gets smashed for a boundary.
Well, I spoke about something just recently, just a while ago, about how Stapleton executes on his return, and it could make the difference in the game here today. And he's gone for some runs here again, and this is another loose delivery, really. Even though there are fast bowling points in the game, Alanson, you have to play the game on what is happening. Play it in the context as to what is happening. The spin bowlers were doing well. I think you should have continued with them.
Well, I was of the opinion, really, and I said it on commentary in the last thing, that they would have continued with the 2 off spinners, Thomas and Batiste, until they had completed their 10 overs. They removed Batiste. When he came back, he wasn't as effective. And so now the captain has to make some other decisions.
Well, Stapleton again. A wide delivery down the leg side. Again, this over is rather expensive. And it is really putting a dent on the hard work they have done this morning.
Yes, and Bob is going to have a little word with him. Vice captain going to have a little word with him. Settle him just a little bit to find out what is happening. Just to calm him down. Probably he's, just a little frustrated with his returns up to this point. In this over in particular. This time he's into Joseph. It's a good delivery on that occasion. Meets him outside the off stump. Some away movement. And that's where he needs to be.
Yes, better line and length. Just outside the off stump, you bowl into the tail enders. You can be a little bit straight as well. But those extra deliveries would cause his team. St. Lucia winning the toss, selecting to bat 137 for 8. Over number 42. Stapleton full delivery.
It's one from that full delivery. That one crossed on the ball again, but not high enough. Joseph considerably taller than some of the other players in this game. He's a tall young man. Seeing him from over here, he looks to be just over 6 feet. So he's a tall young man. So I think if it were the other end, then it may have been a no ball.
May have been.
Yeah.
May have been.
And for those who are viewing, of course, it would be a no ball on height if it is above the waist of the batsman in his normal stance as he comes in again. This one beats him outside the off stump. Better length, better line. So he has to adjust to the right and left hander. And I think that's giving him just a little bit of trouble here in this spell.
Well, good delivery, good comeback there by Stapleton, just outside the off stump. He was looking to run that one down to third man. Didn't make contact into the keeper's glove. Interesting times here. Final 10 overs or so. Well, after this would be 8 overs remaining as Stapleton runs away again. Short delivery, pull on to square leg, into the fence. 4 runs. 4 runs to St. Lucia. And that brings this over to an expensive over it was.
Yes, very expensive over. Good shot there from batsman Williams. Getting inside that delivery, inside the line and just walking it, lifting it, clipping it off his pads. A little pick-up shot, beating the man at square leg and away to the boundary for 4. And some decision making has to come in here now for the think tank for the SVG under 15 team. The captain, his vice captain, and maybe the coach and assistant as to where do we go from here. I don't think Stapleton has looked the bowler that he looked earlier in the day, and so they may have to make some changes to the plans that they had initially. But we'll see at the other end, Haksha coming back for another spell. Bowled 6 overs earlier. Was not as impressive as he was in the very first game, but still did a very tidy job.
I would have been looking to get the St. Lucians out. I would not been looking to get fast bowling points here. I would be looking to get the St. Lucians out, really. Yes, we understand the fast bowling points, but you play cricket within the context as to how it is happening. 142, a bad over bowl by your fast bowler. Your spinners are doing well. The skipper just got a wicket in his over prior to that. So I'm not understanding the concept or the decisions that have been made here by the St. Vincent team here, and really they should have been looking to get St. Lucia out.
Yes, I agree. Wickets are most important. They are at a premium when you are in the field. They also determine how long you're in the field, and it's quite hot out here.
Exactly.
So it's 142 for 8 after 42 overs. 8 overs remaining in the innings, or 2 wickets, whichever comes first. So Joseph, he'll be on strike. Haksha is in. Shortest delivery. This one is punched to the man at mid-wicket. Oh, it's a very good feeling by the skipper, but he seems as if he would have been in. Williams.
Yeah, good feeling there by skipper Charles, but I think that he would have made his ground. But another run to St. Lucia. Another interesting situation again. Haksha is now brought back, and the other spinner has been taken out of the attack. St. Lucia looking to get as much as possible here. 2 wickets in hand.
This one is played off the back foot by Williams. Good delivery there by Haksha. So he has come back and bowled fairly two fairly good deliveries, for his first two. Adjusting to starting a new spell. Probably a little bit better than his colleague Stapleton on this occasion. So far, so good from him. I think that's what his skipper and his teammates will require of him at this point. This one to Williams again. Plays it nicely. Down to the man at long. They're coming for two. Chance of run out. Oh, they have changed their minds, and I think it was a good decision because I don't think that they would have gotten more than about 1.5 there.
I do agree with you there, Alanson. It was suicidal if they had turned for that second run. But good calling there by the youngster at the other end. That is Williams.
Yes.
Who told his partner to stay, and he did, and got back into his ground.
Yes, and Boy Williams has been quite sharp in the field in both games. Nicely played there by Joseph, batting at number 10, but looking quite accomplished.
Yes, look very well, very good behind of that delivery. Bat and pad close together. On top of that, punching it to covers. Looking like a man who's batting at number 2. One of the openers.
Yes, nice technique being shown here by Joseph, using his height too to get on top of the delivery. This one is going for a wild swing outside the off stump. It's a wide delivery. Naughty there by Haksha after we said that he has come back well so far, but us on that occasion with a wide. And the runs are going up. It's 145 for 8. And the Windward Islands, the St. Vincent Grenadines seem to have to be mindful of this score. Park Hill is not the easiest chasing ground within St. Vincent and Grenadines. So runs are always very important to have on the board. So they need to ensure that the St. Lucia total doesn't really balloon out of proportions.
Well, 150 on the board, that is psychological pressure on the batters, knowing that you have come out of a game where you just was bowled out for 46. This is a even all sort of trouble there. The ball hit the inside edge, went down to third man. They were calling for a single. He was sent back. He was halfway down. He was thrown back to the bowler's crease, and nobody got out, and everybody was safe. So all troubles avoided, and play continues.
This one is edging it to the man at third man, no run. Good delivery outside the off stump there from Haksha. Brings the over to an end. At the end of the over, it's 145 for 8, and we have had 43 overs.
Well, interesting times here. 2 wickets to go. 7 overs remaining. St. Vincent looking to get these 2 wickets. They have re-employed their fast bowlers, and a very expensive over being bowled there by Stapleton. I'm not too sure if he would continue. There's different bowling attack here. Tittle now comes into the attack. Thought that he would have been introduced earlier.
Yes, very much so. He did bowl quite well in the first game. Has good control, bowl fairly straight between wicket and on a good length. But
he's now been introduced. Still looking for those fast bowling points, I think, St. Vincent. Would that be detrimental to them at the end of this game? Who knows? But I think they really should have stuck with their spinners and try and get St. Lucia out. But it is the game of cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. Tittle takes up the attack.
So here comes Tittle. He's up now. Foolish delivery, driven, but there should be no run. Good stop by the man there in the covers. Keeps it down to a scoreless delivery. As Williams was driving that one quite nicely in the covers. This one is full again, but down the leg side. And wide call there by umpire Billingy.
And the situation is that St. Vincent is in a must-win situation to get to that finals. St. Lucia have gotten some points yesterday. I think they've gotten some batting points and also some bowling points.
Yes, this one is fuller, driven down to the man at long on. Yeah, they have gotten some points, and Grenada too would have gotten some points with the no result. So St. Vincent at the moment would be the team that's in the seller position after the first round.
Yes, and this is a must-win for them.
Yeah, there are only 3 rounds in this competition. Everybody plays everybody once, and that's it. So every game is extremely vital for the outcome of the tournament. Joseph now on strike to Tittle. Another pitched up delivery, driven firmly by Joseph. As I said, he doesn't look like a number 10 batsman. Drives that one with good technique, coming forward, using his arms and his reach, leading into the drive, keeping it all along the turf for an attractive single.
Yeah, struck it with some power as well. Really flew across the outfield and went to the man that's long off, who came in and did the fielding and restricted them to 1.
This one another good delivery by Tittle, covered up there by Williams. Out to the man at extra cover. And this is what we expect from Tittle. They're thereabouts, foolish. And once he has the long on and the long off in place, he would probably be satisfied with conceding the singles here and there with the odd dot delivery at this stage of the innings. And this one is on the leg stump, bad delivery. And we have seen that shot already from Williams, and he plays it again, lifting it over square leg, and that's another boundary. That's a good shot for 4.
Yes, good shot by him. A loose delivery on the leg stump by Tittle, and he swizzled inside and pulled it over square leg into the fence for 4 attractive runs. 4 attractive runs here by the youngster Joseph, and he continues to bat well here for St. Lucia, and St. Lucia continues to pile the runs on here against St. Vincent. 152 for 8.
Yes, that was a good shot. Bad delivery. Just a bit too leg side. Too much on the leg side on that occasion was Tittle. This one is an appeal for WICB. Not out, says umpire Billingy. And that's the end of the over. So at the end of 44 overs, it's 152 for 8. St. Lucia under 15. Batting first, having decided to do so after winning the toss.
Well, good comeback here by St. Lucia after being on 112. They are now 152 for that same 8 wickets. So this partnership proved to be very important for St. Lucia. The reintroduction of the Pacers have made things rather easy for the St. Lucian batters, and they have capitalized on the bad deliveries, which is very important.
Yes, I agree with you. It's something to consider because even when we saw from the spinners a few errant deliveries when the shots were being attempted because of the lack of power, they still got some wickets and the lack of pace on the deliveries. But when you have the pace, these are young men, they are under 15. You don't expect them to be so powerful, so they would be glad to have the pace that they can work with to score a few more boundaries.
Well, they have done that pretty well. Hit the bad balls, pick up the singles. St. Vincent has bowled the loose deliveries. They have capitalized on those. And they are now 152 for 8. 152 for 8. 44 overs completed here at Park Hill as we continue with the Pacers here. Haksha continues to bowl for St. Vincent from the road end.
So Haksha will be coming into Joseph. There's a fine leg. Field quite spread on the leg side. This one is driven firmly, fiercely straight down the ground. Both fielders converge, and that's 4 runs to Joseph. That's an excellent shot. As we said before, he looks like a proper player down at number 10.
Well, a fantastic shot there by Joseph, pitched in his half, and he had no problem dispatching that. Actually splitting the fielders at mid-on and mid-off. Tried to get to it, rushed over the fence. A really wonderful shot by him. Loves the pace.
proper shot, that one. Any test batsman would be proud of that. As Haksha is in again. Leaves that one. It's a wide one outside the off stump. So as you said before, the Pacers are under severe pressure. Does it seem like if anybody's willing to do anything about it? I mean, as you mentioned, it must be that they're looking for the fast bowling points, but the spinners have been far more effective today. As is usually the case at Parkin.
Exactly, and bowling out St. Lucia for 130 and chasing 160 is different. Much different.
And this one, the keeper, Hoyt lets this one pass. And that's another wide. Actually, 2 wides, one for the wide and one for the run. So, you need to be very careful here that they don't let the wheels fall off this St. Vincent Grenadines team.
Well, I think the wheels are falling off, really, Alanson. I think the decision to bring back the fast bowlers have not worked for St. Vincent. And they should have actually gone back to the spinners. They're waiting for it. I think they would be just a little bit too late here with that decision as Haksha continues.
It's a good delivery. Good delivery by Haksha. You could hear the crowd cheering. His name is Tyrese there. Yeah, Reese. Yeah, Reese. Don't know if there any relation to him, but he's from just around the corner up the road in South Rivers.
Names synonymous with South Rivers. Haksha.
Yes, of course. It's a name that is quite common in South Rivers. A village that has produced several cricketers for the West Indies. Yes. Not to mention, of course, for Windward Islands and for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but Cameron Coffey, Dighton Butler, they're from South Rivers.
Exactly.
Have played for the West Indies. As Haksha continues. This one, another wide.
So this ploy really not working out for St. Vincent and the Grenadines here. They have given away a lot of runs between the fast bowlers that they were introduced, and now St. Lucia has 160 and sitting comfortably, in my opinion, here at Park Hill with another 5 overs to go. Yes, 2 wickets in hand.
Yes, that's actually not a bad total at all in this ground. So, considering that they were already 7 down, this one, it's going out to the boundary. Punch off the back foot, and it's gone for 4 runs. So just pushing that one off the back foot was Williams. It seemed just to be a fairly innocuous push initially, but it really gathered speed as it ran across the turf. Outfield really looking in fine fiddle here.
Well, what was very important with that shot is that he found the gap. And he found the gap, and the ball raced off the playing field, off the face of the playing field, into the fence for 4. And 4 good-looking runs here by Williams. St. Lucia continues to pile the pressure on St. Vincent and the Grenadines here in the final few overs at Park Hill. 164 for 8. Just a while ago, the projected score was 156. Now we have gone past that to 164. Reintroduction of the Pacers.
This one is defended there by Williams. And that's where he needs to be. He needs to be just around the off stump. They're looking to attack, so if you miss, I hit. That's theory. That is what he should be working with. But it's a good partnership here so far from Joseph and Williams. This one is driven firmly, but down to the man at long on. Should only be a single. And that's all they will get. That's the end of the over. At the end of 45 overs, it's 165 for 8.
Well, 165, I think that is a very challenging score here being put on the board here by St. Lucia. St. Vincent have to really bat out of their skins to get that total against St. Lucia here. And really, 5 overs remaining. They could get up to 200 runs if it's possible. Do you think that? 175, yes, 180?
It's definitely possible. They would need only to go at about 7 runs and over, which is not impossible given the rate that they have been scoring in the last few overs or so. And if they get 200 here, it will be a very daunting total. all things considered, including the current form of the Vincentian batting lineup?
Well, a lot of things to think about. A lot of thoughts have to be going to their game and the second half as Tittle continues from the northern end here in Park Hill.
So Williams covers that one up, a full delivery around the off stump. No run. That's where he needs to keep it for the remaining 5 deliveries of the over.
And I think the thing that I'm very much impressed with the St. Lucia, as I said it before, the way they have approached the game. They have never panicked.
This one is turned quite nicely, flicked just forward of square. Direct hit from the skipper, but batsman Joseph was already in. There seem to be 2 very good fielders, well, 3 very good fielders from what I've seen here on the Vincentian team, which are the skipper, the vice captain, and also Boy. And but some of the others, they have some work to do.
Yes, do agree with you there. They are 3 outstanding fielders. Anytime the ball goes into their directions, they cause cricket to look rather easy. Feeling, the way they throw the ball, the way they attack the ball, looks very good. The others just need to copy from them. Get up to that standard.
Absolutely. This one is driven firmly, but should be cut off by the man at long on. Should be 1 run, yes. Throw comes in now, so that's all there will be. And that's where he needs to bowl. I mean, even if they play an attacking shot, as long as it's on the ground and not clearing the boundary for 6, then they will be able to cut them off by keeping the long off and the long on in place. So he's bowling to his field once he keeps it full and on the stump.
Yes, that's the ideal thing to be doing. You're bowling at the depth, bowl to the stumps, bowl wicket and wicket, mid on, mid off. That's where you should be heading, looking for. And if you miss, you hit.
This time he's naughty down the leg side. Looks to come off the pad. Haksha is in quickly from fine leg. You keep it to 1. Haksha, I would also say, has fielded well. I didn't mention his name in that trio, but he has fielded well today. And Titler has gotten away with that one. Similar delivery to the ones that he was able to get over square leg on 2 previous occasions. So Joseph driving, gets a single into the gap on the onside. So they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over here. It's 170. Let's wait until we see the score mounted on the scoreboard. 169. So that's 1 short of 170. We're in the midst of the 46th over. Tittle again. Good line this time. Just a little bit shorter, but still on the stumps. And he gets it down to the man at long on, does Williams. And there is only 1 run. So not a bad over at all there from Tittle in the circumstances. 5 runs off the over. Ken Ryan.
Yeah, that is accepted here at this juncture. 5 runs from Tittle, not going in the boundary. That is important. And the score moves up now to 170. Allenson 170 here at Park Hill. As you said, tracing here at Park Hill is a difficult task. We have seen a lot of cricket here, and the team who bats second are always at a disadvantage. Now 170 on the board. St. Lucia looking pretty for me in the context of this game. And really another 4 overs to go. Seems as though they're looking for a total of 180 or so, 190 with wickets in hand, 2 wickets in hand, unless they dismiss these other 2 batters.
It's well played there by Williams. And what we are seeing here, we remember that this is a 9th wicket partnership that we are seeing here. And the way that these 2 are batting, they are playing as well as anybody we have seen play in the tournament so far.
Well, that tells you the depth of the St. Lucian batting as well.
Exactly.
The confidence they have in themselves. Yes, the top order didn't come off as they ought to, but they have played together as a team, which is important. They have put partnerships together here in this innings, and it has worked for them. They have not been flamboyant in the way that they approach things. It has been simple, and they have applied the cricketing basics, and it has worked for them very nicely. And they're 170 for 8.
And you mentioned quite early that when they had lost a few wickets, they were not panicking. They recognized that they had all of 50 overs to bat, and they were determined that they're going to try to bat 50 overs, which is the length of this game. Haksha is in. Oh, that was a dangerous shot there from Williams. That one almost snuck through as he was looking to punch off the back foot. But that one had some pace on it, almost went through that shot.
Well, another good delivery there by Haksha. Pulling things back here, bowling some dot deliveries. Tittle, just 5 runs from his previous over. He has done so far so well, so far so good here. Done here, been bowling by Haksha. Keep things tight. 170 St. Lucia still looking for the maximum amount of runs he could get from these bowlers as Haksha continues.
This one is fuller, but driven on the up. Not beating the man at cover there. It was a nice looking shot, an attractive shot, but not finding the gap on that occasion was Williams.
Well, interesting times here, interesting times. As I said earlier, and I reinforce it again, I think that the reintroduction of the fast bowlers have really worked against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And so a short one punch to the man at cover. No run. But a good over been bowled here by Haksha.
Yes, from what we saw this morning, he tends to need an over or two to settle into a spell. And in this over, he's bowling a much better line and length than we saw from him in the previous over.
And I think this partnership has taken the wind out of the Vincent and Sale. They are rather quiet now on the field, just waiting for something to happen. Just a while ago, they were boisterous, giving each other encouragement. But this partnership has really taken the wind out of their sail.
Well, they have to remember that I don't think that it seemed they have not played as if they have taken 8 wickets in this partnership. So I don't think they have been thinking 2 wickets. I think they were just going through the motions, and that has cost them.
Yes, the main thing was to get St. Lucia out. They have not done that, and they have really allowed St. Lucia to dominate this game as they bowl another wide delivery, and an extra run has been taken on top of it.
Yes, and based on what we are seeing, it is clear that they are tiring in the field, is the SVG players.
Chicken. If they are not anything.
Akshay again. Joseph covers up nicely. As I said, he's batting at number 10, but definitely doesn't shape like a number 10 batsman at all. Looks very composed and with good batting technique. Defends this one out on the offside. That's the end of the over. After 47 overs, St. Lucia are 172 for 8 here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, an excellent comeback here by St. Lucia. Excellent partnership between these two here. Bringing things back into perspective for St. Lucia. And really, you must give them credit for what they have done. They have batted sensibly. They have not panicked. They have not played any rash shot. Just take their time, play the ball on the merit, hit the bad deliveries, and really have done themselves exceptionally well. Put themselves in a very solid position here at this stage, at this juncture. And really, it would take a lot from St. Vincent to really get these runs here. It is not over until the fat lady sings, but St. Lucia has done very well here, coming back at this partnership from these two.
So Tittle to continue to Williams. Driving back to the bowler, no run. So again, he's full on the stump, which is where he needs to be based on the field that he has been set by he has had set for him by the captain.
Yeah,
so,
good bowling by Tittle.
Yes. So the last 2 overs have actually been quite good from the St. Vincent bowlers. This one is down the leg side. Quick single taken. And it's a leg by signal coming from umpire Bilinji.
Good delivery by Tittle there again. Just on the stumps, keeping things quiet. Good bowling by him. These two overs have been very circumspect by these two bowlers, Haksha and Tittle, right on the stumps. St. Lucia finding it difficult to score here in a few overs that they have batted. 173. So outside the house, some driven out a portion of the bat, bouncing once to Bob at square cover. Good bowling here again. So some tight bowling here by these two, pulling things back here for St. Vincent.
Yeah, these two, the last 2 overs, as we said, it was 165. So the last 2 overs have, 2 overs and a bit have conceded only 8 runs. This one is driven uppishly, but should be cut off. You lose any of the feelers, so it's safe in the end. 174 now for 8. But as we said before, Tittle has bowled to his field, and it's interesting. It's just his 3rd over, 4th over, I think. Maybe he could have been given a go a little bit earlier in the innings. But in this pressure situation, at the death, he's doing well.
Well, another good delivery by Tittle. Dot delivery. Stroking to the man at mid-off, the end of the over. 47 overs completed here now. Another 3 overs to go, 18 balls. What would St. Vincent do from here on in? Looking for those final 2 wickets. Would they continue with the Pacers? The plan is to get the extra bowling points?
Yes, that is what I think they will be doing. So Haksha will bowl this over now. And Tittle will bowl the final over. And based on how they've bowled the last few overs, they should be continued with, should be persisted with. They have kept them quiet in the last 3 overs or so. At the end of 45 overs, they had 165. So after 48, they are now 174, which means they have gotten only 9 runs in the last 3 overs. And at the death, that is very good going from the St. Vincent and Grenadines bowlers. I think they would be looking forward now to taking maybe the 2 wickets that are required, if they can. As Haksha is into Joseph. Wide outside the off stump, so starts off with a wide on that occasion, but Joseph was looking for an almighty swing down the ground. If he had connected that, it would have gone all the way back down to Connery.
And Joseph threw the kitchen sink at that one. Really wanted the maximum out of that, but didn't connect. But a wide delivery, and it went through to the wicket keeper.
This one is driving down the ground, doesn't make good contact. Should only be a single. It's fielded now by Boy. Throw comes in, so that's all there will be. There'll be 1 run. Brings Williams in to strike. So no run taken from that delivery. Williams pushes it to extra cover. Almost coming to the end now of the innings. This the penultimate over. Can St. Lucia get to 185 or 190 or even 200? This one is wide again by Haksha. After bowling a good previous over, just gone awry for him again in this particular over. So he's quite tired at this point for sure. And that may be affecting his bowling.
Well, it's the last days here in this game, last final few overs. But was just given some information as to questions that I asked in respect of the overs being bowled. I've been told that the Pacers must bowl at least 20 overs out of the 50. So I think that's the reason why St. Vincent had was to go back to the Pacers, so to complete the innings. So you have to really manage as to how stage of the game. So the Pacers didn't get to bowl enough overs, but St. Lucia here, this one is driven through the covers. It's in close to the fence. It's gone 4 good looking runs against Allenson, and really we are leaking some runs at the final stage.
Yeah, that's a very nice shot there from Williams. played in the approved manner. He was immaculately forward and driving to the pitch of the delivery, getting it in the gap at extra cover. It's a well-timed shot for 4. In spite of the very valiant effort of the skipper, Charles, to reel it in, he was just unable to do so.
Well, 181 for 8. We're in over 49. Action continues. So that's a pretty interesting rule as well. Pacers need to bowl at least 20 overs out of your 50. So that's one that loose delivery down the leg side. Just going to the man at fine leg. Picks up another single. 182.
I think that some of these rules are based on what is needed at the higher level. I think that we really have seen that in our first class system in the Caribbean, that spinners really have been dominating and a proliferation of spinners. And there's less and less fast bowling. But another thing that has to happen for that to happen is not just the rules, but the pitches need to be a bit quicker.
Yes, I do agree with you.
And so that the fast bowlers are encouraged to bowl quickly.
I do agree with you, Alan. So the pitches have to be a little bit faster for the fast bowlers to bowl. Give them some encouragement. It's not easy running in from 20 yards and the ball is just passing your ankle, just above your knees, and you have to bowl at least 20 overs of that. It's a difficult task as over 49 concludes. 182. 182 for 8. St. Lucia has done exceptionally well just to be in this position at the final over.
There's very good partnership here between Williams and Joseph. Good partnership previously also between but Scholar and the skipper Willie. So 2 good partnerships in the innings. And also I think the second wicket partnership was also a crucial one between Louis and the opening batsman
Nelson. Poet.
And Poet played very well. He held up an end very well for his team. And I think his innings might be one of the reasons why they're still batting here now at 50 overs, because even though wickets were falling around him, he was determined to play well into the innings.
Stittle, this one is short on his legs, pulls at 2 mid-wicket. They're calling for 2. You only get 1. So looking for a second. Bad feeling again by the Vincentians. Giving an overthrow. So 1 extra run being given to the St. Lucians. So they're going to put the pressure on the Vincentians for this last over.
Yeah, the keeper really should have taken that return. He came in just around where the stumps, just a bit over, bouncing just over the stumps, and really should have gathered that one. Sloppy bit of work there from the keeper.
Well, St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowling first. 184 St. Lucia, 8 wickets down, 5 deliveries. Tittle with the ball in his hand. It's bowling to Joseph. His good delivery, full. That is where you want to be bowling.
Yeah, he has bowled a good spell here, Tittle. Went leg side a couple of times earlier in his spell. Williams dispatched him over square leg, but since then he's been doing the business, so to speak. Has kept it straight, has kept it quite full with the long off and the long on in place, and has done so consistently since then.
That one actually rolling. Alanson just spoke about that.
Tittle, he's not the tallest by any means. He's probably about, I'm not too sure, I don't think he is 5 feet. I think he might be like 4'11". He's quite a diminutive guy. And the ball is old now, having been played with for a considerable length of time, so it's not really getting up. This one is driven handsomely over extra cover into the boundary for 4.
Poor effort.
Very good shot there by Williams. I think he just gave him enough weight on that occasion so that instead of going straight to the man at long off, he was able to go just a little bit inside out of that one and got it into the gap over a wideish long off. And that's a very good shot there from Williams. And he has played a vital innings here so far for his team. Takes the score up to 188.
Well, a really good shot there by Williams. Inside out, hitting it over cover into the fence for 4. Tittle continues. Again, this one is hitting a similar area. The fielder is coming around with the catch. Yes, it does. A really good catch. Running to his left. And a really good catch, this Miss Williams. And it was an excellent effort by the youngster. I thought that he wouldn't have gotten there, but yes, he did.
It's a very, very good catch. I'm waiting to see who caught it though. But he ran about 30 yards or so to his right and took it, while going full speed. He didn't have to dive or anything. He got there in good enough time and was able to keep the catch. And that's a very good wicket. Important wicket, even though it's the last over, but an important wicket here for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Brings the last man in for St. Lucia, number 4 on his back. And it's Caleb Charles who comes to replace Williams, who played a stunning innings. Yes,
well done to Williams, but a really good catch there by the youngster, feeling that mid-off. Seems like he's in some discomfort. Ball probably shocked those fingers, but 188 for 9. Just about 3 more deliveries remaining in this innings. Charles comes to the crease. And what would he do from here on in? Tittle has picked up his first wicket as well. This one is pulling it through mid-wicket, finds a man. He's looking for 2. Would he be run out? Really bad cricket there. Keeper should have been at the stumps, really. He's halfway behind, and really, that's the end of the innings here at 100. And I'll give you the final total here, but it has come to an end. St. Lucia scoring the final score. 190 from their 50 overs. 190 from their 50 overs. And really some good batting by the St. Lucians. After struggling in the middle, they came back and scored 190.
Yes, I must say it was an impressive outing from the St. Lucians. They have been much talked about in this competition, even before the competition started. And they have validated those conversations by the performance here today. Poet, he made 24. He was dismissed by Thomas. Nelson, he made 10. He was dismissed by Matana Stapleton. Louis made 7. He was bowled Shane Roberts. Jermaine Thomas was one of the 3 wickets taken by Warren Batiste. Karim Francis, he was caught. Zach Thomas bowled Warren Batiste for 1. Aiden Scholar really played a pivotal role here for his team. He made 27 from 64. He was LBW to Alston Bob. Caleb Charles, he was caught Alston Bob bowled while Warren Batiste was 6. Sheldon Willie, he was dismissed for 10 as skipper for the St. Lucia team by bowled Jordan Charles. And Williams, the top scorer, he was just dismissed in the final over for 30 or 46 deliveries. Nathaniel Joseph, he was not out on 11. And bowling for SVG, Tyrese Aksha, 10 overs, none for 50, 1 maiden, none for 54. Mataniah Stapleton, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. Shane Roberts, 1 over, no maidens, 1 for 6. Warren Batiste, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 34. Zach Thomas, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Very good spell by Zach Thomas. Alston Bob, 5 overs, 1 for 12. Another good spell as well, 1 maiden in that. Jordan Charles, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5. Tittle at the end, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. But the pick of the bowlers in terms of wickets was Warren Batiste, bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 34. And that was a good period there for the Vincentian team before we saw a recovery from the St. Lucians. The 6 wicket fell at 87. while the 7th wicket fell at 121, and then he had a partnership from the for the 9th wicket of 60 runs from 128 to 188 between Williams and Joseph.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Total 190. St. Vincent need to get 191 to win this game. Really a very polished performance here by the St. Lucians here at Park Hill. And you had the stats being read out to you by Alanson. And it is lunch here at Park Hill. The first half of this game has been completed, and we will take a break here and return for the second half of this game, where St. Vincent would have to get 191 to win this game in this the Winlott Super 6 tournament being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 tournament. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Parkway playing field here for this encounter in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. This contest between and are selected to batch first, and they reached 189 from their 50 overs. So target here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines of 190. As I welcome back my co-commentator, Mr. Alonso Cruikshank. Alonso, how was lunch?
It was very good, tasty. Good afternoon to the viewers here on ITFX, and good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Yes, it was an innings of two halves, really, with the Vincentian team starting out rather shakily. First couple of overs,
just in case, guys.
Quite a bit of extras being conceded. They ended up recovering quickly, getting some early wickets, but in the latter part of the innings, the St. Lucia team, they managed to recover very well.
Yeah, St. Lucia, as we mentioned before, they were about 87 for 6. They also lost their 7th and 8th wickets in quick succession in the 120s thereabout, but very good 9th wicket partnership between Joseph and Williams saw them get up to about 190. Well, and I think that will be a formidable challenge here for the SVG Under 15 team, sorry.
Yes, as we see the two opening batters there for St. Vincent and Grenadines making their way out. I believe that's Arnold, that's Thomas, and it's Bob, yes, Alston Bob Jr. Zach Thomas and Alston Bob Jr. Same combination from yesterday.
Yeah, they haven't changed it. Wasn't a successful opening partnership. Bob was dismissed without scoring, but they're keeping the faith and giving the players a second go at it in the hope that they will succeed today. Thomas was looking quite promising, ended up being run out. Didn't show himself to be the fastest between the wickets, but definitely shaped well with the bat. Looked quite organized, and after a very good bowling performance from him today, I'm sure his confidence will be high.
Agreed. Looked to be a very composed player. A short man, not the tallest, but got in line very well yesterday and managed to negotiate the threat of the opening bowlers to some extent. But as you mentioned, he was run out needlessly in the end. As you see, his first delivery wrapped him on the pad. Charles it is. And SVG there up and running as we await the signal from the umpire. Leg by it is, so that delivery just swinging a bit back into the right-handed Thomas, and a single for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, so leg by to get things rolling. Batsman yet to score, but the team total on the way. And I think that they will need a very good opening partnership. Those at the top need to make themselves counted here in order for SVG to really overhaul this total.
Yes, they will need partnerships. Partnerships are going to be key. That's something that they didn't have yesterday. Never really managed to forge any partnerships together. So from their perspective, they'll be looking to just get a good start and just try and bat as long as possible. The St. Lucians, on the other hand, will be looking for early wickets in the form of Charles, Caleb Charles. Right arm fast medium coming from the southern end. Team should be in good spirits as well. A good fight back from them. I could recall around the 35 over stage we were saying that their intention would be to bat as much of the overs as possible, and that is what they did. Managed to get a target of 189. So it's a template, 190 actually, sorry. 191 for victory. So it's a template that the Vincentians would have to use, as this is a loud appeal. Perhaps pitching outside the leg stump there. And Bob there not making any sort of contact. Crowd has built up significantly in the last hour or so. Perhaps looking forward to an improved batting effort from the Vincentian team.
Yeah, they will feel the support today for sure. Not as many persons in yesterday, so a bigger crowd than we had yesterday. And they're making themselves heard.
It's a good shot, but straight to the man there at mid-off. So the first wicket is down. A delivery on the line of the off stump, and Bob, his eyes lit up when he saw that half volley, but managed to just pick out the man there at mid-off. A very good catch. So St. Vincent, they are 1 for 1. Not the type of start they were looking forward to.
Yes, and Bob again doesn't trouble the scorers. Same as yesterday. Looking to drive, but not getting over it or getting under it to clear the man at mid-on. So mid-off was just halfway there, neither a lofted shot or one on the ground. So the new batsman is coming in. It's
Catch. Stephen.
Yes, and Stephen took the catch there. The new batsman coming in. It is Slater for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
But before the match, we were having discussion in terms of whether they should have changed the order to some extent. After such a performance yesterday, I thought some sort of retrospective action would have taken place. And so far, the same order is in place with Bob and Thomas. And now we are seeing Cody Slater coming in at number 3. We were thinking, based on what we saw yesterday, perhaps a player like Tito could have been promoted up the order. But I guess the management of the team sees it differently. And they're hoping that these two will be able to forge a partnership that will be able to propel the team forward. A short delivery is pulling at this one, getting an inner portion of the bat, should be able to come back for second. And umpire Bayam signaling one shot. I think most of us from this angle could have seen that. It's a bit naughty there from Cody Slater, not actually grounding his bat in the popping crease. So one shot and 2 for 1. He's off the mark.
Yeah, that was a bit of careless cricket there from Slater, but these are things that you may tend to see at the under 15 level. But it's something that they would need to get out of them as quickly as possible. You need to get your bat across the line.
It's a good delivery outside the off stump. Cody there being watchful. So it's the end of the first over. A successful one from the St. Lucians. At the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing a target of 191. They are 2 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and we looked at the Dominican team bat yesterday. We looked at the St. Lucians bat yesterday. We saw the Vincentians bat today here at Park Hill. And there are sort of things that I would want to see from St. Vincent today. First of all, I want to see a forward stride when they're coming forward, actually pressing their weight on the front foot. Slater is a tall man. He was guilty yesterday of only being a half product forward. And also, even when he got forward, to have his weight on the back foot. And so that is something that he should have observed from the St. Lucia batsmen. Most of them, when they were forward, we saw it in particular from Scholar. That, you know, when he came forward, that he was well forward, the weight on the front foot, and well over the delivery. And that will help you when you're driving the ball to keep control of the drive. We saw it from even the number 10 batsman, Joseph, you know, batting way down at number 10, but driving in the approved manner. So that is something that, you know, the top order from St. Vincent in particular, you know, all the specialist batsmen really need to take on board.
Agreed. As we see in the start of the second over. I think it's Caleb Charles to partner from the northern end. Caleb Charles bowled the first over. Okay, we're getting the fast bowler verified. I think it's Joseph. Yes. So my apologies.
Number 7.
So Joseph from the northern end. It bowled into Thomas. This one is a good delivery, and Thomas covers up. Yeah. That's what we come to expect from Thomas. He's someone who gets in line most of these deliveries. Not the most powerful, but I think his strength would be to just put the ball into the gaps and rotate the strike.
Yeah, Joseph played a good innings, as I said, you know, when we were on commentary earlier. He batted not as if he was a number 10 batsman, but one who would bat high in the order. And here he is opening the bowling. He would have taken some confidence from that partnership that he had with Williams, and I'm sure that he would want to transfer that into his bowling.
191 the target. As you're seeing, an interesting action there from Joseph. Has a bit of carry, a bit of pace.
He seems quite athletic, bouncing in his run up, but the delivery stride, and also in his delivery, that part of his action is not very energetic. So I think he probably with that can even generate a bit more pace.
Agreed.
That time he put a little bit more into that one.
Wide signal there by the umpire, but that one got a bit of carry there into the wicketkeeper. The close-in fielders perhaps asking Thomas how was lunch.
Yeah, probably asking him if he saw that one. But Thomas, I think, is probably one of the better equipped batsmen in the SVG team, especially to face this type of bowling. So they would be happy for him to stay there for as long as possible, while St. Lucia would want to see the back of him.
It would be interesting to be like a fly on the wall, as they would say in the Vincent dugout, to understand or hear what exactly the plans are in terms of how they're going to chase down this target. What would be your advice if you were in that managerial position?
I'll get back to that after this delivery. All right, so the elementary side of it would be to set some targets for each maybe 10 over slot. I think you'd want to get to 10 overs also, between 30 and 40 runs, without losing more than one wicket. That would be your first target. But you also have to speak to some individuals, and that's, I guess, where the motivation of a coach at this age group comes in, to try to motivate the players and to really lay out to them what exactly is expected of them in terms of playing longer innings. They have seen the St. Lucians do it. Can they emulate that?
So again, outside the off stump, watchful from Thomas. I think that's it. That's interesting. In terms of, you've seen the St. Lucians recover. You've seen the kind of application that went into their batting from the lower order, and that's something that they should take on board as the top order players. In terms of if they did it, they saw how they did it, walking the ball into gaps, being watchful, being selective, and that's something they really should take on board if they are to really get close or even overhaul this target.
Absolutely. And so you make small targets and you walk towards them. If you're off by 5 or 10 runs or so, you still go with that.
Played again from Thomas. Setting off there after playing that shot. So the run in between the wickets as well is something that you have to watch out for. Yesterday it wasn't the best. It actually resulted in a run out of Thomas himself. So that's another area that they really have to iron out as they go out. They go ahead in their cricketing careers.
Yeah, Thomas not the quickest between the wickets. Tends to play quite late as well, so usually he's on the back foot or with the quite deep in his crease when he's going to set off for the runner.
It's a fuller delivery. And Thomas coming forward, showing the maker's name, although we can't really see a maker on this particular bat. But it's a good start from the St. Lucian team. Spritey in the field. At the end of the second over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team, chasing a target of 191. They're free for the loss of 1.
Yes, good over there from Joseph to back up the first over from Caleb Charles. Just a total of 3 on the scoreboard so far. 1 wicket already down. So an excellent start here from the St. Lucia team. They'll be looking to continue to exert the pressure on the Vincentian batsmen. While the batsmen at the top order, they would have to absorb some of this pressure in the early overs. And I think one of the best ways to do so will be to share that pressure, which is to rotate the strike. Look for some singles to get yourself going and get yourself off the mark.
Agreed, as Charles starts his second over from the southern end. It's a delivery on the line of the leg stump, an optimistic appeal. I think perhaps brushing the pad on his way through.
Yes, no signal from the umpire, so I assume that it was one that made some contact with the pad.
We've had a very good day so far in terms of the weather. No sort of interruptions. The sun out in all its glory. Nice wind blowing across the ground as well, making it a bit more comfortable for the players, especially the fast bowlers. This one is striking him on the pad once again, so it appears to me that Charles is getting his ball to jag back into the right-hander. Just a matter of where he starts these deliveries.
Yeah, that one striking him on the pad. Looking to turn that one on the onside. What we saw from him yesterday in his brief innings later is that he's not very strong to the onside, especially to fuller deliveries. Several of them were on his pads and struck him on the pads. And he wasn't able really to turn them into the onside for a single or for two.
This one is driving. Good looking shot. Does not pierce in the field. It's the one up to the man there at mid-off. And there's no run. I will give him a bit of confidence, getting one out of the middle. A lot of work here to do for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. Mentioned before, St. Lucia's being the defending champions. They really played like champions this morning in terms of that recovery effort. It's another foolish length. Cody not being able to find any sort of timing on that occasion.
We're seeing a contrast between the two sets of bowlers. We saw a lot of extras from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowlers in the opening exchanges, while the St. Lucian bowlers have been very miserly, quite disciplined. And again, I alluded to the fact that earlier I did not see the Vincentian bowlers warming up before the game, bowling at the stump. And I saw that from the St. Lucians, which really was baffling to me.
A very good observation. If you could recall, it was a really erratic start from both of the opening bowlers, Stapleton and Hackshaw. St. Vincent and Grenadines, a lot of wides, a lot of byes being conceded. Really gifted some more the momentum to the St. Lucians. Although they managed to wrestle the initiative after that, it was really not the best of starts. But what we are seeing here is a bit more control from both of these opening bowlers so far. This one a bit fortunately for Cody Slater. It was a defensive shot. He wasn't really mindful of where that delivery went, but thankfully for him, he evaded the stumps on the follow through. So all is well that ends well there for Slater and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As the end of the third over, it's 3-for-1.
Yes, so 3-for-1 after 3, going at a run rate of exactly 1 run per over. At the beginning of the game, they required 190 at the beginning of the innings, which at that time required them to score at 3.8 runs per over. But since then, I'm sure the run rate has climbed just a bit, so they require another further. It's now required, right? That's now at 4, yes. So they require a bit more impetus into the innings. Don't need to take any risks, really. Just need to, as some of these shots that they're playing and defensive shots, they just really need to get them in the gap and take a single.
It's Joseph again from the northern end. A short delivery outside the off stump. And there was Thomas, watchful as always.
It's a good delivery there from Joseph. Getting that one to come through just a little bit quicker. As we said before, he has a very energetic run-up. Bustling through to the crease. Looks very athletic, quick. Young man, fleet of foot. Getting that energy into his action.
This one is a good-looking shot. He's punching it through the extra cover region. Should be able to come back for a second, and they do. After a bit of a fumble there by the fielder. So 2 more runs added to the total, 5-for-1.
Yes, and that is what I want to see from them. Full delivery there. Didn't really go with an expansive drive, but pushed it into the gap, which is what he needs to do for the next 3 overs or so. And just keep the scoreboard ticking along, maybe 3 or 4 runs and over. That will keep them in contention in the game without losing wickets in the first power play.
Agreed. As Joseph once again, a tall fast bowler from St. Lucia. Bustling in. This one is another delivery outside the off stump, and there goes Thomas again, watchful outside. That corridor of uncertainty, that one perhaps not going through with the same sort of power and zest that we saw from some earlier deliveries.
He has a very idiosyncratic pause in his action where his 2 feet basically get airborne just before the delivery stride, and they almost cross each other. I wonder if that is breaking his momentum just a little bit.
A relatively long run at this particular level.
Well, as I said before, he seems like he likes to run. He seems to be quite a fit young man.
Yes, I think I just spotted what you were speaking about in terms of that pause really before just getting into his delivery stride.
Yes, and there's a crossing of the legs almost as he's getting into the delivery stride. Wondering if that just takes away just a little bit of momentum from his run, because his run is quite long and he's running in quickly as well. And if he could probably, work on that, then he will definitely be one to watch in terms of gathering a bit more pace.
A slower delivery this time, and Thomas there with his hand on his head. I feel like he missed out on that opportunity. It was a slow delivery on the line of the leg stump, but missed it completely there, Thomas. They're reciting that particular shot he was trying to play.
Yeah, it seemed as if everything slowed down just a little while ago, that slow delivery. But I don't think it was well-list, guys, but in the end he got away with it, although it was down the leg side for a while. Thomas would have wanted to get that between the man at square leg and fine leg for a 4. Or even fine of the man at fine leg for a 4 with a glance.
It's another short delivery outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire. Wicket keeper there, Jermaine Thomas. Looking very compact so far, comfortable. Encouraging his bowler. As we look at the field, there's a man at slip, backward point, cover, extra cover. There's a man there at mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, third man, and a man there at fine leg. This one is driven uppishly straight to the man there at straightish, extra cover with Thomas.
Yeah, when you look at Thomas' bat, he definitely looks the part. He has an organized technique. So there's a lot there to work with. And I think based on what we have seen from the others in the top order, there's a lot to work with him and a couple of the other guys. It's just for them to transfer that into runs and the nose of actually building an innings.
Well, I was just about to mention that in terms of he has the basics, in terms of the technique for batting, but it's about that little 10% extra in terms of trying to find the gap or punching that delivery two bars ago straight to the man, that extra cover, perhaps a bit of straighter bat, he would have found the gap and got himself a single or even more than that. So it's something he's still in a learning stage, but it's a good foundation to have in terms of his technique. As another over comes to an end, it's 7 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, 7 for 1 after 4 overs. Still scoring at less than 2 runs an over, but they were able to get 4 from that last over. And if they are able to do that for the next, let's say, 10 overs or so, and maybe not lose more than another wicket, they will still be in contention in this game.
This one is another delivery on the line of the leg stump. There was Slater looking to walk that one through the mid-wicket region. Getting a bit of an inside edge onto his pad. So another single added to the total. He moves on to 2. Total now up to 8 for 1. St. Lucia all year winning the toss, batting first. Made 190. So total of 191 required here by the Vincentian team. As the sun comes out again in all its glory. A short delivery outside the off stump, and there goes Thomas, just watching that one closely. Goes by to be taken by wicketkeeper Thomas.
Yeah, it's an interesting action here also from Charles. Very contrasting to what we see from Joseph. He doesn't really gather too much. He just has a quick-footed run up to the crease and just runs through the crease with a quick arm. He has a quick arm, and then the ball just kisses the surface and goes through. So an interesting action there from the young man.
This one is played out to the man there at backward point, and there goes Thomas again, searching for that run. But definitely no run there. That one went straight to the fielder. Francis there at backward point. So both teams looking to register their first victory in this tournament. Remember the game yesterday between, as he's driving this one out to the man that extra cover, can't find the gap. Thomas. Yes, the game between St. Lucia and Grenada yesterday that ended in a no result after some late showers. Really halted play. And of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they lost to Dominica. We get an update on the other game playing at Cumberland for you in a while between Dominica and Grenada. But so far, a very good start from the St. Lucian opening pair. Not really giving much away to the Vincentian top order batters. And an equally good start from the Vincentian team. Is just a matter of getting used to the conditions.
Yeah, not giving it away. Not at the moment they're under some pressure, but just need to hang in there.
He's walking this one off his hip there, Thomas. Pass the umpire there at square leg for another single. So that's going to be critical as well, how well they're able to walk the ball into the gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking, as they would say. It's the end of another over, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing a total of 191. They are 9 for the loss of 1.
Yes, 9 for 1 at the end of the over. 2 runs coming from that over from Charles, who has been very good since the beginning of the innings. He has bowled 3 overs so far and has looked very much on the money in terms of his lines and his lengths. Hadn't really given anything away. I think that first one that was turned, that one that Thomas turned off his pads a little while ago, was the first delivery I've seen down the leg side from him. And so good disciplines being shown here by the opening bowling pair for the St. Lucia team.
It's going to be Joseph to continue. Nathaniel Joseph. This one again is played up to the bowler comfortably. Zach Thomas. Free from 18 deliveries so far. And Cody Slater 2 from 9. So nothing to write home about in terms of the scoring rate or the strike rate of both of these players. But I think from a Vincentian perspective, it's critical that they're there and they're able to bat as long as possible. A loose shot the outside the off stump. That one is a delivery that he has been leaving alone so far in his innings. On that occasion, flirting with danger. But thankfully for him and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team, he made no sort of contact.
Yeah, he tends, Thomas, to want to execute that shot down to third man. So he has to be very careful about the length and the line he chooses to do. So there's a slip in place and the keeper as well waiting there for the edge.
You hear a lot of advice being thrown by both the St. Lucian Massive and the Vincentian supporters here.
Yes, so the sound is coming out. Stand back, boys, stand back.
This one is a full toss on the line of the leg stump, and Thomas not able to find the gap on that occasion.
You could see the disappointment there from him. He held his head down. Really was an opportunity to score some runs, but it is straight to the man at short mid-wicket.
As we're hearing the captain there, Sheldon Willie, there at mid-wicket. Number 8 on his back. Just offering words of encouragement for his bowler. It's a short delivery, but wide. Basically pitched way down. And Thomas is not a tall man, so that easily evaded him. So one more added to the total. It's now 10 for 1.
Yeah, that's probably shortest ball that we have seen in the 2 days here at Park Hill. That one pitching almost at the feet of Joseph as he attempted to bowl a short delivery. Well over the head of Thomas, as you mentioned, who is a diminutive young man.
It's another good looking shot straight to the man there at mid-off. And direct hit, but I think he would have made it comfortably in the end. So another risky single, I would say. He was hit straight to the man there at cover. I guess the only thing that we can see is to his left, and he didn't manage to field it cleanly.
Yeah, he seemed to slip somewhere there in his attempt to field it. It looks like Steven. If he had got it cleanly on the first attempt, it may have been interesting. As the throw ended up being quite accurate.
Both of these players not the quickest in the wicket, based on what we have seen over the past couple of days. So they would have to be selective in their calling. Have to be firm. This one is outside the off stump again, a wide delivery. He's just losing his bearings in this over, Joseph. And Slater facing up to him for the first time.
Yeah, maybe just looking to generate a bit too much pace, just looking for the pace instead of the length and the lines that he needs to execute.
So delivery once again on the other side of the wicket, another wide. So wides on both sides of the wicket, just losing his radar here. As we see Captain Willie goes to have a word with him. Maybe just telling him to be calm, take it easy. Let's go back to the basics.
Yeah, indeed. There's no pressure really on him. Team is in an advantageous position, so he just needs to keep it as is so far. Keep up the status quo, as we would say.
This one is a good delivery, and let's go Slater. Straight forward and plays it out to mid-wicket. So good end to the over there for Joseph. And at the end of the 6th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're 13 for 1.
It's 13 for 1 after 6 overs. Sedate start here from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they will still be happy that they have only lost 1 over, especially after their batting performance yesterday, which saw them being bowled out for only 45 runs. They would recognize that in order to overhaul this total, they would have to bat as many of the 50 overs as possible, maybe all of them, and so they need to ensure that they have a good foundation here with which to do so. The only thing is that they could probably look for a few more singles so that the run rate doesn't escalate to a proportion where they feel it necessary to take too many risks.
As we see Charles continuing from the southern end. He's into his 4th over so far. Figures of 1 for 3. So not giving anything away, Charles. Making the Vincent and top order work for whatever runs they get. This one is another foolish delivery outside the off stump. And Thomas again watchful. It's a very good line, a tempting line outside the off stump, especially to Thomas.
Yeah, he has been very accurate, Charles. And that is a plus for his team. He's not really giving anything away. And he has kept that line just outside off stump and that length, not a half volley length by any means, but not bowling short either.
Another delivery outside the off stump. Thomas chose to leave alone. And looking at the field, there's a man there at a wideish first slip. Man there at backward point. There's a man at square leg, deep fine leg, short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover and extra cover. So it's a 5-4 field. 5 on the offside. employed by the St. Lucians here. This one again is walked out to the man there at square leg, a bit of a misfield. And they come through for a single. Feeder there not covering himself in any sort of glory. Allows the batters to cross for single. So 14 for one. Let's bring Slater into strike. It's a good delivery outside the off stump, beating him. All ends up. Slater looking to come forward, but I did the pitched and just moved away just enough. And wicketkeeper Thomas there gathering.
Yeah, this is top class bowling from Charles. Has been very disciplined in his line and length, and also getting the ball to nibble around just a little bit outside that off stump, and posing some difficulties here for the two batsmen for St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Cody's slashing at this one. He gets it over the man there at a wideish force slip. Down to the boundary, his first, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines first. Total now moves on to 18 for one. We're into over number 7.
Yes, we saw that from him a few times yesterday, Slater. He will look to attack on the drive. That occasion, the weight back just a little bit, getting the edge, but evading the man at slip, going well over him. When you flash hard. That's what we have always been told, and that's the reason why, so that when it peels off the edge, it will evade the close fielders. So 4 runs there to Slater, but he needs, I think, to just put a bit more weight on his front foot when he's driving the ball.
Yes, that weight is still on the back foot to some extent. He's a tall man, as we mentioned. He has a bit of reach. He should be able to get further down the wicket and really negate whatever movement or swing the bowler is getting. But on that occasion, fortunately for him, he got the outer portion of the bat and evaded the man there at first slip. Got himself a boundary, a much needed boundary for the Vincentian team. As we see in over number 8, being bowled by Joseph. A full toss once again. And there was Thomas swinging for the fences, perhaps aiming somewhere in our vicinity here at square leg. But missing it completely. White signal there by the umpire. A couple of occasions now we have seen him attempt that particular shot to no avail.
Yeah, and he will be disappointed with missing out on those opportunities, even though he gets the white for his team. But every batsman wants to field ball and bat.
That's a very play there from Thomas. I think it's a shot that he has been, and a bit of a misfield on the boundary as well. So Poyet, I think, new Poyet on the third man boundary there, not covering himself in any sort of glory. Coming around, diving to his left, not able to prevent that one. So a very good shot there from Thomas, just using the pace of Joseph, guiding it between the man there at first slip and backward point, and getting himself a boundary.
Yeah, Poyet, he was wrong in good time, but in the end he did the Sydney Harbour Bridge and it went under him. Didn't get down to the ground in good time, even though he had made the ground to his left in covering the trajectory of that delivery.
But that's a shot he can attempt, but he has to be mindful as well. Because if Joseph is able to get a little bit more extra bounce, then it could cause a problem for him. But on that occasion, he played it very well, just using the pace of the bowler. This one again is full. Walking it out to square leg. Good comeback there from Joseph. But Thomas looking very compact, very comfortable with proceeding so far. Just carrying on from what we saw from him yesterday. And the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team will be hoping that he can bat as long as possible here this afternoon. I'm sure his father as well is there. We'll be hoping for the same. Good delivery there from Joseph as we hear in the crowd. It's getting a bit more vociferous in their support, which is always good to see.
Yes, every defensive shot, every run being cheered loudly and boisterously by the supporters here.
As we look at the field once again, the man there, third man, Poet. The man at slip, backward point, and there's a big full toss. I think it will be signaled no ball. So we saw a couple of those from Matanaya, Stapleton earlier when St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowl. Maybe just sweaty palms, as they would say.
Yes, this one a very high full toss. Seems to have slipped out of his hand. You have to remember that these are young men as well, and they're bowling with a new ball. So sometimes you could expect something like that to happen. New ball even gives professional bowlers who are well experienced some trouble from time to time, especially the white new ball. But a free hit here to Thomas. He'll be looking to free his arms, get this away to the boundary to keep this little period of play for SVG going, where they have been scoring a bit more freely.
So it's an opportunity to swing for the fences here for Thomas. So far he has been very circumspect. And it's an opportunity with this free hit to see as much as possible he can get. Short Davies pulling this one out to deep square leg. It get close to the boundary. And a bit of uncertainty once again is run out. My goodness. So the only way a batter could have been out of this free hit was sure run out route. And we mentioned the uncertainty in the running between these two before. And here goes that again in terms of a run out involving Thomas.
Yeah, you see, when you're playing cricket, I think you have to be mindful of who you're batting with. Thomas was never going to make two there. So really and truly, you got one run, you have to just settle for the one run. Thomas was not going to make two there in any stretch of the imagination, was that?
So just when the partnership was growing, the Vincentian team was starting to get a bit of momentum going into their innings, they lose another wicket again via the run-out route. And unfortunately there for Cody Slater, you could see the anguish in his actions. He was run out. So the new batter would be the captain. Captain coming to the crease. Jordan Charles. Saw a brief a bit of him yesterday. Managed to just be dismissed for a soft dismissal really. So he'll be hoping to bat a bit longer today. I think the Vincentian support here will be hoping that he'll bat a bit longer as well. So 24, 25 actually for the loss of 2.
So the runs are not the problem here, because as I said before, once you're between 30 and 40, but if they keep losing wickets, then that will be an issue. I said between 30 and 40 after 10 overs, you'll be fine.
Yes, it was a shortish delivery, and Thomas went back and pulled it over the deep mid-wicket region. The fielder there gave chase. I think it was actually Nelson giving chase to that one. And the uncertainty in the calling led to a throw back to the wicketkeeper, who in the end had to effect a direct hit as well. It was not close to his stump, but he was able to get a direct hit in, and Cody Slater, he had to go. As we see the Captain Charles coming in to face the music.
Yeah, and we're seeing a big difference with the feeling of the St. Lucians, especially the wicket keeping. I mean, get back to that after this delivery. All right, don't want to put too much pressure on the young players from St. Vincent, but you could see that there's a gulf in quality in terms of the feeling and the keeping. I mean, several throws came in today that, you know, were pretty close to maybe causing maybe half chances here and there, if collected cleanly by the keeper and, you know, taking off the base and so on. And we saw that several times he was not close to the stump. He was backing away from the throw. Several things like that, you know. So you have to work on these things quickly with this young man as he goes forward. White.
This was a short delivery, and there goes Charles trying to pull that one over mid-wicket. Not making the type of contact that he wanted. So, the end of the 8th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing a total of 191 with 25 for the loss of 2. Thomas is there from the beginning, 10 from 32 deliveries. Captain Charles just came to the wicket. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, that was a very important wicket there for the St. Lucian team. There was a bit of a partnership building there between Thomas and and Slater. Slater furious at the dismissal, but I think when he thinks about it, if he sits down and thinks about it clearly when he's finished, he'd realize that there was probably more than one in it, but there was never enough for two.
Agreed, and we mentioned the run in between the wickets and the fact that Thomas is not the quickest across the 22 yards. And on that occasion, just that slight hesitation really, and just gifted the St. Lucia a much needed breakthrough.
And he also had the opportunity to get back, because I think when he turned initially, he turned and was coming towards Thomas, and Thomas said no. And then almost he asked again. But once you have heard that first no, you need to go back.
Yes, agreed. I think he had a couple bites of the cherry there.
Yes.
Later, he was adamant that there was a second. And just that split second gave the fielder there the opportunity to get it in to the wicketkeeper. And that was the end of Cody Slater.
As we speak, we have seen a substitution. Wicketkeeper Thomas coming off the field. And coming onto the field, we have one of the substitutes. He has on a shirt that wasn't playing today, so we don't know his name, but we could clearly say it is either Jean-Claude Emmanuel, Daniel Lord, or Caden Francis. So, yes, he comes on to replace Thomas, while the gloves is taken by, we'll get to that just now. And this one goes through the replacement keeper, number 6 on his back. Looks like Zenaki Louis, who has replaced Thomas in doing the services behind the wicket. Not covering himself with glory there, with an inauspicious start, giving away that extra run.
We were speaking about the competence of the wicketkeeper in the form of Thomas before, so it's quite unfortunate to see that he's no longer behind the stump for whatever reason. I guess we'll have that information being relayed to us in a while. As we see Caleb Charles continuing into his 5th over. So figures of 1 for 8 so far. The ball into Captain Charles. Short delivery, this time outside the off stump. Charles shoulders, arms, and white signal by umpire Bayam. But the little we have seen of Charles so far, Alonso, it tells me that he has some batting ability. He has a bit of a presence at the wicket as well. But we'll be hoping that he can transfer that into tangible runs.
Of course.
For St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, runs is the currency in which you trade. If you're a batsman, the wickets are the ones in which the currency in which you trade if you are a bowler. So, runs and wickets.
There's a change in angle here from Charles. Coming around the wicket this time. And that one evading the new wicket keeper there. Louis. And leg by signal by umpire. So Charles is yet to get off the mark. Another leg by. And score moves on to 28 for the loss of 2.
It's 28 for the loss of 2. After 8 overs.
As we see Thomas coming into strike. Change in the field. A man there from mid-wicket being brought into the extra cover region. Substitute fielder. As Charles again is pulling at this one, and a close one. Loud appeal. And umpire Bayam is unmoved.
Yeah, close one. It would be interesting to see it from the front on position to see how that was going and the line in which it was bowled. Definitely was not high. Thomas is very short. So must be a judge to either have made contact with the bat or avoiding the stumps down the leg side or on the off side, depending on the line on which it was going.
Yeah, it's very difficult for us from the angle that we are looking at the game from. And this one is a full delivery again, walked out to the man at mid-wicket. It's very difficult for us to ascertain the line of these deliveries. I think umpire Bayam is in the best position, and he had judged that to be not out.
Yeah, he's certainly in a far better position than we are in. at mid-wicket, but it will be extra cover for the right-hander.
Another delivery on the line of the leg stump and walked away nicely here from Thomas. Once again, an opportunity for a second, and they make it comfortably in the end. So nicely walked there from Thomas. I think that should be his game in terms of just walking these loose deliveries into the gaps. But also the running between the wickets needs to be improved.
Yeah, and because of the way his game is set up, it will help him to be able to run better between the wickets, because he's not ever, it doesn't seem as if he would ever be a power hitting type of batsman, at least not for any of the few years to come. All right, so he needs to be able to, take advantage of getting the singles and the twos.
This one is driven down to the man there at mid-on. A very good single this time. Man there was quite deep. Stephen, I believe. And there was Thomas coming through for another single. So good end to the over for the Vincent team. And at the end of it, the end of 9 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing a total of 191. They're 31 for the loss of 2.
Yes, so at this score, 31 for 2 after 9 overs, they are just where I said that they should be in terms of the target. Just mean I think they've lost 1 extra wicket than you would be satisfied with. But it doesn't put them out of the game by any means. So if they continue ticking along at 3 or 4 runs and over for the next 10 overs, let's say at the end of 20, they are maybe around 70 or so, then they're still within the game. Right? 70 for 2 or 3, you're still within the game. So that's how they have to be thinking about it.
Well, I think the key for them is not to lose wickets in clusters, as we saw yesterday, and just try and form some partnerships. The partnership between Slater and Thomas was going along very well before that wicket was gifted to the St. Lucian team by way of a run out. And on this occasion, we have the captain, Charles, and Thomas, who has been there for a while. They'll be looking to start again and build. So there's a new bowler coming into the attack. We'll get his number for you. Seem to be a left arm option as well. Actually, right arm, sorry. This one is on the line of the leg stump. Walked out to the man there at a deepish mid wicket for another single.
Skipper.
So I think it's a skipper. The skipper. Willie, yes. Saw a bit of him. He managed to forge a very good partnership all year with Scholar, yes. The Scholar managed to really repair the innings. He himself not really scoring a lot, but he was there to be part of that partnership, part of that supporting role.
Yeah, I think he only contributed 10 to the partnership, but it was very worthwhile.
As Charles comes in to strike, so skipper versus skipper. This one is a foolish delivery, getting the outer portion of the bat. It'll be interesting to see if they come back for a second. I think they will. Very good run in there from Charles. He's a bit more athletic between the wicket. And on that occasion, it was his call, and Thomas responded positively, and they managed to get a second.
Yeah, he's running to the danger end. Got there comfortably in the end. That one was a full delivery, just screen off the outer portion of the bat, past the man at a straightish gully. Fine-ish gully, I should say. Oh, a short third man.
Short, he's pulling this one nicely, elegantly, out to deep square leg. Should get his first boundary. And now runs into the boundary, the delivery. It's a very good shot there. Short delivery on the line of the leg stump, and there went Charles and Gordon Greenidge-esque. Really, a very good shot for 4.
Yeah, nice looking shot there from Charles. We saw him yesterday just for a few deliveries, shaped well, but really didn't get going in the end, just chipping one to mid wicket. Quite soft dismissal for him in the end. But we have seen him to shape very well. Probably the batsman in this team who seems to have the most organized technique. And also has a few shots. So a lot will depend on him if they are to overhaul his total.
Yes, he seemed to be one of the few players who has the technique plus the power to really cause any sort of problem for the St. Lucian team here. As he's driving this one beautifully. Magnificent shot to extra cover for 4. Charles on the go.
Yeah, that was a splendid shot. He was forward there, driving through extra cover. Reminds us shades of the great Brian Lara there. Driving through extra cover all along the ground to the boundary for 4.
Well, I tell you what, there was a man on the deep extra cover boundary, but he really had no chance. Such was the timing and the placement of that shot. And as we mentioned, Charles looking in good stead here early on in this innings.
Yes, and he hasn't played those 2 shots. They were played on merit. So it's as if he has been going searching for deliveries to hit. And so he just needs to continue with that. Show respect to the good deliveries. The ones that he see that are on offer for scoring some runs, then you look to do so in as risk-free a manner as possible, knowing that a lot depends on this partnership.
Change of angle from the skipper, coming over the wicket this time. This delivery is walking it nicely past the man, that's square leg. So very good batting here from Charles. Having hit 2 boundaries on the previous 2 deliveries, just walking this one off his pads for a single. 43 for the loss of 2.
Yes, very good batting there from Charles, as I mentioned. Intelligent cricket, ensuring that he doesn't accumulate dot balls after having gotten the boundaries. So 2 boundaries and then a single. Turn it just to the man there at square leg and was able to get a single. So a very brisk start here from Jordan Charles in this innings, and he will be hoping to keep it going for as long as possible.
I'm sure the fans here will be hoping that as well, Alanson, as well as the viewers online supporting the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. The St. Lucians, on the other hand, they'll be hoping that they can make continual breakthroughs in the batting lineup. More so these 2, who, based on what we've seen so far, are perhaps the most accomplished of the batters on show for the Vincentian team.
Yes, definitely.
As another over comes to an end, a very good one for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. At the end of the 10th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing 191. They're 43 for the loss of 2. Zach Thomas, he's there on 14. Jordan Charles, he has made a positive start on 11. As we see a change in bowling here for the St. Lucian team. So Charles bowling 5 overs up front. Very economical in that spell. Also got a wicket in that opening spell. He's now out of the attack, and we're going to see Williams, who played a very handy knock at the back end of that St. Lucian innings, coming into bowl. He'll be bowling to Charles. Captain Charles, we mentioned the positive impact he has made so far, as we welcome back our co-commentator, Kenoy Martin. Kenoy, how are you doing this afternoon, sir?
I'm pretty well. Good afternoon to you. How's that? St. Vincent making a good comeback here, 43 for 2. Skipper Jordan batting well, along with Thomas.
There's a bit of momentum coming into their innings, which is critical, which is needed. We mentioned the importance of batting long, but you still have to score runs, and that is what we've seen so far from the captain. We'll be hoping that it can last a long period. As it's a full toss, he's driving at this one out to deep extra cover. Continues to get runs on the board here, and Jordan Charles. Good looking player as well.
Yeah, he's the best of the lot really when it comes to batting for St. Vincent. He's the captain as well. So yes, if you have captain's innings along with Thomas, who has been here since he was 10 years old. He's more of a compact player, but he's a pretty good player as well. So both of them together needs to bat for St. Vincent as long as possible, because I think after this there's not really much to talk about.
Yes, I think this is the key partnership really, based on what we've seen over the past couple of days. This is the key partnership here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We mentioned Thomas, he's very organized. I think he will complement Jordan very well if he's able to walk the ball into the gaps. But his calling between the wickets is what we also have to be mindful of between these two. Thomas definitely doesn't seem to be the best caller or best runner between the wickets.
You got that right. He calls, he's not a strong runner. He's small in stature and he looks for singles, he doesn't look for two. So he's always hesitant to take that run. Yes. So he has to be better at that.
Yes, that's not an area of his game he will definitely need to work on. Like what I'm seeing from him in terms of his technique, but that aspect of the game is equally important in terms of judging a single and being able to make a firm call to your partner. Last wicket being Cody Slater was very disappointed with that run out just when the partnership was getting into stride.
Yeah, there was no need for that really. Really no need. Suicidal and St. Lucia. The wicketkeeper did exceptionally well.
Yes, he did.
Getting to the ball and then throwing it back to the stumps. He was very aware of the situation and he did exceptionally well.
And the interesting thing about that dismissal, it was actually a free hit. So the only way any one of them could have been dismissed would have been through a run out. And that's exactly what happened.
So he actually played right into the opponent's hand, unfortunately for him. But St. Lucia was happy.
So Williams, a left arm spinner, looking to push that one through. Maybe giving Thomas a dose of his own medicine. We saw a very good spell from Thomas earlier. As umpire Bayam is signaled no ball on this occasion. So another free hit from Thomas, his second of this innings. The first one resulted in a single and a run out. Let's see how this one goes. So it's Williams, Janelle Williams to Thomas. The short Davis pulling this one straight to the man that mid up. A chance for run out once again. Thomas just scampering home. So definitely his Achilles heel, that run in between the wicket, Thomas. It was a shortish delivery, he pulled it, but he was on the back foot. So I think that really limited his option in terms of getting off to a very good start. Thankfully for him, the fielder there at mid-on was a bit deep, and in the end, he made it through.
Yes, and he's not the quickest of runners as well, so that as well hampered him. And almost, if there was a direct throw, it would have been a different scenario there with him running to that end.
This one is a flighted delivery there from Williams, and Charles plays it out to the man that extra cover. So the end of that over, the first over from Williams, 3 runs coming from it. 4 runs actually, and it's the end of the 11th over. It's 47 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good going here by St. Vincent. Despite the loss of 2 wickets, they have a target of 190. This is the key partnership for St. Vincent. Both of them will have to occupy the crease as long as possible and bat as deep as possible into this innings if St. Vincent is to get anywhere close to this 190.
Agreed, and just as a side note, they've actually overhauled the total they made yesterday. Just 45.
Yeah, 1-2. Yeah, they had a dismal day yesterday. They have come back today and played even better than they did. So hopefully both of them know their responsibilities and what is on their shoulders, that they would occupy the crease and make a real good game out of this. Well, make it a match. St. Lucia had already had their turn at the crease, so it's their time to prove themselves.
This, as we said earlier on today, maybe the early tournament jitters really got to them. Today they got an opportunity to bowl for us and get into the game, work themselves into the game. And we saw a reasonable bowling performance. I mean, there could have been some improvement in terms of finishing off the tail, but they bowled reasonably well, and now we are seeing an improved batting performance. So they'll be hoping that as they move deeper into the tournament, all aspects of their game will come into play in an efficient way.
Well, as I said earlier, this is a must-win game for them. And they need to pull all stocks out today against St. Lucia, the defending champions. St. Lucia had their turn at the crease, did what they had to do, and now it's St. Vincent's time to really see how much they can do and how much they have in the tank, really, to really come victorious in this game. They have to do as well and even better than St. Lucia did in their innings.
It's the captain again. He's playing this one. It was an interesting shot there. I think that ball actually hit the back of his bat. And he was aiming somewhere on the leg side. It actually ended up at the man there at short third man.
He was actually looking to turn it to the onside, just turning the face of the bat too early, hitting the back of the bat and falling somewhere within, just in front of the third man, just on the circle there, and bouncing it twice before he get to him.
It's Captain Willie once again. It's a good delivery. And Thomas again with that characteristic 2 footsteps forward, and I think that's part of the issue in terms of after hitting the ball, he's already making 2 steps forward, which is giving the non-striker the indication that he wants a single.
Yeah, I don't think he's a very good judge of a run either, Thomas. So he has to be very careful.
Well, there's nothing to dispute that fact based on what we've seen so far. This one is outside the off stump, well left by him. But I like his temperament, and I could see that he's not the type of player who would give his wicket away. The only way he's giving his wicket away, I think, is through the run-out route.
Yeah.
In terms of playing a rash shot or anything of that nature, he doesn't seem to have that as part of his game.
Yeah, he's technically sound, Thomas. He's technically sound. He can bat this 40, 50 overs for you. But his issue is running between the wickets and his longevity. But he's a very sound batsman.
So there's a man there at short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg, and there's a man there at deep fine leg. It's a full toss and he's punching it back up to the bowler. Once again goes to for a single, makes it this time, despite the direct hit. A very good effort there from the bowler in his follow-through. Was in the air for a while, but falls safely in the end. It's the end of another over, the 12th. Coming to an end. St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15. They are 48 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good reply here by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 48 for 2 in this 11th over. Good batting here by skipper Charles and Zach Thomas, who opened the batting. Both of them need to carry on. St. Lucia still doing well in the field. Still buzzing. And really, this partnership would be key, as we said before, in respect of the total that is set on the board here by St. Lucia.
So to be Williams to continue, the left arm slow bowler. Continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Thomas. A full toss and he's punching it out to backward point region for single. It was a high full toss. And in the end, I guess he played it very well because I was above him. Surprised no signal from the umpire.
Well, probably took the stature into consideration.
This one is trying to pull that one, Charles. Has to be mindful, has to be careful, has to be selective. This wicket is a prized wicket here for the St. Lucian team. That one was short, heading down the leg side. A good offer in the end. I'm sure as long as he's here, Captain Willie will be concerned. This one is coming forward. Struck outside the off stump. An optimistic appeal there from the St. Lucians. I think we have about 14 other umpires here in the pavilion.
Well, the umpires on this side, the umpires on the field.
Driving nicely. A bit of a misfield there from Captain. So the pressure being exerted back on the St. Lucians here seem to be telling. The Captain there an easy stop in the covers. Not able to do so. And another single as the total moves on to 50 actually. It's actually 50 for the loss of 2. 50 coming up in the 13th over. As we were mentioning earlier when Alonso was here, and perhaps where they would have envisaged themselves to be, except with the loss of 1 less wicket.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's a good start. Looking for a total of 190. 50 for 2. This the 12th over. It's a good position to be.
It's well
And
played.
the
There,
key
quicker
battles.
delivery from Williams. We've seen that from him before. Short of a length, and there was Thomas just opening the face of the bat, guiding it down to a short third man region for another single. So he's getting his innings going as well in terms of being able to get more singles, right? And the total moves up to 51 for the loss of 2. St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15.
Yes, Thomas have to look to score a little bit more. He's good defensively, but he has to look to score a bit more runs from his bat. Look to hit the bat ball in the fence, not just try to tap it. That's what he does. He has to hit the ball in the fence. Look for the gaps, turn the strike over to Charles so that it becomes easier for Charles to really manipulate and play his game.
True, you don't want a situation where Charles feels the pressure of having to score by himself. So it's very critical the role that Thomas plays here in terms of this partnership. As we see Captain Willie from the northern end, it's covering up once again. Thomas showing the full face of the bat. And Willie seemed to be a very fit man, running back to his mark.
This reminds you of Makaya and Tini out of South Africa.
It's a relatively hot temperature here, but as we mentioned, a welcoming breeze is blowing across the ground. That should help these fast bowlers as well. Once again, he's running back to his mark. I'm not sure if he's behind the overrate or anything of that nature. I know we would have experimented with the stop clock last night in that T20 encounter. I'm not sure if that applies to this tournament, this Winlott Super 6 under 15 tournament. A short delivery and he's working it out to the man, that short third man, well positioned there. And there goes Willie once again.
I think really with those short deliveries outside the off, Thomas could do much better with that rather than just running it down to third man. He could be looking to punch it up in front square there and getting some runs.
This one is down the leg side this time. Should get some runs here. We get a single down to Charles there on the deep fine leg boundary. No signal from the umpire. So one more run added to his personal tally, Thomas, and one more run added to the Vincent total. 52 for the loss of 2. As Captain Charles comes in to strike. It's a foolish length, well bowled from Willie. And well played as well from Charles. He's a tall man, had to get down on that foolish length. Willie once again, foolish length again. This time a no ball. So another free hit. It's the third of the innings. This time Charles, he'll be licking his lips really. After such a positive start, he now has a free hit to capitalize on.
Well, any batter would want that at this stage, to free your arms, get some confidence. This is the opportunity to do so. Willie, I think, overstepping, infringing on that front line, front crease, cardinal sin.
So here goes Willie to Charles, and he's swinging at this one, getting the inner portion of the bat. Perhaps trying to hit that one a bit too hard, but it was a good delivery as well. It was full. Almost Yorker length outside the off stump. So a good end to the over there from Willie. And it's the end of the 14th over. At the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15. They are 52 for the loss of 2 as the players take some drinks. And we're going to do the same here in the commentary box. Yes, welcome back to the Park playing field in this Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. And an encounter between St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the host nation, and St. Lucia. St. Lucia already won the toss, elected to bat first, and they made 190, right, for the loss of 9 wickets. And St. Vincent in their reply, they are now 53 for the loss of 2. And to continue proceedings here after the jinx breaks is Williams bowling to Thomas, and this delivery is walking out to a short square leg region. There's no run. So both batters will need to start again after the water break. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of things tend to happen after a water break. He's driving at this one. Getting the inner portion of the back onto his left boot. Bit of discomfort there for Thomas. Captain Charles just going down to find out how he is. As we look at the field, there's a man at square leg, a man at mid wicket, a man at a straightish mid on, a man at deep mid wicket, long off, cover, extra cover, man at short, third man. This one is a quicker delivery, beating everything. Wicket keeper not gathering cleanly. So a very good start from Williams here after the break. Delivery again is on the line of the leg stump. Should be able to get some runs on this occasion. It definitely was an opportunity there for 2, but we mentioned the run in between the wickets. But I guess all is well that ends well, as a leg by signal there by umpire Bayam.
Well, should be running a little bit harder than that. Thomas looking to put pressure on the fielder, get as much runs as possible, really. Unfortunately, he's not doing that, and he needs to support Charles, turning the strike over as he stroked that one onto mid-off. An easy single to Jordan. Another single taken there by these batters. St. Vincent moves on to 50, 51, 55. Scoreboard just a little bit behind time here. Yeah, 55 for 2. Just looking at the Duckworth Lewis system here at 14 overs. St. Vincent should be, once you lost 2 wickets, you should be at 53 after the 15th over. A white signal by the umpire again. St. Lucia ill-disciplined in their bowling, have bowled some extras as well in this innings. But yes, Thomas and Charles are doing a pretty good job here for St. Vincent.
Yes, a bit of extras creeping into their game here, the bowlers. Just not being able to exert any sort of sustained pressure. And it must be said, very good batting from these two. The partnership so far looking promising from a Vincentian perspective. The St. Lucian team looking a bit flat at this point in time. He's driving at this one, well played by Thomas, out to deep extra cover. Just a bit more punch in that shot and getting it out to deep extra cover for another single. So at the end of the 15th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines responding to 190. They are 58 for the loss of 2.
Yes, Thomas is on 20 and Charles is on 15. Good partnership between these two. Just need to continue batting the way they are, turn over the strikes, actually try and score at least 3-4 runs per over, keep themselves in the game, and then later on, about 30-35 overs, they can think about as to what they want to do going down later on in the innings with wickets in hand.
Yes, I think that's the template that they should be using. I think it's safe to say that as long as Charles batters the majority of these remaining overs, they should get pretty close to this total, given the way that we've seen him play and his power and class displayed so far.
Well, Charles could strike the ball, really. There's no doubt about that, and he's a good batter, really. And he's the best of the lot, as I said. And they need him to come good. Need him to come good in this innings.
It's Captain Willie once again starts proceedings, and this one is outside the off stump. And there goes Thomas once again, just allowing that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. crowd continue to build here at the Park Hill playing field. It's a community that is renowned for cricket as well, produced a lot of national cricketers. Some of them actually in our midst. Like of Alston Bob and these guys.
Yes, and Asif Hooper, Alston Bob. The names would come to me as I go along. But it's a cricketing community that's produced.
Very good shot there from Thomas, but just not finding the gap. It's a shot he has attempted on a number of occasions, but on this occasion, getting in the middle of the bat, but picking out the man there, Charles, at a squarish of a long leg, I must say. For a while there, I almost thought he got a boundary, but it's good to see him just turning his strike over, which is what we've been calling for, and I think that will be key if they are to really get anywhere close to this total set by the St. Lucia team.
We're into over number 15 here, being bowled by skipper Willie. 16, sorry. Bowling by skipper Willie. Target is 190, St. Vincent. 59 for 2. Much better reply than yesterday. Much better effort in this game here at Park Hill. As skipper just trying to get things right. Marshalling his troops is Willie.
A bit of a wait there before this delivery, but in comes Willie. Full toss. He's flicking this one over deep mid wicket. There's a man there, so only a single. Good looking shot once again from Jordan Charles. Continues to add to his scoring. He's up to 15. It's now 60 for the loss of 2.
Looking to keep the score board ticking, keep the score going. He just keep the momentum. This is good batting here by these two. Don't take unnecessary risks, just bat.
The full toss, and he's hitting this one over mid wicket. One bounce into the fence for 4. A very good shot there from Thomas, showing a bit of power on this occasion.
Exactly, those are bad deliveries that you have to deal with. And it was a full toss, and Thomas hit it over mid wicket into the fence, one bounce into the fence for 4, and he has the ability to hit the ball as well, but he has to be circumspect as he's doing, and wait on the bad delivery like he did, and dispatch them.
Yes, didn't really try to hit that one too hard, just timed it really. The pace of Willie, just allowing that to go close to the boundary, one bounce into the fence, as we see a change of angle from Willie coming around the wicket this time. This one is a very good delivery, beating him all ends up. That one just going across him there, Thomas, and a very good take from wicketkeeper Nelson. It's the end of another over. A good one from a Vincentian perspective. 6 runs coming from it. And at the end of the 16th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15. They are 64 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, 64 for 2. 16 overs been bowled. Good position to be in. As I said, I look at the Duckworth Lewis system. I'm not too sure if the rain would intervene. But at 16 overs, the loss of 2 wickets, St. Vincent and the Grenadines should be at 55. They are actually at 64. So they're ahead of the 8 ball.
As we see another over starting in terms of Williams coming from the southern end. Be looking for a breakthrough here for his team. Jordan Charles will have other plans. This one is outside the off stump, beating the outside edge. Well bowled there from Williams.
Yeah, that's a good delivery, pitching this on the 4th stump and going through with some pace and bounce as well.
This one is short of a length. He goes back and plays it up the wicket. Good looking player, Jordan Charles. Seems to be someone who has a very good technique. Also has the power, the timing. And the Vincentians will be hoping that he can stay there for a long while. There's still a lot of overs to go, 33 overs after this one. So plenty of time left in this game.
See Williams just changing the trajectory of that delivery, bowling it slower, hitting the wicket, bounce and turn and going past the edge of Jordan Charles. There, as he implements a slip. Wicket giving him some assistance as well.
Yes, we saw a bit of spin earlier when the likes of Batiste was operating. So definitely a bit of help there for the spinners as long as they can get it in the right areas. That area perhaps a bit fuller than what we've seen here from Williams. That occasion allowing Charles the opportunity to go back on his back foot. He wants to bring him forward. Similar to that. It's a very good over. It's a maiden over there from Williams. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines is on the 15. They remain on 64 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good over bowled by Williams, keeping things intact. Just pitched the ball on the off stump. Kept Jordan Charles coming forward. A couple of deliveries, spinning past the bat. He implemented a slip, and we'll see a change here in bowling from the northern end. So Poyet would take over. I'm not too sure if he's bowling medium pace or half spin. We would wait to see such.
Yes, Poyet, the opening batter, coming in, trying to do a job for his captain. Captain will definitely need one of these bowlers to give him a breakthrough. They've been looking very flat in the last couple of overs. The Vincent pair, they have managed to wrestle back the initiative from the St. Lucian team. But we have some smart batting really, in terms of being able to put away the bad deliveries and also they're able to get a bit more singles, rotation of strike. That has been evident in the last few overs.
Yeah, they have done well with the rotating of the strike and also hitting the bad deliveries. They have done well when they have been tossed up. They have dealt with them and they have taken the singles where necessary.
So Poyet appears to be an off spinner. Interesting action. A short delivery there and Thomas was trying to guide that one in the region of backward point and the fielder comes in there and prevents any sort of run. Either there being Scholar, who played very well earlier. Another shortish delivery and Thomas goes back and just punches it up to the man there at extra cover. So 2 short deliveries really. I think Thomas would be very disappointed that he's not able to score off those 2 deliveries. At least he's still there. Another short delivery as well. And just punching it out to Scholar once again. As we hear a number of different coaches out here in the pavilion. So we have umpires, we also have coaches as well. Another short delivery and there goes Thomas again. I think it's safe to say if these deliveries were bowled to the man at the other end, there would definitely have been some different result. But such is the nature of the way Thomas goes about his operation. And you can't really fault him for this. He's there. And so it's 11 dot balls in a row. Remember the last over was a maiden. So St. Lucia trying to come back into the game by means of just squeezing the 2 batters. Not giving them anything loose. This one again is playing out to the man there at short third man. So another maiden over completed and the total remains on 64 for the loss of 2.
Well, they have to be very careful as to how they go about these batting these middle overs here because the Duckworth Lewis system could come into play. I'm seeing some clouds coming around and really see the weather a little bit changing up. The sun has disappeared for a while, so they have to be very careful. They have to be on top of their game. St. Vincent and Grenadines is chasing this 190. They were ahead just a couple of overs ago. Now St. Lucia have bowled 2 maiden overs, and these are the things that causes a little difference in the game, creating that pressure and see how they react.
Well, we were just praising them in terms of the way they have gone about the operation, but the last 2 overs hasn't been testament to that. They're just not able to get the ball off the square in the last couple of overs. Let's see how this over goes from Williams to Charles, and he's driving at this one, not timing it as well as he would like. So another dot ball. And this one again is beating him outside the off stump. So a very good line here. After initially not really being consistent, we're now seeing Williams really getting into his work.
Yeah, just finding that length outside the off stump there. Asking of Charles. He continues to be consistent. Just asking that man at short extra cover to do some work as well. Everything has gone between him and the bowler. And that tells you that how consistently that Williams is bowling to Charles.
Just having a look at the field as well. There's a man at slip. There's a man at short mid-wicket. Short extra cover. And he's pulling at this one. Not timing it as well as he would like. A bit of a misfield on the boundary there from Stephen. They come back for a second. So full toss, and there was Jordan Charles perhaps aiming a bit straighter. And not timing it as well. And not a very good effort there from Stephen. Recovered in the end. So 2 more runs to the total to break the sequence of dot balls we were getting used to. This one again on the line of the leg stump, looking to swing it across the line, and it comes through for a leg bye. So
I think what happened there with Stevens is that he went for the catch, and I really don't blame him for that. That's a key wicket. He went for the catch, but unfortunately it fell short of him, bounced to his left, and he misfielded. He went and recovered, but unfortunately he didn't get the catch. But it looked bad. But if he had taken that catch, it would have been a very good effort.
Thomas into strike, and he's getting the inner portion of the bat this time. And plays it out to the man there at square leg. So another over completed. And the end of the 19th, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're 67 for the loss of 2.
Well, 19 overs have been bowled. Duckworth Lewis saying that he should be at 60. St. Vincent's at 67. So they're still ahead of the game. But some good overs been bowled there by St. Lucia. St. Vincent scoring just about 3 runs in that over. Bringing things back even, Stevens, really. But they have to be careful as they go about this period of play. This middle period of play is very important. Very, very important.
Agreed. It's very important that both of these batters know their role in the partnership. And so far, they've managed to manipulate the bowling very well. And they will have to continue, and that's the thing about batting in partnership. You have to continue over a sustained period of time. That's the only way you're really going to put any sort of pressure back on the opposition. St. Lucian team here just biding their time. The man out at deep mid wicket, man at short square leg, man at straightish third man, and the cover, extra cover, long on, long off, and deep extra cover. So an in-out sort of feel. 5 men in the circle as we see Poyot. This time is short and he's punching this one. Out to the man there at a deep extra cover for a single. It's a good start to the over in terms of getting a single, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
And this is where it's important that Thomas turned the strike over. This is where it's important.
So Poyot once again. Another short delivery on the line of the leg stump. Should be able to come through for a single. They will. So wait the signal. Wide as well from the umpire. So 2 runs added to the total. A better start to this over than the previous. Bowled by Poyot. Remember, you're looking at action in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. As he's swinging at this one, not timing it as well. Thankfully for him, Stevens not being able to effect a catch.
Yeah, that one just falling short of Stevens. They didn't make the attempt this time, but it fell short of him. 1 bounce. They got another single. So good batting here between these two. Picking up the singles at will here at Park Hill. As you see the clouds come around, it's getting a little bit darker. A little bit darker as we continue. So witnesses some good cricket here between these two. 71 for 2 St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're into over number 20. Poya continues. Flighted delivery and Thomas is forward. Plays it to the man at short, extra cover.
That last shot by Charles, though, Kenroy, not the best shot selection, really. Just need to punch the ball down the ground. I'm not sure if he's getting a bit jittery, having not faced a lot of deliveries in the last couple of overs, or not seeing runs not coming as freely as they were at the start of his innings.
Yeah, I'm just looking to get over the top, really. I'm chanting his hand. He has to be careful as the way as he does it, you have to wait on that bad delivery and dispatch them. Another dot delivery there, bowling by Poyer, keeping things tight. St. Vincent still 72 for 2 in a very good position, looking for a target of 190. Thomas batting well, good support to his skipper, Charles. This one is hitting the inner portion of the bat and just ricocheting out to the man at square leg. As we see, the conditions are changing very fast here at Park Hill. May have some interruptions with the weather as Thomas is forward to that one. Another dot delivery. So over number 20 have been completed based on the Duckworth Lewis system. St. Vincent and the Grenadines should be 62. They are now 72. 10 runs ahead. 10 runs ahead. The important thing is that they don't lose a wicket. If they lose a wicket, they would have to be at 75.
Yes, and it's very critical in terms of the Duckworth Lewis system and lose the loss of wickets. As you lose wickets, the requirement actually goes up. So it's continued to be a very good partnership for the St. Vincent and Grenadines under 15 team. They'll be hoping that they can continue in this vein. And to continue here in the commentary box will be Alan Sukrukshank joining Kenny.
Well, ding-dong battle here at Park Hill between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Both teams looking for their first win. St. Lucia game yesterday being a rain out. And today, St. Vincent losing to Dominica yesterday. And St. Lucia looking for that first victory as defending champions. Just remember you're viewing Winlott Super 6 under 15 50 overs tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and under the auspices of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association. As we welcome back Alan Cruikshank to our commentators booth. Interesting times here, Alanson.
Yes, good afternoon, Kenroy. Good afternoon to all our viewers. When I was last on commentary, I mentioned that if they're around 70 for 2 after 20, they're still in the game. And I would say if they're after 30, they're about 100, 110. They're still in the game for 2 or 3. Okay, so just need to keep the wickets in hand for now. And then if they're there around 40 at over, then they could have a go with the wickets in hand.
Well, you have to look at the Duckworth Lewis system as well because the weather is changing. I think we may be interrupted with some rain. Not too sure as to what would happen, but you have to be careful. They are ahead by at least 10 runs or so now, but a loss of a wicket would put them behind.
Right, so that's another reason why we keeping wickets in hand is very important because, of course, as you mentioned, the Duckworth tends to favour having wickets in hand.
Continues the ball. Just tickles that one off. Calls for single. Thomas is not interested. So another dot delivery goes down in the book. They have to be careful. They have to keep scoring, keep runs on the board. This is over number 21.
Yeah, they've kind of halted in the last few overs in terms of the scoring.
This one is pulled. It's in the air. He's out. He's dropped it. Well. Fortune favor the brave. That was hit out square leg. Charles didn't get it. And it fell into the hands of that fielder. I can't see who it is that. But he put it down. Yeah, fortunate for Charles.
In 2 cases, he was fortunate. I think that was a short delivery that he really should have gotten over the rope. And then the bowler would feel he was unfortunate in the end because the catch went down.
Good delivery again. Thomas is forward. Played with the full face of the bat. That brings you over to an end. And really, simple catch been put down by the man on the boundary there for St. Lucia. And really, Charles giving a life. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines after 21 overs, they are 73 for 2 here at Park Hill.
Yeah, they're going at about just over 3 runs and over. And it's by no means quick going or captivating viewing for those who like to see the 4s and the 6s. But in the context of this game, it's a very telling partnership and they don't need to go at a ridiculous run rate. They just need to be going at 3 or 4 runs and over to extend the partnership deep into the innings, because if they do that, then they'll be putting a lot of pressure on the St. Lucian team.
Yes, they have to. And these two have to bat as long as possible. Keep scoring, hitting the bad balls, dispatching them as well. And they would be in a good position at least after 25, 30 overs. They should be able to assess things from there on in and approach it from a different point of view. But at this point, they are now 73 for 2. 21 overs bowled as St. Lucia continues to look for that wicket. The opportunity was given just a while ago. And unfortunately, that fielder put that catch down and Charles was given a life. And he continues to bat for St. Vincent. He's on strike. Now to Poya, who's bowling right arm around the wicket. So one is outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire. His length seems to be somewhat shortish since he began to bowl here.
Yeah,
just outside the off stump.
Got away with a few short deliveries, I would say, in this spell.
This one again is wide outside the off stump. Bayam has no problem in signaling that. St. Lucian's becoming a little bit ill-disciplined in the way that they're bowling. Have given away some extras as well. It'll be interesting to see how much they have bowled. St. Vincent did that all in their innings but came back again. Better delivery outside the off stump. Charles just shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. As the sun disappears here, the wind starts blowing. Could feel the chills. Poya around the wicket. Outside the off stump. White signal by the umpire again, infringing on that line outside the off stump.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling here with his line to the right, to the left hand, and he's going to change his approach. He's going to go over the wicket. He was bowling a much better line to the right hand, although we saw him shorten his length a couple of times in his first over.
He's coming over the wicket this time. Short delivery and he's been pulled by Jordan. Into the fence. 4 runs to Jordan. A loose delivery down the leg side and dealt with accordingly by Jordan.
Yeah, and that one seemed to be a leg break. Did bowl that one with over the wrist bowling. So in the end, very short and got the treatment that it deserved as Charles, got into his wicket. Pulled this one behind the man at square leg for 4.
Well, a loose delivery been dealt with accordingly by Charles, been given a life at the St. Lucia. This one is a quicker delivery outside the off stump. Just shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. Good over so far for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 80 for 2. 21 overs bowled, looking for a target of 190. Poya continues for St. Lucia. Outside the off stump again. Left alone by Charles. Probably thinking, I've got enough out of this over, so I can leave those alone. Poya over the wicket, right arm, off spin. This one is bringing Charles on the front foot, just playing it to the man at mid wicket, and no run. Bowled about 3 to 4 extra deliveries, still going as condition darkens here at Park Hill. This one is flighted and Charles just turning it. Good feeling by the man at short mid-wicket. Really preventing a single. And that brings over number 22 to an end. And after 22 over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 80 for 2. 80 for 2. Charles and Thomas doing the battle here for St. Vincent.
Yes, 80 for 2 in pursuit of a target of 190. They're well in the game, especially as long as this partnership extends. Skipper Charles batting on 23 not out. Dogged and stodgy opening batsman Thomas batting on 25 not out. And they have put together a good partnership. They will be hoping to keep it going for as long as possible. Still quite a way away from the target, 110 runs needed. So there's still a lot of work to be done by this pair.
Well, Williams would continue here for St. Lucia, who's left arm orthodox. He'll be bowling around the wicket. He'll be bowling to Thomas, who's on strike. There's a slip. I think there's a backward point cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. Thomas is turning that one to the man at short mid wicket. Picks another single and bring Charles onto the strike. Some sloppy feeling here by. Oh, this could be trouble. This could be trouble. But Thomas gets back. So they have sneaked 2 runs. Good running, good calling here by Jordan Charles. Very alert. But some sloppy feeling there by the St. Lucian and gave away an extra run.
Yeah, a little bit of sadness there coming into the play of the St. Lucian team. And this doesn't look good for Thomas. Oh my, this doesn't look good for Thomas. Seems like he may be suffering here from a bit of cramp. Had to extend himself, especially at the end of that last second. And this is not good for Thomas or for the SVG team.
Well,
he will receive some treatment now.
Well, that is one of the things I was going to highlight. He can bat long, but he suffers from cramps. He's not a big fella. He's not sturdy. And the longer he bats, the more tired the muscles get, and he normally suffers from cramp. Thomas, he's technically sound, but he has a couple of issues as to running between the wicket and being able to complete an innings, really. Thomas, young fella, 14 years old, started this tournament when he was just about 10 years old, and he has continued. And he has grown as a youngster, but this seems like trouble here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These two are batting exceptionally well, and it would be unfortunate for them to lose him now.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, a lot depends on this partnership for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have looked fairly untroubled in their partnership, except for that last drop chance. Or for delivery that really should have been hit over the boundary in the case of Charles. But this is very concerning for the SVG team. The St. Lucia team will have this opportunity now to just discuss, to regroup, to consider how they move forward from here. They will want to see what happens, whether he will continue his innings or if he'll have to retire. Remember, in cricket you can no longer have a runner. So left to be seen what will happen here. But in the meantime, we will take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some live action for you. Yes, welcome back to the Parkhill playing field. Thomas is up and ready to go, as Williams is now into him. Down the leg side, wide call by umpire Bayer.
So the St. Lucian has really strayed their bowling for the past 2-3 overs. Have bowled a lot of extra deliveries, not really helping their cause here. As Williams continues, it's a loud appeal, striking him somewhere on the pads. Williams was very interested in that, but not out, says umpire Bayam. Score remains on 83 for 2. And over number 23 here at Parkhill. Interesting times.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of pressure on the umpires here. Because I'm sure if umpire Bayam had said that, there would be huge uproar here at Parkhill.
It's another flat, fast delivery. Thomas just on top of that, pushing it out at cover. Fielder comes young and field. 190, still looking a long way away. A lot to go. St. Vincent, but these two has batted well for St. Vincent. As Thomas just turned that one to mid-on. Calls for single. He looks good running there. Didn't see any reaction to that cramp that he had a while ago. That brings Charles on strike. Looks rather good.
I think he'd be fine when doing those type of running, but when he stretches, like if he has to stretch a long way forward or anything like that, that is when it can come into question.
Charles is cutting outside the off stump, misses into the keeper's glove. Close one there. Charles, for me, just getting a little bit too loose with a couple of deliveries. Has to be careful. Gave the chance not too long ago. Has to keep batting. He's key to get into that 190 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Quicker, flat delivery. Played by Charles. As the encouragement comes from the spectators here. Just below us, 84 for 2. 84 for 2 here. 23 overs completed. They're looking for a target of 190, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I think they are very much in the ascending position.
Yeah, for the time being, they're on course. Another wicket or two, we'll see them worrying a bit more about their position. But as long as they keep these 2 wickets and keep the 8 wickets in hand, and keep ticking along for the next maybe 10 overs or so, get themselves in the vicinity of maybe 130 or so runs, about 60 adrift. If they still have 8 wickets in hand from that point, then they would definitely be, highly favoured, not just in the ascendancy, but very much highly favoured in this game.
Do agree with those statements, Alanson, and as Poya continues to bowl for St. Lucia. He's bowling to Thomas. This one is wrapping him on his pad. There's an appeal, but that's from my vantage point here. We're not straight behind the keeper, but that one seems to be going down leg. So, just wrapping on his pad. Poya continues to plug away here for St. Lucia. Thomas on strike. Flighted delivery outside the awesome. Looks to run it down to backward point area. Fielder comes in and field. Score remains on 84. 84 for 2. Poya. Flighted outside the house. He drives and misses. Haven't seen such an attacking shot from Thomas. But he drives outside the house loosely.
It was a tempting one, very full.
Poya again, just flighting outside the off stump. Thomas seems to be having a little bit of difficulty stretching forward, as you said. You would feel that in the back of his leg. Poya just tossing those deliveries on the off stump and causing him to do so. Again, he's originated chaps in no man's land, looking to turn that ball. Is Thomas on the onside and falling between those men at backward point and short third man. Really, not a chance, but it falls in no man's land.
Yeah, the skipper just coming on to have a little word with him. I think, yes, although he's walking back there and he doesn't seem to pitter, but he does seem to still be favouring that leg that he got the pull on.
This one is a full delivery. Good. This could be trouble. This could be trouble. Oh my God. And we spoke about it. An excellent piece of fielding by the man, actually the bowler. Diving to his left, it bounced off of him, ricocheted to the man at cover, and Thomas was left stranded in the middle of the wicket. Charles didn't move, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines have lost wicket number 3 through the run-out route, and Thomas comes back to the pavilion.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket. Massive wicket there by the St. Lucians.
Well, we spoke about it.
Showing good sportsmanship there, just tapping Thomas on the back. Looking very dejected as he walks back, but getting a loud applause here from the crowd as he's replaced by Boy. It's an interesting one because, I mean, when he pushed that, he would not have expected the bowler to get across so quickly to make that interception. But I think that probably on that occasion, the skipper was a bit guilty of ball watching. He was watching what the bowler was doing there. If he had gone off, then he would have been safe.
Yes, and really good feeling by the bowler. Poya diving to his left, and the ball ricocheting from his hand to the man at short extra cover. He picked up the ball, threw it back to the keeper, who had no problem in whipping off the bails, and Thomas was already at Charles's end. St. Vincent have lost wicket number 3, and this puts them in a kind of ticklish situation here now. And these two are batting so well.
When you look at it, St. Lucia has not taken a wicket as yet. And we have had 2 mix-ups to run out from the mix-up route, where you have 2 players essentially almost at the same end.
Yes.
And we have had a very low shot from Bob in the early exchanges, driving.
Oh, he's bowled. Charles is bowled between bat and pad. Williams have grabbed another wicket. St. Vincent have lost wicket number 4 in 2 wickets in quick succession.
Now St. Lucia have taken a wicket. So the first 3 wickets were given away. And I think at the end of the day, I think that the skipper had that last run out on his mind still. Looked very dejected after Thomas was walking back. And I think he still had that on his mind. I was probably blaming himself at the end of it. But you have to continue batting.
Oh, how things have changed in the space of 3 deliveries. Thomas going to run out now. 1 ball after. Skipper Charles going bold. Williams comprehensively bold as well. St. Vincent and the Grenadines have slipped into further trouble. They are now 84 for 4 here at Park Hill.
You know, it's all happening here, and in the space of just a few deliveries, as you mentioned, Ken Roy, things have changed drastically. We were speaking about maintaining just having 2 wickets down, 8 wickets in hand for the Vincentian team. And the St. Lucians have picked up 2 wickets in the stretch of just a few deliveries. And it has changed the entire complexion of the game, really swinging the pendulum in favor of the St. Lucians.
Well, St. Lucian now in charge. And this brings the number 3 Tittle to the wicket. Tittle now joins Boy. These are 2 local players from these vicinities. Tittle, Park Hill. Boy, I think, is from Byra. Williams, left arm around. Tittle is back and plays that one to the man at short extra cover. The field has been brought in, pressure. There's everybody around the bat. There's charming. They are chanting each other. All of a sudden, they are back on top. This is a quicker delivery. Tittle looking to square cut. The ball went through already. Beaten for pace.
Yeah, that was a quicker, flatter delivery. He's bowling very much in the same vein that we saw from Thomas himself when he was bowling. Flat, quick. Not looking for much turn.
It's a full delivery. Tittle just punching it to backward point. Seems to be just a little bit over the waist, but umpires have the final say. For me, Tittle is a very small fella.
Yeah, but it's an interesting one because, I mean, he might have been over his waist, but he could still bowl him.
This one is forward. In the approved manner is Tittle. He's a small, but he's taller. He's talented youngster Tittle. Reminds you of Thomas and Bob coming into this format of the game. Again, Tittle is trying to hit that one around to square leg. Loud appeal by the spinner and the rest of the team. That brings you over to an end. And after 25 overs, St. Lucia has now caused St. Vincent to be in the position of 84 for 4. Some bad judgment on behalf of the batters, ill judgment, and a good delivery from Williams, bowling Charles.
Yes, and when you look at it, you have lost 2 set batsmen. These 2 now have to, get set all over again. And it will take some time. It will take some deliveries. We'll throw up a little bit of the deliveries, maybe 1 or 2 dots more than you would have had with the set batsmen. And that adds a little bit more pressure as well. You see the St. Lucian being very much cognizant of that, and they have brought the field right in, trying to choke these 2 batsmen.
Poyer continues. Good delivery. Brings the number 6 for St. Vincent to strike. Boy, outside the house, some boy is playing. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says umpire. Seems to be appealing after every 2 deliveries now. St. Vincent really on the ropes. The loss of Thomas and Charles has opened up the gates for St. Lucia. There's a loud appeal. There's a stumping. Not out, says umpire boy. By So.
You're getting some entertaining comments here from some of the ladies watching the game. You can tell who they are supporting, Kenroy. No doubt about their allegiance.
Well, they're home, supporting their home boys, Boye and Tittle at the crease. This one has been hit straight, swapping short of the man at extra cover. Didn't really carry. Make a brilliant effort, gallant effort there by him. Falling short and just bouncing into the shoulder area.
Yeah, it was a shot almost out of nowhere. He has been blocking the ball and he just went for a drive there.
Poyer flighted us. He's trying to go over the top. Punches out, he's out. Went across the line. Boy, a huge swing, really. Was that necessary? I don't think so. St. Vincent have lost. Wicket number 5. LBW.
Not at all.
St. Lucia on a roll.
Not surprised because of what we saw yesterday from the batsmen. A lot of them hitting across the line to fairly straight deliveries. And it's something I mentioned when I was on in my initial stint in this innings. I would say that I want to see from St. Vincent what I saw from St. Lucia. Everybody coming prepared to put their head down and bat and to play the ball straight and play the ball on the merit. It's not as if you need 1,000,000 runs and over.
Well, here comes Baptiste. He's joining Tittle. St. Vincent has actually descended from 84 for 2 to 84 for 5. All of a sudden, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. My God, St. Lucia.
The collapse is definitely on, Kenroy.
Well, Poyer continues from the northern end as the sun pushes back. It heads out of the clouds. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. All of a sudden, 84 for 5. Baptiste on strike. Poyer with the ball in his hands. This one is wrapping him on his pads. He's not interested with that one, Poyer. So that brings an entertaining over from Poyer to one end. And after 26 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 84 for 5.
Yeah, that one seemed to be pitching outside the leg stump, left hand on strike. Striking me on the pad and may have hit the stump, but most likely they've pitched outside the leg stump. So very interesting. As we see here now, the 2 batsmen at the crease. Looks like, yes, Tittle and Baptiste.
Yes.
From this very area, Baptiste, South Rivers.
Well, we have those people in the stands, the supporters. very much annoyed as to what is happening. I could understand that. But cricket continues. Tittle on strike. Williams with the ball in the hand from St. Lucia. He'll be bowling to Tittle. He's around the wicket. Flighted delivery. Tittle is forward in the approved manner. Plays it to the man at short extra cover. The field is very much like in a circle. Shorter delivery. Tittle is behind of that comfortably. The sun comes back out, graces us with his presence.
We're seeing Williams actually varying his pace now for the first time in his spell.
This one is outside the off. Some quicker delivery taken by the wicket keeper. And there's no run. 84 for 5. 26 overs completed with the 27th over. Wow, things have changed. All of a sudden here, it's a short delivery. Tittle just jamming down on that one. Finding the man at short mid-wicket. All of a sudden it seems as the ball can't get off the square, Alanson.
Well, it's not as it seems. That is what it is at the moment.
This one again, straight back to the bowler. Williams continues to bowl. Things are pretty tight here for St. Vincent. They have slumped into 84 for 5. This one is outside the house. Some Tittle looking to slap it to backward point. Didn't make any connection. No ball signal by the umpire. Not too sure where that came from. But it came from the square leg umpire. Probably the wicket keeper infringing. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, maybe the wicket keeper had his gloves in front of the stump on that occasion. Maybe. Could have been the only thing I could think of from now.
Yeah, that's from what I'm here, where I'm at. So there's a free hit. And Tittle went for that. No, he can't be out. Looking for the stump. That's the end of the over. So after 27 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 85 for 5. 85 for 5. And oh, how things have changed here at Park Hill. St. Vincent looking like they were cruising to this 190. All of a sudden it looks like St. Andrews. And the Duckworth doses has changed drastically as well.
Yeah, they're now required to have been at 115 just because of the loss of those wickets. I mean, when they were 2 down, they were required to be at 79. So, I mean, the wickets really do make things difficult when it comes to the Duckworth-Lewis system. Duckworth-Lewis-Stone system, sorry.
Well, Poyer continues for St. Lucia. A slip, a backward point, square leg shot, mid-wicket. Everybody in the circle. 30-yard circle. Flighted, driven back to the man at short extra cover. That's the feeling. The sense that St. Lucia have seen the best of St. Vincent. And they have already noticed that. So they have brought their feelers into the 30-yard circle. Poyer, that one puts his batties back on his back foot. Sounds very sweetly off the bat.
Yeah, that was a good defensive shot there from Battis. They should be saying to themselves there are 22 overs and a bit left. Let me just bat. See how close we can get to the target.
This one is outside the house stump. Flighted into the keeper's glove. Seems as though how cricket has changed. Seems like you are playing on a different wicket. A different game has started. All of a sudden with the dismissal of Charles and Thomas.
Yeah. Very same wicket, but just mean that there is a bit of a gulf in the caliber of the batsmen, and it's evident. But hopefully for these young men, as they play more cricket, they'll become a bit more adept at building innings, at maneuvering the ball around in the gaps and so on.
Well, these batters seems to don't have a clue as to what is going on here. I'm not too sure what is happening. But St. Lucia have sensed that. This one is just driven up to the man a short extra cover again, as we say. Can't leave the square. Another dot delivery. Poyer continues to bowl for St. Lucia. Crowd has gone rather silent after being animated for a period of time. This one, he's playing forward again, straight to that man. And really, that brings another over to an end. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is in pursuit of 190. They are 85 for 5 with just about 30 overs bowled. Sorry, 28 overs bowled.
So 85 for 5 after 28. 22 overs remaining. to get 85 runs, so they are just about halfway. But it will be a very tall order, a very difficult task for them. And as you mentioned, the St. Lucia team, they have sensed that, and you could see you're seeing all those St. Lucia shirts in the St. Lucia colors. You know, the yellow, the blue, and the black. They are basically all around the batsmen for SVG. Almost like some vultures circling around the prey.
There he goes, and Tittle is forward. Approved manner. Straight to the man at short extra cover. Has no problem feeling that delivery. Williams continues. Chief destroyer so far in the innings. Quicker delivery outside the off stump. Not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. The sun has left us again. Tittle taps away. High back lift. Stance look really nice. Again, he's forward. He's confidently to the man at short extra cover.
Yes, keeping his team in the game by making sure that he's not dismissed. Coming forward and defending stoutly.
Again, he's forward in defense. Not looking to score. St. Lucia won't have a problem with that. 85 for 5, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Short delivery, and Tittle is behind of that, squeezing it to the backward point. Again.
Yeah, that was a rapid one. That was a quick delivery there. Almost as quick as some of the pacers.
Well, they would like to see the speed gone on that one. But it was rather quick. Well played by Tittle as well. This one is short and his backhand punches. Only finds a man in the way. Don't have enough power to penetrate that field. That brings the over to an end. And after the 29th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 85 for 5 here at Park Hill. In this, the second game in the Winlott Super 6 50 overs tournament played there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's another game that is played in Cumberland. We are not too sure of the position there, but presently we are here at Park Hill.
I believe that game might be finished already, because I think that what we heard is that Dominica made 105, and the last score I heard was that in pursuit of that, Grenada were 86 for 4.
Well, that should be over by now. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines still at the crease. 85 for 5. After being 84 for 2.
Yes.
They have slumped to 85 for 5. And how things have changed drastically.
They actually lost 3 for none. So 3 wickets for no run. All 3 wickets falling on with the score at 84. The Australians, they are afraid of 87, 13 short of 100. Don't know if Vincent have to now be afraid of 84.
Poya continues. Oh, he's bowled him through the defense of Baptiste. It was written on the wall already. Only a matter of time. And Baptiste goes back. Bowl Poya. So number 6 has fallen. And oh, how they are falling as what? My good friend, Stanley Gunny Hines.
Yeah,
he uses a thumb. Oh my God. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 85 for 6. And it seems as these batters at the later stage doesn't have a clue as to what it is to bat.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate.
Yes, unfortunately, what we are seeing from St. Vincent and the Grenadines team is that, as I mentioned before, that there's a huge gulf in batting ability and quality between the better players and the other players. And when I say better players and other players, I mean even some of the players who are in the top order. You could see that there is a big difference from one to the next. So we're not speaking about the lower order batsmen here, even batsmen who are coming around at 6, 7, 8, maybe 5. Different positions which you would think that, they should be able to handle themselves. And you're seeing that, they're struggling to do so, unfortunately.
Well, what can we do here? You're on the commentators in the booth. 85 for 6. That brings Hoyt to the crease. Wicketkeeper Hoyt. Number 7 on the back. Poya. has picked up another wicket. St. Lucia is sensing victory. Really?
Yes, you look at that field, everybody's in.
Poya over the wicket, flighted delivery. He's bowling. Doesn't have a clue as to what happens here. Played forward, left everything there, and he's gone. Bowled the second wicket for Poya. And this is a really sad sight. It is.
It is. And I mentioned something. I saw, you were not here yesterday, Kenroy, but we commentated the game yesterday here. And I remember when I saw Joseph batting at number 10 for St. Lucia today, I thought to myself that, you know, he looks far better than some of our high number batsmen all up at number 3. And he's batting at number 10. And we have batsmen at 7 and 8. I mean, the number 8 batsman just dismissed. Just really looked like a number 11 batsman.
I don't know what is happening here, but it's a really sad sight to see. Number 11 walks in here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's Tyrese Hackshaw, fast bowler.
Yes.
And St. Vincent and the Grenadines have slumped to 85 for 7. 1 run on the board. They have lost, 5 wickets?
5 wickets. Stapleton has the temperament to stay there. He will try to defend and to hold his wicket. And Tittle has shown that he's not really troubled by the ball and he could keep his wicket in hand. It will be very important for them to see how far they could get. Because there's still many overs left. They could see how far they could get in terms of getting as close to the total as possible, even if they don't get it.
Well, Poya looking for a hat-trick here. He plays forward. Just edges it to the man at short, fine leg. Poya picks up 2 wickets. Has picked up 2 wickets to find this over. Scoring. Flighted deliveries forward, full toss. Played back to Poya. Poya continues. This one is pushing forward. Stifled appeal. Not how says the umpire. Really looking like he doesn't have a clue to what is happening here. Telling you. It's drama here at Park Hill between St. Vincent and St. Lucia. St. Lucia really making light work of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. After being in such a comfortable position at 84 for 2, they are now 85 for 7 here at Park Hill. The host team is forward, just peeping. That brings the Poya over to an end. And St. Vincent, after 30 overs, they are 85 for 7. 85 for 7 as we welcome back our co-commentator, Asnet Kato, to probably bring it to the end of this game. St. Vincent not really looking that they could bat another 20 overs or so. But welcome back, Asnet, as you continue coverage here at Park Hill.
Yes, thank you very much, Kenroy. Good to be back in the commentary box. A lot has changed once again since my last stint. I've seen the Vincentian team really slip into turmoil, really. Good afternoon again to you, Alanson.
Yes, good afternoon, Osnet. Good afternoon to all of you again. Osnet just joining me in the commentary box here. It really leaves us to be, thoughtful about our cricket here at that level. I mean, the youngsters and what we have to come. We have seen that a few of them, they are talented, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of support that they need to be given. And when you really compare to St. Lucia, which we know has a good youth structure, you're seeing the fruits of their youth structure, and you're seeing the lack thereof in St. Vincent.
Agreed, and that's something I've just spoken at length about throughout the day, in terms of the way the team, the St. Lucian team, they look to be a more organized team. Seem to have all the areas covered, seem to be well coached. as opposed to the Vincentian team. Yes, they have some talented youngsters in the form of Charles and Thomas and all these guys. But in between those, we are seeing that some of the players really, in terms of the basics of the game, there's still a lot to be desired as it relates to that. As we're going to see Scholar, the new bowler, number 10 on his back, coming into bowl to Tittle, who's been there for a while, still yet to get off the mark. I think he's faced at least 19 deliveries. Also, left arm spinner again. This one is short and pulling it out to deep mid wicket. Should get close to the boundary here. And so something for the home crowd to cheer about. A short delivery there from Scholar. And there was Tito just pulling that one, timing it well. So he's off the mark. And the total moves on to 89 for the loss of 7.
Yes, it seems as if you have brought some form to Tittle. By your return, Osnet is pulling that one quite handsomely over the forward square leg for 4.
Yes, he's a player. He has a lot of qualities that you want to admire. He's swinging again at this one. Getting it past the man there at mid-on. Should be able to come back for a second. So a late flurry here from Tito. After that period of where the team seemed not to be going anywhere, we're now seeing a flurry of runs, a boundary, and then now 2 more runs. So Tito not going on without putting up a fight here.
Yes, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tittle. As I said, I think he probably could bat a little bit higher in this batting order. As a Connery man, I like what I'm seeing from him in the crease.
And I think that's something that we spoke about in terms of before the start of play today. We were trying to assess what particular changes the Vincentian team would have made. And one of those changes we saw was the promotion of Tito high up the order, even to the opening spot.
Because you look at him, he's quite diminutive, and probably him, and I think that he and Thomas may make a good opening pair. He's not the strongest, and with the pace on all up, he may be able to deflect the ball around and get a few more runs and be of more value to the team. So sometimes you have to think about that, and maybe Bob, for his talent, might be more useful to a team like this with this personnel, batting maybe at 5 or a little bit further down. You know, where coming in just after the partnership that you saw with Thomas and the skipper, he may have been able then to really guide the rest of the team going down as the vice captain.
Agreed. So something for the management to think about. Still a couple more games in this tournament. It's always going to be a learning experience for some of these youngsters.
Yes, and I hope that they will take the learnings and put them into practice so that they will be able to develop their game. The quicker you learn, the better for you.
As we've seen Hackshaw in strike, and Scholar seemed to be the type of bowler to push it through quite a bit. But I'll answer that partnership between Charles and Thomas was always going to be key in terms of how this game goes. And the fact that the St. Lucian team were able to get, as this one is swung out to a deep mid-wicket region for boundary from Tyrese. So a bit of fight being shown here from these two, and it's good to see. Well played there by the young one.
Yes, a good sweep shot. And showing a bit of batting acumen. In fact, showing a lot more batting acumen than probably the one who has just gone before him. How it really looked out of the depth, not just in this game, but also in the previous game. Not to show if he's batting in the right position.
Agreed. And just to continue what I was saying, that partnership was always going to be critical to the outcome of this game. And the fact that the St. Lucians were able to get those wickets in consecutive deliveries, Bailey, that really dented, and in fact it just limited the Vincentian progress.
Yes, we mentioned it just a while ago that they lost 5 wickets for 1 run. Initially 3 wickets without scoring a run, and then 2 wickets again with the score on 85. So 84 they lost the 3rd, 4th and 5th wickets, and then in 85 they lost the 4th and the 5th. The 6th and the 7th wickets, sorry. So really, you know, it's a collapse of gargantuan proportions.
Yes, losing wickets in clusters is never a good thing. Just when we thought they were out of the habit of doing so, based on yesterday's performance, that old enemy crept back into their game. And it's still 96 for the loss of 7. So I think from a team perspective, getting over that 100 mark would be a psychological boost for them, given what we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, they must also remember that St. Lucia were 87 for 6 and got to 190. You know, so not say that is what will happen here, but they need to understand that even though you have wickets down, if you put your head down and you bat, you know, there's enough time for you to impact the game if you put partnerships together.
Very much so. I think that was really good to see from the St. Lucians. They never really gave up. They never really panicked at any stage. They were just determined to bat those 50 overs, and that they did. As this Vincentian team moves forward, I think that's something they will have to get used to. As Tito is swinging this one again over mid-wicket. Gets a single. So Tito just accumulating some personal runs here. 97 for the loss of 7, yes. So as I was saying, moving forward, that's something they need to take. I mean, they say normally you like to use best practices. And looking at what we've seen, St. Lucia is the defending champions, and what we saw this morning, they really played like a champion. And just the Vincentian team need to take certain aspects of what they did on board.
Absolutely. Whether as a team or even individually, some of these players, you know, are quite experienced at this level, so they should be taking the lessons learned and applying them in their own games.
And I think something we could add to that is even the personal techniques of some of these lower order players we're seeing from the Vincentian team. It's nowhere near to what we saw from even the number 9, number 10 from the St. Lucians. So it's really a matter of perhaps the coaching, getting a bit more cricket, getting the players involved more, getting them to learn the game a bit more as well.
Yes, I agree. And also players with the support of their parents and those around them working on their games while away from the coaching setup.
Very much so. As we see another single again, the score moves on to 98 for the loss of 7, win over number 32. Tyrese Hackshaw and Delroy Tito at the crease. The sun has really left us for a while now. A bit of dark clouds glooming. No immediate threat of rain as yet. It's just the nature of conditions here in Park Hill at this time.
Yeah, this time of the day, I mean, we are in a little valley, so the sun kind of goes down behind the mountains which are behind us from where we are sitting here. And from where you're viewing to your right.
I think they'll get some more runs here again in the form of wides. Can they come back for a second? Yes, they are. And Tito will make it in the end. A bit of a struggle, but he got there in the end. Well done from the young man.
Again, I think there was some hesitation. He decided to come back for the 2. If they had gone straight away, he would have been there a lot more comfortably, but still got in.
So the 100 coming up for the Vincentian team. As we see a bit of rain sprinkling across the ground. This one turning back into the right-handed Tito as he recycled that leg lance. And at the end of the over, 32 overs completed. Still Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15. They're 101 for the loss of 7. Yeah,
101 for 7. We have seen from Tito that he likes the pull shot. He's a diminutive batsman, very short, probably the shortest one on either side. And he likes when the ball is short to get on the back foot and pull. Something that you usually see from short batsmen, that they love the pull and the cut. So some things there to work with, and he has shown himself to be stout in defense. So that they have some little things there, you know, some little raw materials that can be harnessed among some of these players. And I would suggest even the ones who have not acquitted themselves well so far, you know, that they can continue working on their game. They're still very young. There's still a lot of time for them if they would dedicate themselves to sharpening their skills.
As we see Scholar once again to pick up proceedings here from the southern end. This one is outside the off stump, close to be signaling a signal a wide. Umpire Bayam not agreeing with that. And on an earlier stint, I think Martin would have mentioned the Duckworth-Lewis system, and St. Vincent were actually ahead at that point in time. But given the cluster of wickets we have lost in that particular period, as we see another run being gained, leg by signal there by umpire Bayam. Yes, at this particular point, at the end of the 32nd over, they would have had to be 152 for the loss of 7. So they're way behind on Duckworth, Lewis. Testament to those wickets that they lost.
Definitely, because if they had still lost, if they had only lost 2 wickets at the 32nd over, they would only need 90.
And this one again is swung high. Out to mid wicket. A good catch there. So Tito just not having the power to clear that man there, Charles, at mid wicket. Another wicket goes down. It's 102 for the loss of 8. And Tito makes his way back to the pavilion.
Yes, unfortunately, they fall to, crowd favourite. But attempting to pull that one over the man at the deepest square leg one as having a power failure. Not a strong man. Still a very small lad. Of course, as he grows, he'll gain some power. But a good attempt by him. But just a bit too much for him to do at the back end. He was trying to marshal the law order, but it's just too much for him to do. And he was dismissed there. Now 8 wickets down, 102. After 32 overs, there's a short break now for drinks. And we'll take a break now and come back when we have play resuming.
Yes, welcome back to the Parkhill playing field in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament played between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia here at the park. Sent in a spot of then each chase set St. Lucia as a new player. Comes into face, and this one is outside the off stump and umpire by signal wide. So the St. Lucians looking to really wrap up the innings here and have all the trip home.
Yes, Roberts didn't really last too long in the first game. defends that one as we see this bowler who's bowling from this end. Looks
Scholar.
like yes, Scholar. He's actually a Chinaman googly bowler.
Yes, I was looking at him
Left arm
closely.
wrist spin.
Yes. This one is quicker, flatter. Roberts there not getting any sort of contact, and umpire Bayama judged him to be not out. As the crowds here getting very boisterous in their support, as expected. A lot of local guys involved here in this game today. Another delivery outside the off stump, and Roberts missing it completely. His partner there, Haksha from the other end. So it's an end of 33 overs completed. And the score now 103 for the loss of 8.
103 for 8. Still in a very poor position here. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, they are really looking down the barrel, so to speak. Not just in this game, but also in the competition. Because if they have another loss today, all the other teams would have had at least one win. And they will be the only team that has not won a game just yet. And within those 3 teams, there would also be 2 teams, St. Lucia and Grenada, who have some points, some shared points due to the fact that the game had a no result yesterday down at Cumberland. So they will really be staring down the barrel here in this competition. And there's a lot of work that they'll have to do to be able to compete and rival what we are seeing from the other teams in the competition, which is sad to see from a Vincentian point of view.
As we see in Poyot continuing from that far end, that northern end. He's picked up a couple of wickets as well. Has really walked into his spell. Not the best first over, but has managed to come back pretty well. As we see Haksha once again a long way forward in his own unique style. Once again, a flat delivery. And Tyrese again defends stoutly. Not in the textbook fashion that we've come accustomed to, but he gets the job done on that occasion. As he once again is spooning this one straight to the man there, extra cover. And that's another wicket goes down. So 103 now for the loss of 9 wickets. The wheels are definitely coming off here for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team.
Yeah, actually dismissed there. Looking to defend, but I mean, not really equipped with the technique to keep that ball down and just scooping it up to the man there at a short cover position who dived forward nicely to take the catch. So just 1 wicket left to call it a day here at the Park Hill playing field. St. Lucia really truly have dominated the day from ball 1 all the way to now. St. Vincent really just having that 2 periods of play when they really looked on top, which is when they took those wickets to get them about 7 or 8 down quite quickly after a bad start this morning. And then also in that partnership with Thomas and the skipper Charles earlier in this innings. But since then it's really been all St. Lucia.
Agreed, and it just goes to show that in order for you to really win a cricket match, you have to be consistent at it. You can't just have a couple periods or a couple sessions of play. You can't just win a couple sessions, really. You have to win the majority of sessions. And so far, the St. Lucians have been able to do so in this particular game. So the new batter is Matanaya Stapleton, who I thought had a very good spell earlier in the day. Bowled with some pace, bowled with some accuracy as well. He was fundamental in the early collapse of the St. Lucian top order. But he has a job to do now. Almost an impossible task for him, really. Not really known for his batting abilities.
Yes, and spare thought also for the bowler. He has taken several wickets. That's the end of the over. And you want to just get the figures of the bowler. That's the opening batsman.
Poyet.
Yes, Poyet. Has really run amok here since being introduced to the bowling. Really started with that run out of Thomas, and then after that the dismissal of the skipper by Williams, and then from there on, it was all Poyet.
He actually has 4 for 17.
Yes.
So very good returns for him, Poyet.
And he scored some runs earlier as well.
Agreed. Yes, he did.
So he's putting in his hand up probably for the man of the match. Along with Williams, of course.
Once again, Roberts on strike. They're looking to delay the inevitable as long as possible. Maybe just making the St. Lucians work for this victory a bit longer.
Well, it's an opportunity to be not out. It's just a matter of which one of them is not out at the end. That's how they should be thinking.
This one is a quicker delivery and well played by Roberts, who, as we mentioned before, hasn't bowled a lot in the tournament. Actually bowled 1 over yesterday and 1 over today, so 2 overs in the 2 games so far. And batting at number 10. As this one is swinging at it, getting the outer portion of the bat. Goes down to a deep third man position. And they're going to come back for a second. So 2 runs to him. And 105 for the loss of 9. Seemed to be a man with a lot of energy, Alanson.
Absolutely. Well, they're young. Well, they are pretty young.
Well, he's very well built for under 15 player. But this one again is a delivery, perhaps just turning down the leg side.
Interesting technique he has. He almost is batting with his feet as well as his hands and the bat. So it's almost like the feet is going to the ball, trying to contact the ball. So he's a candidate for a bit of it for sure.
This one again, I think a bit of an inside edge on that occasion. As you see a bit of showers coming across the ground. With 1 wicket to go, I don't think the umpires will be coming off anytime soon. At this time it's stumped really. And Roberts using his feet, trying to hit that one in the vicinity of where we are parked over there. And that ends the Vincentian innings. A victory here for the St. Lucians, a victory by 85 runs here at the Parkway playing field in match number 2 for both of these teams. A very good all-round performance here from the St. Lucian team, as we see the rain now coming down with a bit more purpose. And the groundsmen bring on the covers here. So a comprehensive victory in the end from the St. Lucian team. Having started the morning by winning the toss and electing to bat first, they made 190 for 8 after staging somewhat of a recovery and being 87 for 6 at one point in time. They were able to bat all their overs, made 190, and the Vincentian total target, being 191. Got off to a shaky start, losing on all the wickets, and then there was that big partnership between Charles and Thomas, which really would have been a match-winning partnership for the Vincentian team. Unfortunately for the Vincentian under 15 team, those two were separated very quickly, and since then it has been smooth sailing for the St. Lucian team. Alan, so what is your assessment of what took place here today?
Well, just looking overall, it was a very convincing performance by the St. Lucia under 19 team, really dominating the game for probably about 80% of the time, and really flexed their muscle as defending champions to win comprehensively here today. Lots of things to work on for the Vincentian team. Some things to work on for the St. Lucian team as well. But they have really shown that they are a class apart from the Vincentians today.
Yes, a very good professional performance from the St. Lucian outfit. I mentioned that they are the defending champions as well, and we saw evidence of that today in this encounter. The Vincentian team, as you mentioned, only gave a couple of punches But in the world of boxing, as you say, you have to go through all the rungs.
Yes, you have to last all the rounds. Unless you score a knockout punch.
Yes. Well, they have to go back to the drawing boards, the Vincent team, and try and get some sort of momentum into their game, into their cricket, get more consistent performance from all of the players. And from a St. Lucian perspective, they'll be looking to move on in terms of the fixtures for Friday. So we have a rest day tomorrow for the players. What about Friday?
Yes, Friday right here at Park Hill. We'll have St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus Grenada. And in Cumberland, Dominica will play St. Lucia. St. Lucia so far unbeaten in the tournament. They have taken their point or shared points from that game yesterday with Grenada. And Grenada has done so as well, and they have won today. So St. Lucia and Grenada really in the pole position. And Dominica having lost today, just slightly behind them, but St. Vincent and the Grenadines really struggling at the rare position, really, so to speak. So that will be it for us today. You will join us tomorrow, and we'll start at 9. Not tomorrow, on Friday, sorry, where we'll start at 9:30 a.m. here at the Park Hill playing field, where we have St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus Grenada. From me and from Osnet Cato and from also our co-commentator Ken Roy Martin, it is good evening and see you on Friday.